Yo, what's up? Welcome, gamers. We're here. We're back. Welcome back. I meant to be back like 30 minutes ago, but I spent the last 30 minutes looking through potential options for music to stream and ended up right back where I started. I finally remembered the old streaming service that I used to use, or try to use, for music that isn't going to get flagged and copyright strikes, whatnot. But it's just, I don't know. It's a Monster Cat. All the Monster Cat songs are just like too much heavy uber dubstep 2014 Call of Duty montage music still, and I couldn't find any that was just like kind of, well, the chill style video game music that we're listening to already on the streams. So I kind of just spent some time looking for some new tunage and didn't really find much. So we're just gonna stay with the old faithful for now, and then maybe I'll look for some more later. I know that there was some old stuff that I used to listen to that I've forgotten, that's been lost to time and the records have disappeared. Because you pay money for a subscription and they can't even remember more than like the last 30 things you listen to. Man, give me a list of stuff, you know? Like, if I want to look at my Spotify, I should be able to see all the music I've ever listened to in a little text document that just has a list of all the stuff. You know what I mean? So I can go back and find old soundtracks or whatever that I used to listen to that they don't remember and I don't remember. They have like a recently played list, but it only has like 30 things on it. So if I play something new and it pushes the 29th thing to the 30th spot and then off the list, it's gone forever unless I like bookmark it. New Pope, New Europa Universalis, Invaders best in the league, good day. Yeah, I saw people mention that they announced a new Europa. But like, I'll watch the announcement trailer. I haven't watched it yet. I imagine it's gonna be a pre-rendered bit with like a dramatic voiceover and some sweeping orchestral music and then zero gameplay. Oh, let's see. Like, that's just my guess. Because it's always the same. Always the same. I don't know if is this muted? Unmuted. All right, let's see. Sounds orchestral.
With each stroke of
there's the voiceover. There's the
landscape unfolds.
It's gonna be like a painted map thing.
Every gesture, a path is carved through history.
Oh, sweeping.
Ambition, once ignited, pushes forward and can never be tamed. With every line, a new horizon. Drawn from the wells of ancient civilizations, the landscape changes, but the drive remains. Painting with the sharp
Looks like that
reds
Crusader
of
Kings
revolution
3 art team.
and the black ash of scorched battlefields. Legacy is forged of the chosen, tracing the silhouettes of warriors. With the final stroke, like fire across the landscape, never before has the canvas stretched so far. Europa Universalis 5. Be ambitious.
Exactly what I thought it was gonna be. Exactly. Have you watched it already? Nope. I just saw it just now for the first time. Nope. Just, yep, there's some sweeping music in the background, a vague cinematic, and a voiceover. It's every Paradox trailer, dude, for every new announcement. I've just seen all the other Paradox trailers, so they're all the same. They're identical. They did put screenshots up on Steam. I can't get excited about that because I also just don't have any affinity for Europa. So I have never played it. Therefore, I have zero excitement, but I will definitely play it when it comes out in 2031. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, the chat says there's screenshots on Steam. Where'd the music go? All right, chat, I'm not gonna lie to you. This game ugly as hell. Holy. Is this the new one or the old one? Wait, did I click on the old one? No. That's a 5. This is the new one? Have they been working on it since 2015? Those are Crusader Kings 2 windows. This is the same window from Crusader Kings 2, I promise. Holy. This is a mess. This screen looks almost okay until I look at all the numbers at the top and all the things on the right and all the things on the left. Like, this almost looks okay. What? What? Come on, man. That's what I'm gonna see when I zoom all the way in. All right, this looks like somebody is playing on a potato and has the graphics turned all the way down to get to 28 frames per second. I am not trying to be mean on purpose. I'm just giving you my honest reaction. This looks like when I played Rust and people would turn the graphics all the way down to try to get an advantage in multiplayer. Like, if I ignore the UI, this looks normal. This looks normal, right? Like, everything inside the actual UI, that looks normal. God, the UI looks awful. Like, I could get over the graphics if the information was displayed in a way that, like, didn't assault the eyes. I'm about to play, listen, chat, I'm telling you this as someone who's about to spend the next 10 straight hours playing a spreadsheet, okay? So it's not about visual fidelity, but it's like the UI is just terrible. It's worse than Out of the Park for sure. And it's difficult to explain what I mean, but like, just look at this screen, for example, okay? There's just so much going on that it's overstimulating. Like, I'm sure they have an overlay on the map right now that's showing some kind of supply lines or trade lines or something like that. That's fine. It's like connecting lines between different size spaces. No problem there. We got some, but here's where the problem began, is everything else. So like, you've got Paris and Paris, London and London, like everything is doubled. So you have Dublin, Dublin, like there's 2 names for every single place, and one of them is in a big text, similar to how the map games in Crusader Kings and whatnot and Hearts of Iron work, stretching across the nation's borders. But then the borders have like a secondary border, which is really confusing to look at, that is basically the same color. It seems to be their area, like how far they can reach into the sea, but it's like the same color. So it makes every country kind of look larger, so it's hard to tell where the borders are. And then you realize that there's a green light border around that's denoting where the borders are, but it's only around this and not around any of the others. But there's a red one down there. So these two are being compared somehow. But then you look at all the rest and you see a line of about 24, okay, maybe like 20 or so individual line items, each with their own drop-down menu that looks like it's hard to read. And then a different UI element up here for the Age of Discovery with a little like graphical flourish that the other bits don't have. So like someone else created this compared to someone else on the team who created this, because these are all just kind of like basic little rectangles with infinitesimally small numbers at the top in different fonts. So like all of the fonts are different between like these and this, and then the time and date is a different font. And then up here we have like the leader with a flourish for a border and like a flag. And then we have like a random like art team submitted this desktop background, which we have now put behind the other numbers that you need to see for the country. And then below that, a different UI artist made like these little tabs with all of this supplies, I guess, for different, and then a separate UI artist made these modern looking triangles. Like someone from the Crusader Kings 3 dev team made these, because that looks exactly like the notifications that are up here. So these were just like cribbed from CK3 and shoehorned in, which look completely at odds with the rest of the elements. And then we have the flags up here, which are in different shapes, apparently to denote their importance. So I assume the left one is like war, based on what I'm looking at here. But them being different sizes is visually confusing as well. And it just looks like it's like a Frankenstein of a screenshot. Like every single UI element is disconnected from the rest. And it has no cohesion or uniformity. That's the problem. The problem is not the graphics as such. I was just incredulous that when they have the detail shot to zoom in, this is what we see. And it's like 2D trees. That this easily looks worse than both Victoria 3 and Crusader Kings 3. So it's just confusing why if the UI and the graphics both look just terrible. Yeah, like these guys are like different model. These guys are like big character models that have been resized and shrunk to fit on the map because they look overly detailed compared to their surroundings. And yeah, the surroundings look like they could be in Out of the Park. Paradox is in trouble, dude. Paradox in big trouble. They're scrambling. They must not be making any money to be announcing Europa 5. Because you notice that they stopped announcing like new projects that they're developing in-house. Like they stopped trying to make new IPs after a couple botched failures in spin-off games. And now they're trying to go back to the ones that are like popular to try to get some interest and some fan hype. Like look at this. Look at the UI. So much better. An actual like artistic vision for a game. Everything fits. I don't even like Victoria 3, okay? But it's a very pretty game. All the UI elements actually fit together cohesively. They have a similar art style. They have a color palette of this like light green and red for this. I don't know if it's the same for every nation. They have little like gilded gold kind of borders around things. The information is spread out. You're not surrounded on all sides, like boxed in like a caged animal. There's breathing room at the top and on the right side of the screen. Okay, even when it's cluttered, there's still like more of a viewing window in here. And then when they zoom in, it actually like looks a little bit nicer. It's got the like kind of, you can probably turn the tilt blur off if you want, but I think it's still like a detailed, nice looking game. I remember you talked up Vicky 3 for a few months and then only got 2 streams out of it. That's because I was looking at the screenshots thinking that based on the success of Crusader Kings 3 that they were going to use the success of their Crusader Kings 3 and apply it to Victoria 3, but it was rushed out the door way before it was ready. It was extremely confusing. So yeah, going from that to this is just, this is a claustrophobic UI. All like, oh my, why would they show a screenshot with that many notification flags at the top of the screen? It's so claustrophobic. You've got packed with information on the right, the top, above that, the left, and there's buttons down here that you need to click. So it's just like all sides are filled in. I don't know, man. Look, I'll play it, I'll try it, but that's not gonna be any easier to watch than Out of the Park. Ugh. I don't know, man. I was so hyped for Life by You, I was not. I knew it was gonna bomb from the beginning. No one, you can't just make a Sims game. If people thought they could make a Sims game, they would already be another Sims game from a different company. It's way more complex than I think people give it credit for. Even though it's inundated with crazy DLCs at this point. Why didn't they just copy the Vicky 3 UI? I don't know, that's the thing, right? Like, Victoria 3 sort of looked artistically coherent like Crusader Kings 3. But, yeah, that does not look new. I genuinely couldn't tell if I clicked on the wrong one. I thought that I clicked on Europa 4. What's up, War of the Worlds? Thank you for the gift sub. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Not Ethan. Hello, Joe. All right, anyway, man, I guess I'm a hater now. I guess I'm a hater. One day, maybe I'll try Victoria 3 again. It's on sale right now for $15, but I just don't see the point. I don't know what to play for. Also, Victoria 3 still has mixed reviews. With 33,000 reviews and it's still mixed? Damn, that's crazy. I'm looking at bad reviews. I wish this game was good. I really do. There's just very little to do. Looking at EU4 and the UI looks better. Let's see. It has that Crusader Kings 2 charm. Oh man, this is 10 times better. Holy. Oh yeah, this is way better. Look at this. Actual style. Coherent design patterns. The golden gilded with the light blue in each of the 4 different UI elements present on the screen. Huge text. I prefer this to the zoomed in shots of Europa 5 for sure. It looks like Crusader Kings 2. Yeah, no, this looks better. This is struggling, dude. I can't get over it. This is an ADHD person's nightmare. I look at this and I immediately want to look away. Like right now, I'm fighting to focus on the screen. There's just so much going on at any given time. Oh, I can't look at it. It actually is like giving me a headache. It's giving me anxiety. Yeah, all the tabs, like the 10 tabs on the top, the huge menu on the left, the big like 3 choices in the middle, each with like 10 line items. I can't look at it. Like that makes Out of the Park look not busy. You know what I mean? This makes Out of the Park look like a clean, normal UI. Are we ripping packs? We are not ripping packs. Definitely not. Anyway, beginning of stream rant over now. Welcome aboard. I've lost pretty much all faith in Paradox at this point. The only thing I trust them to do is release a good but buggy Hearts of Iron 4 DLC. That's pretty much it. The last Hearts of Iron 4 DLC was kind of fun, but my save literally bricked. So, you know, my save bricked. I gotta go back and try it again because I didn't even get to play the other countries. That's the thing that annoyed me. They were like, we only played one nation, and we tried 2. I don't know what we tried, but I just remember like the game literally crashed at the same point every time, and it was impossible to get past that point. Like it would crash at the same point no matter what I did, and I was locked out. I don't know if I assume they've patched it since then because that was a few months ago. Yeah, we're playing Afghanistan, and the game would literally just crash over and over and over and over and over. It crashed like 12 times in one stream. What's up, Broken Helix? How's it going? We scored 15 runs. Okay, crazy thing about that, Mostly Lost. We scored 15 runs and the game went extra innings. So if you look at the score, the last game that we played, it's 15-6 in the 10th inning. Baseball only has 9 innings. And if you tie, you go to extra innings. Pseudo overtime. So that means we were tied in the 9th, and then in the 10th, we scored 9 runs. So, crazy game. We looked at the game log. I think we simmed this one, but we were losing in the 7th, and then team clutched up and scored 2 back-to-back solo home runs against their pretty elite closer, Felix Bautista. Bautista is trending downward maybe a little bit in my save, but he's still very good with 4 very good pitches, and had not given up. He gave up 2 home runs on the season. No, 1 home run on the season, sorry. And then up comes Juan Brito, the 25-year-old utility man who we picked up on waivers from Cleveland in the offseason, and hits a solo home run on the third pitch, and then up comes the absolute stud unit, Gavin Conticello, who I have no explanation for. He's a 23-year-old rookie phenom, apparently, because I just looked at him. I got him off the Rule 5 draft, which means Arizona had him, but Arizona did not put this guy on their roster. Therefore, he was available to be drafted by other teams because of his time as a professional. He's been a pro for 6 years. So it's a rule to get players who've been in the system for a long time but aren't getting actual play time a chance to get actual play time. So Arizona could have tried to like keep him by putting him on the roster, but they didn't. So other teams can draft him at that Rule 5 draft. So I drafted him off their team, and he's a rookie. First season in the bigs. And for some reason, in 48 at-bats, he's got 15 hits, hitting .312 as a rookie 23-year-old, and hit a solo homer on the first pitch. So back-to-back home runs by two of the new guys to tie the game in the 9th inning. And then took it to extra innings. Mantiply locked it down, strikeout, fly out in the 9th. And then Felix Bautista came back out. They sent him back out after we shelled him for 2 homers, and he just did not have it. They intentionally walked Jazz. The ghost runner starts at second in extra innings, so Arenamo starts at second. That's just the extra innings rule. So now runners at first and second. Indy Rodriguez, our new catcher, doubles, scores 1. Will Brennan singles, scores 2, I think. New pitcher Topa, so they had to take Bautista out. Topa gives up another double to Brito after he just hit a homer the inning before. Gavin Conticello takes a stud walk. Luis Robert Jr. with a single, scores a run. Kerry Carpenter with a walk. New pitcher, they just can't get an out. Jace Young flies out. Arenamo is back up to bat. Already, even though he bat in the last inning. He gets a fielder's choice, ground out. Jazz gets a walk. The catcher's back up, singles. Will Brennan singles, and we scored 9 runs. So ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Ugh. Hey, Italics, did you do anything in particular for the initial expansion draft? Or do I have to just go whelp and endure crappy players? When you say, did I do anything, do you mean like from a settings perspective or from like a gameplay strategy perspective? Because I've got the settings that I picked for everything in the exclamation OOTP command. Are you winning, Falcrus? We actually are. Surprisingly, our record is 13-4 to start the new season, and we are actually leading the MLB with the best record for now. I don't know how long that's going to keep up. So we've been on quite the tear. Strategy, because right now I'm stuck with just my minor league players. You did the draft, right, from the other teams? Already? Because yeah, my first season I sucked as well. Did you, when you did the expansion team though, I don't know if you followed my little guide there, did you sim the first season in the game before creating the team? Because if you just go into a new game, I'm not trying, I hate that I'm possibly ruining your day, but it's not the end of the world if you didn't do this, to be honest. But if you start a new game and then immediately do an expansion team, you probably did your expansion team in like March. So if you did your expansion team in March, there are basically no free agents. So yeah, you're just stuck with the guys that you just drafted. If you start a new game in the file start screen, new game, but don't create your expansion team, I think it's the final screenshot in the OOTP little screenshot guide. simulate the first season till just after the World Series and let them just play a full season and then create your expansion team, you have the people that you draft from their teams for the expansion draft, and you have free agents available that you can pay money to get on your team. So if you started the game in March with your expansion team in March, just before spring training, then there's no free agents. So I don't know which one you did. But if in the event that you just started in March and you have a crappy team, it's okay, you know? Just play the first season. And your team is probably gonna suck, and that's just the way it is. But you're gonna get better each progressive year, and it's gonna be kind of like building up over time. So most players who start an expansion team want to suck the first few years, because if you are like at the bottom of the standings, you're gonna get the first pick, or like toward the first pick each amateur draft, and that's gonna result in a much better future team. Like for example, we only had one amateur draft so far, and take a look at how our farm system's doing. I found some cool reports. So from like a top, actually this is just top prospects. I want to find, there's a report here that's like minor league system ranking. So even just after like one draft and 2 international free agent drafts, we have like the 4th best farm system so far. Like DeCaro is ranked number 1 by the OSA. Del Bosque is 14th and Garrity is 81st. So if you have like 2 or 3 bad seasons and you keep getting those early draft picks, you're gonna move up this like top farm system rank, and those players are gonna be potentially goated for you down the road, and then you're gonna have them for like 6-7 years, and that's how the dynasty starts, like the homegrown dynasty. So being last is not necessarily a bad thing when you're starting an expansion team, because you're setting yourself up for greatness, as long as you take care of those prospects, which is kind of might take some research so that you don't put them in the wrong, you know, minor league system too fast or something like that. Do you think we could trade DeCaro? We can't, because you cannot trade recently drafted prospects. So he is not tradable, number 1, and number 2, I think he, like, if he turned into a 60, he would still be really good. But yeah, you can't trade recent drafts because that would just be trading draft picks. So because you can't trade draft picks in the MLB, you can in the game if you want. You can change that setting to allow draft picks to be traded. They let you do whatever you want. Very, very freeform. But in real life, it's to prevent people from just trading draft picks, because it'd be like, oh, I'll just draft the number 1 for you, and I'll give him to you after this kind of thing. The Portland expansion's looking pretty good compared to where they were. Where is Portland? They got Mouse and Brian Williams. Eric Mouse was their first overall pick. High loyalty, high work ethic. I wonder how his scouting has changed. He's kind of gone down a little bit in potential, but we don't have like super high scouting. I did some stuff last night off stream, but I forgot what I did. I'll have to think about it for a second. How does the draft lottery work? I saw tweets about the White Sox or Rockies not being able to get high odds to draft high despite having bad records. I don't know all the details. I'm not sure how the actual lottery functionally works. However, what I do know is that the lottery shuffles the order to prevent people from losing on purpose and getting number 1 pick every single year. So like Portland had the worst record, or like was due for number 1 for whatever reason, and they got shuffled to number 3. And then I was number 5, and now we've got the top pick. So I'm not exactly sure how the shuffle works, but here are the actual like odds apparently. but I don't know how to interpret this data. Chat, when it says balls, 1650 balls, does that mean that there's actually like a big like bingo container and there's a bunch of balls? Like a bingo ball? With an auditor present? So why are there 1600? Like, why are there so many balls? I think they do bingo balls with numbers, so one asterisk has 1650 combinations. I have to see how it works. Okay, this is one of the times where I think an AI answer is probably fine to just trust. It's stupid. I have to like weigh that. Like, do I trust what the AI overview says? I think this is a safe time to go ahead and accept it. The lottery uses a lottery machine to draw 4 number sequences, and the team with the matching combination receives the top pick. The process is repeated 6 times to determine the first 6 picks. The remaining non-playoff teams are then ordered in reverse order of the regular season standings. Okay, so they basically get a set of combinations based on their regular season standings. Worst teams get more combinations. And then the lottery machine draws 4 ping pong balls. And then the first 6 teams to have their assigned combination drawn get the first 6 picks in the draft. The remaining, yeah, and then the rest of the teams get ordered in reverse order of their regular season standings. And then the playoff teams are ordered in reverse order of their postseason finish. So whoever won the World Series, in this case, well, actually the Red Sox won the World Series. So why are they drafting ahead of the Mets? Oh, the Mets get a compensation pick. Why are they drafting ahead of the Dodgers, though? If the Sox won the World Series. It doesn't seem like... It seems like this was just in order of their regular season win-loss, because Dodgers had the most wins. Red Sox had the second most wins. Mets had the third most wins, and so on. All right, anyway, I don't know if that confused you more. Or less. But I hope that helps. Okay, I'm trying to think of what I did last night because I had to do some cleanup. I couldn't end the day because there were some players on my team. I discovered a quirk with the minor leagues, which if you play this game, you will discover, which is to say that there are the active limits and the service limits for the minor leagues were preventing me from advancing. So it was actually kind of hard to find information on this online because the data was from like 2020 and it's kind of changed since then or something. But I believe that more recently, I had, in my case, I had players in my minor leagues who'd been playing baseball too long. There's service limits on the minor leagues. So Class High A, in real life, you can have no more than 2 players who have 6 or more years of prior minor league service. They're trying to keep people who've been in the system too long from staying in so they don't erase the people who are trying to come up the ranks. But in the game, it doesn't seem like you even get 2 players. I think it's no players in the game. So no players can have 6 or more years of prior minor league service time in High A. And then in Low A, it's 5 years of prior service. And rookie ball is 4 years. So you basically have to move people up to AA and AAA and stuff where the service limits are relaxed. So that's what I ended up having to do. I just had to shuffle people around. So I moved some people off this roster to this roster and this roster somewhere else, and I had to release a few people. But we got there. So I did that last night off stream because it was a bit confusing. And then we had some people retire from A ball. I had a bunch of people just retire from A. So I forgot to do that. I need to hire some dudes real quick because A ball is looking grim. So, what did I just say? Low A is 5 years. All right, so let's look for like, let me see who we're missing. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starting pitchers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relievers. So we need more relievers. We need like, I would say 5 more pitchers, and then infielders, outfielders, at least. So I'm just gonna kind of like invite some dudes. I got my little Phil Farm filter that I created. Can change the pro years. Let's see if there's anybody 3 or less. Yeah, there's some 3 or less. And that way we don't have to mess with it for a while. So here's a right fielder, third baseman, pitcher. Well, I guess we don't need that many like starters. Infielder, reliever. Center fielder, catcher, second baseman, left fielder, another reliever, third baseman, shortstop, second baseman, center fielder, shortstop, second baseman. That should be like a good amount. All right, I sent them all a contract. I said age limits too. I think we've changed that already. Yeah, but you can change whatever you want. Most of the time. So yeah, I tried to fix the minor league systems last night. I think I succeeded, and I'm trying to remember what else I did. What else did I do? I asked for a scouting report on our entire team because I realized that not all of our players have very high scouting accuracy. So it actually is a good idea to get updated scouting reports on all of your players. And I've learned that what that can do is tell the scout to kind of adjust some of his ratings. Like we notice sometimes he's kind of like changing people's current and potential, but he sort of does it on his own schedule. So if you ask for a scouting report and you're a little bit more active in doing so, you can either raise scouting accuracy or just try to get updated numbers on everybody every so often so that you have a little bit more current information on them, which I think is smart. So maybe we should do that a little bit more often, kind of give him more of a job to keep these updated, because I want to know more about my own team and have very high scouting accuracy on them so I kind of know how they're doing. So I did that for everybody, including the pitchers. I went ahead and set the lineup for this game against Bradish. Got a couple people with a day of rest because I think Jazz is pretty tired. Kerry Carpenter's pretty tired, so we got Brito in. He's been doing crazy 4-hit game yesterday in 7 at-bats with 3 doubles and a homer. An extra base hit machine. And I kind of just picked him up on a whim, so I can't believe he's hitting that well. There's no way that can continue. And then we got Brendan in for Carpenter, I think. Arenamo playing short. Yeah, I'm giving the shortstop Cooper Pratt. He's been doing pretty well, actually. But giving him a day off because he's got a couple of 0 for 3 games. Let him rest for a day. Get Freeman in there at second. So, should be pretty good. Oh, the other thing I did. I figured out why I can't set their pitch counts anymore for my pitchers. It's because my manager has developed a little bit of an ego, apparently. And if we look at the front office, Scott Tyler now has evolved and has a red player strategy settings. So that explains so much of my confusion yesterday. So he now has said, I am taking full control over player strategy settings. Mr. GM, that's my responsibility now. So I didn't even know they could start changing these and evolving these. So I have learned something new, that the managers do actually change over time. So that is interesting. Now, what I'm curious about from people who play this game is I can still go in and look at my pitchers and go to their strategy and click a button that says lock to team enable strategies, which appears to override that, but I don't know, is that cheating? So I went in, like I'm not in God mode, like I don't have commissioner mode on, but I still have this ability to do team enable lock to team strategies. So I've clicked that button, and that allows me to set a pitch count over here. So I have gone through and set a pitch count for all of my starters, and while I was at it, I went into my minor league system and found my prospects and set pitch counts for them too, because it does track behind the scenes. If your pitcher's throwing more than they can handle every time they're out, they're going to have a higher chance to get injured. The game does care about that. So just an FYI, because I was like, we've had a couple games yesterday where it was like, holy, 105 pitches, man. What are you doing out there? 108 pitches. Why are you leaving him out there for 108 pitches? I think Bobby Miller had like 95 and he's only got 40 stamina. Tyler Malley, somebody pitched 115. Yeah, he let Cade Horton pitch 115 pitches. So I don't understand why they're letting him go so deep into the games when we have the bullpen. So that was driving me a little crazy. But I don't know if it's cheating to like override the lock to team enable settings thing when I don't have like commissioner mode's not on. So I don't know. I don't think it's crazy to set a pitch count for the pitchers. So I've got Woodruff at 100 because 55 stamina, probably 100. This is the max, not the goal, right? This is their absolute like maximum before they get pulled. But yeah, I went through and did that for all of the minor league players as well. And then the other thing that I did that I thought was nifty, I did some research because I was looking yesterday for more stats and numbers on stuff, and I found what I was looking for in the reports and info. So in reports and info, we have just treasure trove of weird data points in here, such as the preseason predictions that I was looking at before. So the game generated predictions on how well they thought we would do at the beginning of the season, and it predicted us to go 80 wins and 82 losses at the beginning of the season. So almost 500 balls, 7 games back. Texas Rangers in first, Red Sox in first in their division, Guardians in first in their division, the Nationals in their division, the Cardinals in their division, and the Dodgers with a 100-win season. There's a lot of interesting. It also predicts who like the top hitters and top pitchers will be. It's going to be completely off base, but it's fun to look at anyway. And then there's a lot more cool reports in here. One of the ones that I was interested in was the financial report, because I wanted to show you guys this because you're going to laugh. So here's the league financial report of a bunch of different data points. We're not going to look at all of that because most of it's separated by team. However, we can see that the Dodgers have a $398 million payroll. We are now somewhere down here. We're number 21 with $150 million. So this really is still Moneyball compared to everything. And I was like, damn, the Pioneers only have a $76 million payroll? What are they doing with that money? So I went and looked at their finances, and they're sitting on almost $69 million just in the bank. So my question is, what are they doing with all that money? Like, what are they gonna do with 69 mil just sitting in the bank? What's up, Fox.gif? Welcome back. I went to bed before the streak ended. How many did the Invaders win before they lost their first game? Coconut, we got 9 wins in a row, and we lost the 10th game. So a far cry from how things went yesterday. I mean, last season, not yesterday. Time is a blur now. If you're out of commissioner mode, I would say it's your call. Yeah, Tyrion, it's hard to say. I just think it's ridiculous. Like, there's, from a realism standpoint, I don't think there's a manager in the league who would be letting their 25-year-old pitchers go 115 pitches deep. So it seems a little silly. I think the game should probably simulate that a little better. What's up, Night is fine. But yeah, Conditioner Man, that was Cade. That was Cade. Failed to get any good free agent contracts? Maybe. All right, anyway, there's something else on here that I wanted to look at. Team attendance, we're actually number 4 last year. We had 425,000 in attendance. And the Pioneers had 432,000, so they had even more than us in attendance, which is crazy. Or maybe that's to start this year, I don't know. Coming out to see the new team. And then by gate revenue, the Yankees are making 13 million bucks in gate rev. Dodgers making 12 mil. We made 8.6. So actually pretty good. Pioneers 9.6. They did better. Last place, the poor Oaklamento Aztecs, aka the Oakland Athletics, then the White Sox, and then the Nats. Is this payroll monthly? No, this is yearly payroll. So like, this is how much the Dodgers are paying their team, 400 mil, and we're trying to compete with them with only 150 mil. Which is pretty funny. Now, something interesting that I learned yesterday about real life in the game is that some teams make a disproportionate amount of money via the fact that they're in a massive metropolitan area like New York, LA, and so on. That is actually handled in the game's finances. So if we go to accounting, I was curious what revenue sharing was, and that's exactly what revenue sharing is. So in revenue sharing, there's a percentage of money that is paid by every team from their gate revenue, how much money they get paid for people coming in, buying tickets, and going to the game. And they're basically taxed. And that tax is put into a big pool. And then that pool is spread evenly amongst all teams. Where the premise is that just because one team is in Milwaukee and the other one is in New York City, they have to play against each other. It takes 2 teams to make a baseball game. So it's fairer to have some of that money from the massive markets going to the smallest markets, because if the smallest markets are priced out, then the big markets have no one to play against, right? So they basically like have a little tax for all teams. So even the small market teams have to pay the tax, but it's proportional to how much money they make. It's like when a busy bar makes all the bartenders split tips. Yeah, it's basically like a all ships rise when the tide comes in kind of thing. Like if all teams are successful, then the league is successful, therefore the big teams can keep making money, so it's worth paying that tax to keep the small teams in. So it's not like a ton of, like 20, it's still, we made 28 mil last year off of that. That's still a good amount of money. 28 mil is pretty solid amount. So the more successful the bigger teams are, then the more successful the smaller teams are too. But yeah, I was curious where that revenue sharing was coming from. All right, and then some more interesting stats. Season ticket sales. The Yankees made 88 mil on season tickets. Pioneers, our other pretend expansion team, made 37 mil. And then I don't know where we are on this list. We're down here, 25th out of 32. Rank by media revenue. So the game actually has a way, like it does track a lot of crazy data. Like if I go to Explore World, we could be like, what kind of stats do we have on Azerbaijan? And it's like population 1.1 mil. You can make an Azerbaijan team if you want, or an Azerbaijan league if you want to. And it has like population data, and it's got like a Google Earth link. You can try to find like players from a weird region of the world if they've existed. And it's got altitude data, which actually affects, if you built a stadium there, the altitude of the ballpark affects how the ball flies off the bat. Famously, Coors Field would be the American example of that. Leads to a lot of extra home runs, that kind of thing. Like the higher the altitude, the more homers that typically get hit. And like weather data, wind data, market size, all that kind of stuff. But my point is that for media revenue, it's tracking the market size of like the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Yankees. And so they get more money from media revenue. So media revenue is basically like how much are cable and broadcast channels or streaming services paying these teams to air their games. So since the Yankees and the Dodgers are the two most popular teams, they're getting the most media revenue. And then we are somewhere down here. We're 19th, 115 mils. So we're like not quite middle of the pack. Vegas is not a huge market. Like it's not very big compared to like these uber metropolitan areas. So like they're getting an extra $130 million, actually $170 million in revenue just off of their market size, which is crazy. Invaders #1 in cotton candy sales. And then merchandising, selling jerseys, selling bobbleheads, selling magnets, selling baseballs with their team logo on it and whatnot. We are way down here, I think. Actually, we're 13th. Probably because we're a new team. People buying a lot of stuff up front. Where is the Pioneers? Pioneers are actually a little higher than us. So I don't know if merchandising is like, yeah, 6 million doesn't seem like a ton, but let me go look at my own finances. Because I think there's a merch rev. So is that that might be per month? I don't know, actually. Because that's at $6 million. But we made $30 million off of merchandising revenue. Is it possible that merchandising revenue is like, this is sales at games? I don't know if this is sales at games. That might be year to date. If it is, it doesn't match up with my actual year to date, which is... Oh wait, yes it does. 3.5 mil. Okay, yeah, that's current. The year just started. So we're at 3.5 mil so far. Okay, that makes more sense. Total revenue, we're just little babies, 23rd. But look at our total expenses. 100, #1 in the league in total expenses. There could be a lot of reasons for that, and I'll show you one of them. Check this out. Players by salary. #1, Juan Soto, $51 million this year. #2, Luis Robert Jr., signed by Las Vegas, getting paid more than Shohei Ohtani this year. $47 million in his first year with the team. That's where a lot of our expenses are going right now. We're paying Luis Robert Jr. more than freaking Ohtani. Cash dumping in center field. Yep. We signed a stupid contract for this guy. However, I front-loaded the hell out of it, so we're paying him 47 mil in the first year, and then we shaved 20 million off for the next 3 years. So I just super front-loaded. It's still a big contract, don't get me wrong, but yeah, we're overpaying in the first year because we have extra cash, and then next year we'll save 20 mil. And if we need to trade him, it's a much more lucrative and attractive contract for other teams who might want to take him. That way we're taking the brunt while we have extra money. Also, the ad's about to start in 3, 2, 1. I already snoozed it once, so turn your volumes down if you're an ad watcher. I'm just gonna hang here and talk to chat for a minute while the ad is going off. $20 million sign-on bonus, basically. Yeah, the theory was the owner gave me a certain amount of money. I'm gonna try and spend all of it, you know, take the billionaire's money and try and spend it on some crazy players. But the theory was that if we pay a ton up front now, then when the contract is a little bit more manageable for other teams after the first year, if we did need to trade him, it looks way better if we wanted to get like a prospect package, trade for future stars, because they won't have to pay that 47 mil. So if in effect, if we want to trade him, we're sort of paying that instead of a 20 million bonus to him, it's like we're paying $20 million to get some prospects later, kind of. Hey, can you repeat everything I missed from the past hour? No. Is the money for the rookie draft built into the budget? You can build it into the budget. We saved like 9 to 10 mil for the rookie draft. You don't have to save any. The rookie draft, you can actually just spend out of pocket on. You don't actually have to budget any money. As long as you have money, you can spend it in the rookie draft. So budgeting it is just earmarking it for later. So we earmarked like $9 million. We're gonna need more than that. I think we have like 3 million in cash right now, which is not very much liquid. When it says New York, that's all Yankees. No, it's actually the Mets. I don't know why it doesn't distinguish, but what are Soto's stats? Soto last season led the league in walks and on-base percentage. So far, he's got negative 0.5 WAR, but he had 4.1 WAR last season. 30 home runs. 270 batting average. 900 OPS. He's currently unhappy with his own team record. But he's good overall. Good overall. Happy with his own performance, happy with his role on the team. WAR. WAR stands for wins above replacement. It's kind of an at a glance of how much a single player was responsible for single-handedly winning games. So last year, Juan Soto was single-handedly responsible for winning 4.1 of his team's games. So that the rest of the team could have just stayed home and they still would have won those 4. And general rule of thumb in the MLB is that 1 win in a season is worth about $8 million, give or take. That's not hard and fast rule. It's just kind of like at a glance, something to think about. So he basically was worth, from just a wins perspective, like 32 mil. But obviously he can bring more to the table than just that. That's just kind of like a single at a glance stat. But God, are they playing him at first? They're playing Juan Soto at first base. Brother, I don't know. The AI loves playing outfielders at first base, and I don't know why. He is pretty terrible in the outfield. I think the 45 range is pretty accurate. Soto is one of the less good outfield defenders based on what I've seen. So I feel like the range is actually pretty fair based on how he's playing IRL out there. What's your WAR ranking in MLB The Show? I don't know. My dude never made it to the majors because I'm playing on like too high of a difficulty and I suck. My first guy made it to the majors and he was god awful. If he's a bad outfielder, why is he not the DH? Some players actually just hit better when they field. It's like a vibes thing. I don't know. Let me see. They've got Jonathan India as their designated hitter. Okay, so the AI is actually brain dead for not playing India at first and then Juan Soto as the DH. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. They picked up India for $50 million and are just choosing not to play him with his superior infield stats. Cannot give you a good explanation. Manager doing manager things. Blame whoever their manager is. Who is their manager? Carlos Mendoza. Blame Carlos Mendoza. Yeah, Jonathan India is really good, especially in the game. Look at that astronomical market size. Couldn't imagine it. Where do you see the position he's actually playing? You can just see it on the roster. So next to their name, it'll have their position: second base, center field, shortstop. Or here, it's up here next to their team name. That's the position they've currently designated him at. And then you can just look in his ratings to see what he can do in different spots. Who's the worst team so far in this universe? The Milwaukee Brewers, 3 wins, 14 losses. Seattle Mariners a close second. Brewers not doing so good. Okay, were there any other cool little data point? There's a lot of cool data points here. Not that one. That's not what I wanted. Power rankings. I don't know what game performance rankings is. Elite. Oh, hang on. There was I did think this was really cool. You can actually go into history and see where was it? I don't think it was league events. Was it just league history? Oh yeah, league history. And you can go into like the playoff history, and I can go to like champions, and if you keep simming up to like, you know, now it's 2030, now it's 2040, now it's 2050 in your game, you can actually just go back and look at what happened in like previous years. So if you're like, what happened in the 2025 World Series? Here are the teams, and here's who ended up on top. And you can see the evolution of the league. So if the league evolves naturally, you can see when different changes took place. Because in the game settings, you can actually have your league naturally evolve over time. You can have random expansion teams that just pop in. You can have teams relocate. Teams have already started changing their nicknames. The Oakland Athletics renamed to be the Aztecs. They can change the rules of the game: active roster size, a designated hitter rule, free agent minimum service, whether there happens to be more or less offense or better pitching season to season, like has happened historically in baseball. So it just kind of like evolves over time and kind of marks all those evolutions down in history. So I thought all that stuff's cool. Kind of just fawning over the game right now, but that's okay. Season and career records. Well, this is like for all time. This is all-time history, but your all-time history might change if you keep playing the simulation long enough. Game records for most hits. Jacob Wilson with a 6-hit game ties the all-time record. That happened in my simulation in 2026. Relegations? Yes, you can actually make relegation rules in baseball, which is very interesting. You could have like a fictional league that uses relegation to bring teams up and down if you want to make your own fictional. Can you go on forever? You can, but the economic simulation will eventually fail after enough time passes, because it's simulating inflation as well, and then inflation will eventually it'll sort of predict the eventual collapse of the economy, and everything will stop functioning after, like, I don't know, 20. I want to say I saw some posts that were like, I got to 2070 and none of the owners are giving them any more money to pay players. I think it starts to break down around like 2065 to 2070 if you don't change things. You can go in and like edit things to try to fix it though, or you can just turn like inflation down or other things so that you can keep playing forever. I use Out of the Park for financial planning. The National League got rid of the designated hitter in my save. They're like, we're going back. I'm going back to the way that it was. Okay, let's get in and watch a game. Let's get in. I think I'm basically ready to go. We're gonna have some dudes benched. I'm gonna give you guys a chance to bet, but just bet knowing that one of our star players is gonna be sitting on the bench. So Jazz getting the day off. Two of our star players. Kerry Carpenter getting the day off also because they're tired, and the more tired they are, if they keep playing, you keep running them down. That's another thing I noticed. I noticed a couple of my players were tired on my AAA team, and that's not up to me. That's the other managers. So I went into their strategy settings and said, bench them when they're like 88% tired, please. And pick someone else, because I don't want them getting injured. So yeah, higher chance to get injured if they keep playing when they're tired. So some people won't bench them when they're only 85. They'll wait until they get lower, but the lower they get, kind of the higher the increase of that probability. And then pitching wise, it's Brandon Woodruff pitching our bullpen. We've got 3 dudes who are ready, but our bullpen actually is kind of a little bit tired comparatively. We don't have a big bullpen is the problem. We have 6 starting pitchers. So that is kind of the issue. But there's a couple people who are just like slightly tired who could probably pitch if they had to, so hopefully it's fine. All right, let me see the matchups, and we will get into a game. Woodruff has improved from that first spring training game. He has, yeah, he has, big time. Will the Invaders win or lose this game? You got 2 minutes to put some channel points. We have split the series with the Orioles. They won the first one. We won the second one. That was that crazy. That's why the bullpen is so tired, because of probably the extra innings game yesterday, but it only went to the 10th. Still, they've got some amazing players. Jackson Holliday, Adley Rushman is off to a slow start, but probably going to get better. Jordan Westberg is off to a 333 start, so they've got some preferred matchups. We've got some preferred matchups, and it seems like they prefer Woodruff to Bradish. Bradish had a okay start last time, 4 1/3 innings, gave up 2 runs. The time before that, he gave up 5 runs in 3 2/3, but he had 5 1/3 scoreless before that. Woodruff gave up 4 runs last time out for us in 7 innings, so he went pretty deep into the game. It's considered a quality start if you give up 3 runs over 6. So in baseball, you're not expected to be scoreless. You're just expected to keep the runs down, basically. So 3 runs is considered, oh, you did a pretty good job. More than that, and they're like, not so sure. Not so sure if you did such a great job. So you got about 20 seconds to put whatever channel points you got left. Doubters could win big, because it looks like the ratio is heavily favoring the Doubters. And the Orioles, for the record, are a very good team who are first in their division, 11-6. So if that affects your decision, it's anybody's game. What's up, Simcopter? How's it going, dude? Hope you had a nice stream last night, post-rain. Looked like you guys were having fun, playing some board games. You guys were doing like a triathlon of board games. You should do like have like a scoring hierarchy where if you win at hearts, you get so many points. Second place gets so many points. Third place gets so many points. If you then win at Catan, you get so many points. And then if you win at Ticket to Ride, and then see who like collected the most points across each game. Who's the Rule 5 guy? And is he still on the team? He is still on the team, yep. It is Gavin Conticello. And Gavin Conticello, after being put into the league as a rookie, for some reason, is hitting... he's got 15 hits and 48 at-bats, so he's doing phenomenally for a rookie. For even not a rookie. I don't know, he's just doing great. I don't know where it came from. But it's very impressive. All right, we're back at Oriole Park for Game 3 of this series against the Orioles with Kyle Bradish on the mound. We've got Juan Brito. He's been decent in that leadoff spot. He was in the game yesterday. Another new player claimed off of waivers. We've cobbled this team together, and somehow their offense is going insane compared to last year. He had 4 hits yesterday in the game against Baltimore and 7 at-bats. So he's been doing fantastic. Why the hell is Alex Bregman playing first? His defense has apparently been falling off. and they moved him. His aptitude for third base is only 45? What happened? He fell from a 60. Kang thinks that he's a 45 now. I don't know what's going on. Is he just falling off the wagon after signing that huge contract? I'm a little worried about what that means for the rest of our players. He enters his mid-30s and instantly becomes terrible. They've got Emmanuel Rivera playing third instead of first. Just the infield for the Orioles, not very good on defense. Jackson Holliday is great at shortstop, which is an important position to be great at, and Westberg is great. And then in the outfield, they've got Lane Thomas, plays a mean right field, got a lot of range out there. Cedric Mullins, pretty good center fielder. He's no Luis Robert Jr., though. And then they've got Kierstad in left. So their outfield looks a bit better than their infield, but they've been making some errors out here. What's up, Shin? How's it going? Hope you had a nice stream today, too. I was hanging out while you were playing some Stellaris and some Civ, attacking some Marauders, trying to stop the Khan. I freaking hate the Khan. That great Khan somehow always spawns in every single Stellaris game I ever play. He always bothering me. And then my enemies hire him to come murder me. So yeah, up to bat first, Brito, he's actually got a fireball emoji next to his name, which means he's pretty good right now. So if you're new, we're not watching the entire game. We're skipping to just the true outcome. So you can watch pitch by pitch, and I can just press the number 1, and you can watch every pitch of the game. Vegas has a record of 13-4, Baltimore 11-6. They've split the season series so far. This is game 3 of this little series. Juan Brito up, and first pitch swinging, but he puts it in play to the left fielder for out number 1, who makes a fine catch. Okay, see, I was gonna show an example of the pitch by pitch mode, but actually it's skipping to the true outcome anyway, because I think I have to disable a setting. But anyway, we're not watching the full at-bat, is what I'm trying to say. So the at-bat is happening in the background so that we can kind of watch the game faster to see what happens, but we get a little like recap of what happened in the AB. So that was a 5-pitch at-bat, 91 mile an hour cutter, fly out into right field for out number 2. And then a 1-2 count on Luis Robert Jr. Strike 3, and that's the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. No hits for Las Vegas in the top of the first, and now Las Vegas takes the field on defense. Jackson Holliday leading off. He's a little tired. So is Lane Thomas, and so is Westberg. And on our infield, we got Brito playing first. Pretty solid first baseman and designated hitter. Team captain Freeman in today playing second. We've got the familiar Arenamo moving from second to shortstop. And then Jace Young has been crazy power hitter for us recently, slugging .583. He's already got 4 home runs on the season somehow, which he did not show that kind of power last season. And then in the outfield today, we have over in right, we got Matos, recent addition from San Francisco. We claimed off waivers in September. He's off to a hot start this season. Our whole team is off to a hot start. And then we've got Will Brennan off the bench today, in for Kerry Carpenter in left, who's got the day off. Pretty respectable numbers to start the season for him. He had 2 hits in the game yesterday. And then the second highest paid player in baseball this year, Luis Robert Jr., patrolling in center field with his elite outfield range. 25 home runs for him last season, and we think he's got room for a little bit more power. I'd like to see it. So we're off. Brandon Woodruff on the bump. He's got a good start so far. 4 games started, 2.18 ERA, not allowing many runs. Lower is better there. Got the whip very low, which means he's not letting many people on base at all, not giving up many home runs, not many walks, is in command of his 4 pitches, fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. And yes, the game does care about how many pitches, the quality that they are for the pitcher, the velocity, their arm slot, all that kind of factors into how successful they are, along with their stamina and other stats. So, up Jackson Holiday first. 1-2 is the count. Put in play to the first baseman for out number 1 unassisted. Holiday out, grounded down the right field line. Now Heston Kierstad, he's batting .413, second in the American League to start the season, so probably their hottest hitter right now. He had a hit in each of the last 2 games of this series, but he grounds out to the second baseman Freeman. Now Adley Rutschman up. Rutschman lines this one sharply, but it doesn't find any grass. Right fielder there, nothing across for Baltimore. 1-2-3. Up and down they go. Monto seems better than expected. He does, but the season is long. The season is long. I think we need a new scout. We might. Or maybe everyone does suck. I don't know. All right, top of the second inning. Heart of the order coming up for the Invaders, starting with Jace Young. He is tied for team leading 4 home runs on the season, I think, with Jazz Chisholm Jr., who I benched today and did not allow to even pinch hit because he pinch hit yesterday and then got more tired. So he is just benched today. I went into his strategy settings and made sure he would actually stay on the bench because I just wanted to get 1 day of rest so he can come back out and get some regular starts. Strikeout there for Jace on 5 pitches. Chased the cutter inside for strike 3. Now Luis Matos pokes it over to the second baseman on 3 pitches. Out number 2. Up comes Will Brennan. Gets the start today in left for Kerry Carpenter, who has been crushing the ball on the team. This is going to be a lazy fly ball up for the left fielder. Out number 3. Clean inning for the Orioles. No hits in the game so far. Now Lane Thomas. He's got 3 home runs in the season for the O's. What's up, Leafy Pugh? Oh, baby. Luis Robert Jr. there to make the catch. That sounded heavy off the bat, but that'll be a line out into straightaway center field. Jordan Westberg.
Strike 3.
Swinging strike 3, cuts and misses at the curveball. 3 up, 3 down. Wait, no, that's out number 2. I'm a little too excited. Dropped the curveball in right in the middle of the zone, just challenged him, froze him a little bit. He hesitated. So not much happening through 2 now. Brito has that little grounder up the line on a 7-pitch at bat that Woodruff wins. Challenged him with the 97-mile-an-hour heater at the top of the zone. All right, Orioles back up on defense. Arenamo had his rookie season last year. He was hitting 242 in his rookie year, almost 500 at bats. He's on a hot start this year after doing some work in spring training. He managed to up. He always had great avoid strikeout rate, but he has upped his batting average on balls in play. So if you put the ball in play, you want it to go for a hit. And he's got a little more gap power than I think he did last time too. So he's off to a hot start, hitting 298, which is very impressive. So he's been getting more starts after he had a stellar stint in spring training, kind of showing off his new hit for contact average.
Strike 3.
But he will strike out here, the rare K for Arenamo. What's up, Leafy Pew? I caught the ball game early today. Thank you for the big emote beats. So strikeout number 3 for Bradish. And Marchand pokes it back to the pitcher's mound. For out number 2, I need to change soundtracks because we are off in Tunic Land. We're off somewhere else in Tunic Land. All right, 2 quick outs for Bradish. He's looking pretty dominant out there. Tyler Freeman in the 9 spot, bottom of the order, looking to change that. Hit pretty hard toward the gap and right, but too high in the sky. Cedric Mullins has it for out number 3. Okay, we're through 2.5 now. Woodruff back up. 23 pitches through 2 so far. TJ Friedel up. And this one pretty deep to left field. But the left fielder has it. Brennan snags out number 1 on the 2-2 count. Tries to take the changeup deep, but just misses. Now Alex Bregman off to a slow start this season, hitting .216. And he will be the first hit of the game. Hits this one into shallow right field. Takes it to the opposite field for a 1-out base hit. Emmanuel Rivera in the 9 spot. He is 5 for 14 so far this season.
Strike 3.
But he will be a strikeout victim here. Swing and a miss. Second punch out for Woodruff. Sat down on the 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Just blew it by him. And Jackson Holliday, tough play for the second baseman. No throw as Holliday hustles down the line. That's an infield single. Bregman takes second base. And now they've got a runner in scoring position with 2 outs for the hottest hitter on the team, Heston Kierstad. Kierstad hit directly to Freeman at second. So hit pretty well, but the defender was there, makes the catch for out number 3. So 2 runners stranded. We are through 3 scoreless, 2 hits for Baltimore in the inning. And now Juan Brito back up, top of the order for the Invaders. And that'll be the first hit for the Invaders as that little chip shot finds some grass in shallow left center field. He will be a leadoff hit and base runner for Gavin Conticello, batting in the 2 spot. Lefty coming in with a .306 average in his rookie season. Batting out of the 2 spot in a major league organization as a rookie. It's because he's just that good. Shot down the line, just fair. Back into the corner, it rolls around. He'll make it into second with a double. Brito is going to move up to third base. Conticello continues to hit well. That is a double in back-to-back games for him. And now there's 2 runners in scoring position on second and third after Brito goes from first to third on the hit for the most expensive player on the team, Luis Robert Jr. Luis Robert Jr. is 417 with runners in scoring position, 10 for 24. He's going to make it 11 for 25. Both runners come in to score on the Luis Robert Jr. single. And the score is now Las Vegas 2, Baltimore 0. And still nobody out in the inning. Luis Robert Jr.'s got ice in his veins, clutching up. He's hitting like .435 now or something with runners in scoring position, which is insane if he could keep that up. And that is Robert Jr.'s 12th and 13th RBI of the season. So Jace Young now with Robert Jr. Got some wheels, always a threat to steal a base. Young puts it in play, chance for the double play, and they manage to turn two. Jace Young grounds one softly over to the second baseman. There's the replay. No speed on Young either. He was hustling, I'm sure, but the Orioles pretty happy with that one. They get 2 outs, bases cleared for Luis Matos. And he'll pop that up right in front of home plate. All right, Bregman has it side retired, but Invaders score 2 runs on 3 hits and take the lead. Brandon Woodruff now back out to pitch for the Invaders. Catcher Adley Rutschman coming up. He had 22 home runs last season and hit 279 on the season. Slow start for him this year. This one, though, ain't coming back. That's a moonshot. 6th row in right field. 413 feet. Adley Rutschman giving the crowd something to cheer about as Baltimore takes one back. And it's now 2-1 Vultures on the solo home run. Woodruff gonna have to settle back down after that one. He took that fastball low and inside and just turned on it. Four-pitch walk. Does not see a strike in the at-bat, so ball 4 means that Thomas takes his base. First walk of the game issued by Woodruff. And now Jordan Westberg up. Pops it up on the infield. Out number 1. So good out for Woodruff. He's just one good ground ball away from getting out of this if they can turn a double play of their own. But Cedric Mullins is up. Even keeled across the board. I think he's better than a 45. He should be, yeah. He was hitting 280 last season, almost 800 OPS. 32-year-old center fielder. And he will pop this one up on the infield. Got under it for an easy out number 2. So now it's up to TJ Friedel. And cameraman, zoom. They tried to throw behind the runner to catch Thomas getting off the bag at first base, but he got back to the bag in time before being tagged out. So safe at first. Good cameraman. And the ball gets away. The pitch low and inside kicks away from Marchand, and the runner will advance to second on the wild pitch. Change up in the dirt. So runner in scoring position. Count is 2 balls, 2 strikes on Friedel. And he'll put this one in play into left field, playable for Brennan. Out number 3. All right, so the solo homer puts Baltimore on the board. Vegas still out in front. Up to bat for them is Brennan, 0 for 1 today. He's called out for strike 3. Strikeout number 4 for Bradish on the game. 1 out now. Bases clear for Arenamo. In play, shortstop's got it. Makes the throw. And that will be out number 2. So Rafael Marchand, he had a really good year last year, but he's off to a very slow start this year, hitting 190 when he's surrounded by so many other big offensive powerhouses.
Strike 3.
And he goes down on strikes here. He definitely looks like the odd man out right now. So 3 up, 3 down for Las Vegas. He had a nice AB with a full count, but they got him with a slider that caught the corner. 7-pitch at bat was pretty good. That ball went into orbit for a second. Yeah. Woodruff back out, giving up 3 hits and a run. Now he's going to face 8-9 hole hitter Alex Bregman. I can't believe Bregman's in the 8 hole already this early in his contract. But he's got his 2nd hit of the game. And that'll be a leadoff hit. Man on, tying run at first now. Go-ahead run at home in Emmanuel Rivera, who's 0 for 1. This one hangs up there in left. Out number 1. Cotton candy. Top of the order, Jackson Holiday, full count, smacked into shallow left field. That'll move the runner over to second on a one-out single. So now 2 hits in the game. Bregman stands at second, or sorry, 2 hits in the inning. Holiday at first for Kierstad. Not the guy you want to see in this position if you're Brandon Woodruff. But he gets him to pop it up by first base. Lots of people standing around first base. I don't know who catches it. The infield fly is in effect, so it doesn't matter. It's an automatic out regardless. Time to explain the infield fly again. Just kidding. It's out number 2. I'm not going to explain that. Figure it out. So Woodruff sees a way out of this now, but he's got to get Adley Rutschman out. He had a solo homer earlier. He actually lines it back to the pitcher who makes the catch. Someone yesterday was asking if that was even possible, and it is. They said, I've never seen anybody hit it back to the pitcher and him catch the ball. Well, there you go. The pitcher catches a 63.8 mile an hour comebacker to make out number 3. So 2 left stranded. Top of the 6th now for Las Vegas, up to bat. Tyler Freeman in the 9 spot, looking for a hit. And he's going to pop this one up to the first baseman on the infield. Bregman's got it. Juan Brito, 1 for 2 today. One of Vegas's 3 hits. And he will pop this up on the infield. So Bradish getting a lot of contact that was resulting in a bunch of pop flies for a team that's normally pummeling these pitches into the gap in the outfield. Gavin Conticello did just that last time up.
Strike 3.
But this time he'll strike out, so 3 up, 3 down for Vegas. Still 2-1. Looking for some more offense. All right, Woodruff back out in the 6th, trying to get a quality start against the heart of the order here. Starting with Lane Thomas. Hits this hard. Shortstop Arenamo today's got it. Out number 1 with the putout. Now Jordan Westberg. 0 for 2, but he's got some good hitting on the season. Hitting .323. Good strikeout for Woodruff. Or, yeah, on Westberg. And that is his only 3rd strikeout of the game. He's 87 pitches in now, trying to get one more out in the 6th for that quality start against Cedric Mullins. Mullins hits this one past the first baseman. That'll be in for a double as the right fielder thinks about the meaning of life while holding on to the ball and sees a shape in the clouds that catches his attention. So that'll go down as a double. Mullins now in scoring position, and Woodruff may be facing his last batter here in TJ Friedel. But he won't have to worry about it because Robert Jr. comes in for the catch in cotton candy center field. Woodruff through 6. So good outing. And now Bradish back out in the 7th, 78 pitches in. He's dealing right now. I'm a little surprised. Luis Robert Jr. going to try and turn that around. Full count on him. And he looks at ball 4. So good at bat there on 6 pitches. Fouled off the curveball at the bottom of the zone and then sat on the slider and the sinker. They were working him inside, it looks like. So leadoff base runner now for Young, who hit into a double play last time up. This time, though, he will hit it hard through the infield up the middle. And that's going to go down for a single. Robert Jr. going first to third. He is safe at third as the throw comes in and misses. So runners on the corners now after a couple of good at-bats for Luis Matos. 2-2. But he strikes out. Huge strikeout for Bradish, and that'll be the last batter he faces. So substitute in for the Orioles, Luis de Leon, who's seen 10 appearances, 5 innings pitched. Is not usually a good sign if you are a reliever, but he's been getting a lot of single outs and 2 outs. So he is not giving up a run in his last 4 appearances at least. And he's a lefty playing the lefty matchup, so in to face Brennan now. 2-2. And Brennan will loft this one into right. Maybe deep enough to score the run home. Let's see. Play at the plate. Safe. After the catch, Robert Jr. tags up from third to slide in at home. And that is a sacrifice fly to make it 3-1 Las Vegas. So Vegas gets an extra insurance run there. And now there's 2 outs for Arenamo. Puts it in play just past the pitcher's mound. No chance. That's going to be an infield single. They show good discretion and hold onto the ball. So Arenamo uses his speed to get a hustle single to first. So that'll move Young into scoring position for Marchand. Marchand lines this one sharply, but Thomas is in on it in right for out number 3. So 1 run comes across on the sacrifice fly. Woodruff got a little extra cushion. He's back out to face Alex Bregman in the top of the 7th. And Bregman grounds this one to third. Low throw, but Young makes the play. Out number 1. So that was a 2-pitch out. He's trying to see if he can get another out here in the 7th. Getting close to 100 pitches. Rivera up.
Strike 3.
And he strikes him out. Woodruff blew the fastball by him for the 4th strikeout, and new pitcher in after Woodruff gets to kind of his pitch count. That'll bring in Keegan Aiken. Keegan Aiken gave up 3 runs back on the first, but had 2 1/3 scoreless against the Angels last time out. And he will be a lefty facing 2 lefties, so I think some good bullpen management here. Jackson Holliday and Kierstad are both left-handed batters, but Woodruff ends his day 6 2/3 innings of 1-run baseball.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Aiken gets the final strikeout, or the final out of the inning with the strikeout. All right, let's do. Actually, I remember this soundtrack is good, but it gets annoying after a while. I'm already at that spot. All right, let's listen to some Risky Rain. Joel Cannell. No runs given up in his last 3 outings. He's got a 5.14 ERA early in the season, 7 innings of relief work. He's got a fastball, slider, sinker, splitter, cutter. None of them particularly great pitches, but he exercises great control, and his pitches have some good movement on them to induce ground balls. Tyler Freeman. Oh, puts this one in play. Shortstop Holiday can't hold on to it, and he drops it for an error. He dropped the ball on a 73-mile-an-hour liner right at him. Can't make the play. Have you ever seen a no-hitter pitched in this game? Not yet. Knock on wood. Not yet. One day, maybe. So Freeman will take first on the error for Brito. A steal attempt. Not satisfied with the 2-run cushion. Freeman gets his 4th stolen bag, punishes the error, reaches scoring position with nobody out. Gives Brito a scoring opportunity.
Strike 3.
But he will strike out. So Kunal delivers. And now Conticello, the lefty, 1 hit in the game for him. Another steal attempt. He's going for 2. Freeman, with back-to-back steals, catches the Orioles' defense sleeping and has swiped another bag. He's like, I'll do it myself. So he now stands at 3rd for Conticello. Puts it in play. They're playing infield in. Play at the plate. Rushman nails him. They make the tag at home to stop the run. The ball hit too softly, and the defense protects the plate and prevents the run from going across. So the steals do not amount to anything, unfortunately, on that softly hit grounder from Conticello.
Strike 3.
And then Luis Robert Jr. with the second strikeout to end the inning. Bottom of the 8th now. Aiken, 2-run lead, back out to face Kierstad and the switch hitting Rushman. He's 0 for 3 today, and he'll softly ground one to short. Comes in, Arenamo gloves it, throw in time, out number 1 on 1 pitch. 2-2 Rushman.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. That's the second strikeout for Aiken. Rushman down on strikes. And now Lane Thomas. That's hard hit. Second baseman Freeman's there, makes the play. 8th inning over. 3 up, 3 down. Top of the 9th. 2-run lead, looking for some insurance runs. Full count on Jace Young. That one hit pretty hard to center. Still going back on it. Makes a leap. Mullins has the leaping catch on the 104-mile-an-hour hit to rob a double. 3-star play on that one. So hard hit, but just couldn't find any grass out there. Matos, first pitch swinging, grounds it over to short. Out number 2. 2 outs for Will Brennan. First baseman has it. Good play. Picks up the grounder. Bregman's got it. And final chance for the Orioles. Closer Abner Uribe in to try and shut the door for the last 3 outs against Jordan Westberg, Cedric Mullins, and TJ Friedel here. Westberg with 5 home runs already on the season. Actually, sorry, there's a pinch. They pinch hit Westberg for Gunnar Henderson, which is also a scary person to have come off the bench to face the righty Uribe. 3 balls on Gunnar Henderson. Uh-oh, chat. That's a leadoff walk. The tying run comes to the plate. On 4 straight pitches, does not get the call, trying to work the corners. Cedric Mullins up now, 2 strikes on him. Smacked hard, but the left fielder Brennan is on to make the play for out number 1. So good out on a very hard hit ball. Now TJ Friedel, he's 0 for 3 today. 2-2. In play, pitcher's got it. Throw to second, to first, double play, game over. Uribe comes in, gets the save. The Invaders win the series 2-1, the game 3-1. GG's at Camden Yards. 5 hits for the Invaders becomes 3 runs. They hold Baltimore to 1 run on 6 hits. Amazing 1-6-3 double play. Yep, great double play. Las Vegas manager Scott Tyler called it a darn good win. Now the Invaders have started the season 14-4 and have been sensational so far. Uribe is an extreme ground baller, and that's the kind of ground ball he wants to induce.
This
exactly
is the
that.
sound redemption.
The double play ball. Great outing by Woodruff and the bullpen. Player of the game Woodruff, I agree. Oh. E. Choose outcome. The Invaders will win. Believers, take your points. I'm surprised that we won with both Kerry Carpenter and Jazz on the bench. Saving that for sure. But yeah, we got some depth. We didn't have that many hits, but our pitchers and pitchers just held it down for us. Geraldo Salas was in a mood to talk following the Salt Lake Bees contest against the Nashville High Notes. Why are you telling me that? He had a complete game shutout of the High Notes. Oh, they shut out my AAA team? Complete game? Bro. 9 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts, allowed 5 hits. My AAA team got absolutely wrecked. But that's okay. I got 10 emails. Lots of emails. The double steal was incredible. Yeah, but it didn't amount to anything, but that's okay. Enjoy your channel points. Let me see how many you guys won. 650k coming from Doubters. It was a close game. Commodore, biggest winner and believer, 200k on the line. Biggest loser, no berserker. Tried to go deep. Went all in. I respect it. Hello, Ital. We have a 3-game series at home against the Rays kicking off today. Here's my report. Going 10-8 so far. The Rays have a 556 win percentage, second place in the AL East. Their batting average is 13th in the American League. That's not very good. Basically, we should win these games, but their starter ERA is 2.98, so their starting pitching is really good. Because they got Drew Rasmussen, extremely dominant in his first 4 starts. 8 innings pitched last time out, 3 runs. Then 2 runs, then 1 run, then 0 runs. So he's been great. And they also have Taj Bradley. Taj Bradley got hit for 7 in 3 starts ago, but he's still got insane pitches. They also got Xavier Isaac, 23-year-old future phenom. Look at the power, dude. Holy power. He had 35 homers last season for them. Brother, as a 22-year-old? Reese Olson, their starting pitching looks crazy. Shortstop Carson Williams. He had 23 dingers for them last year. 40 homers in AAA. Still 23. I'm scouting all my own players. Try and get a better idea of where they're at. He needs a little more experience before he transitions from a spot starter into a back of the rotation option. He may have some trouble getting lefties out. Rafael Marchand. He's been off to a real slow start. He's a defensive marvel, but he's league average at hitting. I can see that. He's hitting worse this year. But I was trying to get like higher scouting accuracy on everybody just to kind of get an idea of if they've gone up or down. He does think Cal Stevenson's eye is back to his 70s, so that's good. OSA thinks Arenamo could be a 55. If he reaches a 50, I'd be impressed with that. His defense has come down. But his contact has just gone up. Like he could go up even higher too, which is crazy. Conticello's scouting. Yeah, he's had a 50 potential. And then Dustin May, we think he's still a 50. Okay, yeah, I'm just getting scouts on all of my own teams. Okay, where was I? Check waivers. Nobody there. Check free agents. Nobody there. Check the trading block out of curiosity. Lucas Urseg. Didn't we look at him for some reason? He was having some struggles. There's Tyler Malley. That's our guy. And Foscue. That's our guy. Joey Bart. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything really cooking. What's the next big event? It's going to be the draft pool announcement tomorrow. We play Tampa. And we got to go against Ryan Pepio. I don't know how to... Is that how you pronounce his name? He's off to a okay start. He's got 4 good pitches. Good, just balanced control, balanced stamina. Who's pitching for us is the question. Bobby Miller. But I've got him on more of a pitch count, so he doesn't hurt himself. Use the bullpen a little more. Pepio, that's what I said. Pep-E-O. Mariners 5-13. Yeah, they're you wouldn't know they went to the World Series in my save 2 years ago, would you? By the way, I missed some subs. Lincolnberry Punch for 52 months. I'm sorry I missed your sub. Hello. Kind of crazy. I started watching when I first started college during peak COVID, and today I just did my last final exam of undergrad. I don't like hearing that chat is growing up while watching the stream because it makes me feel old. Thanks for the good streams and awesome community. People love. Thank you for the 52 months, Lincolnberry Punch. I hope you've passed your last final exam of undergrad and you get your degree so that you can not be a streamer and get a real job. Wait, I have a degree and am still a streamer. Damn. Okay, well, I guess you're doomed. Chillin' Sicilian, thank you for the 57 months. Can we get Glorp as Las Vegas Invaders mascot or just a BTTV emote? Do you guys want so many BTTV emotes? You don't even use most of them. Probably not, but I'll look. We have 7 TV Glorp. There you go. Okay. Are you happy now? This one shakes. That one does shake. All right, Luis Robert Jr. needs a day off, which is fine because Freeman can just play center. I'm just gonna make sure that he's benched for one day. And then everybody else should be good. Take a look at these freaking numbers, man. Juan Brito is on fire against righties. It's an insane difference, so he's got to start. Young has kind of cooled off. He got a hit in the last couple games. But I am just going to start Brito because he's crazy. Instead of Jace. Man, Marchand just kind of... Both my catchers are terrible against righties. Marchand was way better last year against righties. I'm going to give Indy Rodriguez this start. Has anybody played this game that has knowledge of... Like in real life, certain pitchers prefer certain catchers. And then like anytime so-and-so pitches, this dude will always be his catcher, and they like are in sync. I don't know if this game has anything like that, where like pitchers with different catchers play differently, sometimes slightly, Are we watching this one? No. I want to get through some more games. We just watched one. Not that I know of, but it would be cool. Yeah, I want to sim some games so we can get deeper. I would like to do the amateur draft today, which is in July. So I don't know if we'll get that far. That would be the all-star break, but it'd be nice to get that far because there's not too much to do when the team's clicking and we can just kind of see if we win or if we lose. We watched like 6 games yesterday to start the season, so I want to sim a little bit so the season doesn't take 10 more streams. That way we can find out if we're doomed to fall off of our high horse and our pedestal or whether we were actually very good. Who's got the highest OBP? Burrito does versus... Who theoretically has the best eye? JC Young does, theoretically. Followed by Burrito. All right, let's have Burrito hit second. Carpenter hit third. Conicello fourth. Then Matos. Then Aronamo. Then Rodriguez. Then Pratt. Then Tyler Freeman. Something like that. All right, and then Bobby Miller's pitching. Okay, looks good. Kyle Hart, Colorado reliever, suffered a partially torn UCL and has to sit for the rest of the year. Very sad. Finish today, Tampa Bay. Time for game. You have received a personal message. We beat Tampa. Holy moly. Chat, are we actually good? We only got 4 hits and we scored 5 runs. What does that mean? Las Vegas Invaders starter Bobby Miller turned in a top-notch performance against the Rays at Omnibus Park. The result was a dub for the Invaders. Early on, the Invaders at 15-4 have played an impressive brand of baseball. Luis Matos had a big 2-run homer for the Invaders in the top of the first inning. Las Vegas is leading 1-0, or they were leading 1-0 with a runner on second, and he sized up a changeup from Ryan Pepio and punished it. The result was his second homer of the season, put the Invaders up 3-0. Bobby was able to locate to both sides up and down, said Vegas manager Scott Tyler. Jazz Chisholm Jr. with a hit and 2 RBIs. Burrito with a hit. Carpenter 0 for. Conticello 0 for. Matos 1 for 2. Aronamo, Rodriguez, Pratt 0 for. Freeman with a hit. Freeman had a double. Matos had the homer. And Jazz Chisholm Jr. had his 5th homer of the season. Holy moly. 5th homer of the season? What's he on pace for, chat? He only had 13 with the Yankees last year. He's getting stronger. Okay, if he had 330 at-bats last season, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, he's on pace for like 22 home runs? Wait, hold on. If he had 330 at-bats, then you divide these two. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, so times 5. So you'd have like, a little less than 25 if he had the same number of ABs. But if he did a full like 588, he has projected numbers right there. I didn't even know there were projected numbers in this game. 10.5 WAR projected. There's no shot. There's no shot he's gonna keep up that pace. That's impossible. 43 homers. He came over and he's like, these batting coaches, man. These batting coaches, they're so amazing. They give me this delicious protein powder every day, and it's turned me into a massive home run hitter. I don't know what happened, but I get 3 shots before every game, and suddenly I can hit 43 homers. I didn't know there were projections there. All right, the ad's gonna start in like 5-10 seconds. I'm gonna get a drink and a snack since I haven't stood up in a couple hours while the ad's going. Anyway, they said, how'd you get this guy? I pay him lots of money. I signed him to a $108 million deal for 5 years. He wanted to get paid by the other teams, and we had to pay the new team tax. At the time, he was not worth this much money. He's probably still not, but we had to pay like a 20 to 25% tax because nobody wants to play for our team. So we have to offer them exorbitant amounts to come play for us. This is not how you're supposed to play, by the way. You're supposed to not be paying these guys for 5 years. You're supposed to be prioritizing prospects, but I want to win. And we're freaking winning it. We're 15-4 right now. We're 15-4, dude. We just won a game. I want to see what happened in the first. Jazz Chisholm Jr. reached on an error, E4. So second baseman made an error. Hit by pitch, Juan Brito. Kerry Carpenter grounds out, but it moves Jazz over to third. Conticello, wild pitch. So the pitcher, wild pitch, just a terrible inning for them. Jazz scores, Kerry Carpenter to second, Conticello strikes out, and then Luis Matos with a 2-run homer just to punish them even more. I don't know what makes players actually want to come over to a team. Now that I think about it. Okay, the ad just started. I have 30 emails. Take a look at all these first place trophies that we're going to get at the end of the season. I will be right back. Yo. Fan favorite Seth Blair is going today for Tampa. Where is Seth Blair? Is he actually pitching today? No. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they haven't decided yet. Why do I have 30 emails? I know why, because I just got like 30 scouting reports queued up. Invaders stopped trying to play small ball and started hitting dingers. We kind of did, yeah. I didn't mean to. Listen, I feel a little guilty about the Kerry Carpenter trade, to be honest, but I didn't do anything to cheese the AI. I just I did a shop around and they offered it and I just took the offer. Sometimes owners in real life do stupid trades that everyone except them can tell. Like, people have traded people for worse reasons. They like pissed off the GM or something in like a conversation and they're like, you're out of here, type of thing. You know what I mean? You don't know what's going on behind closed doors. The Luca trade. Chat, all three chatters are like, Luca. How are the Invaders doing for the league steals? Let's see. It says we're first in the American League, but I don't know how that stacks up against the National League. I don't know if there's like a total for the entire MLB. There's a team statistics. I guess there might be a place where it says sortable stats. That's pretty cool. They even let you customize and make your own stat spreads. Why are we 405 as our ID? I don't know. Well, I don't know where the rest of the teams are. I don't know how you see the like NL teams. But anyway, it's pretty cool that they let you actually customize the view so you can actually choose by like what records you want to see. Seasons, playoffs, win percent. So yeah, you can actually create custom team stat comparisons. Oh yeah, there you go. Boom. So if I want, I can be like view stolen bags, sort by stolen bags. We are tied for first with the D-backs and the Nationals. That's a really cool feature. I might have to go through here and like pick some stats. I don't want to do it right now. And save some overviews to kind of compare. Didn't know you could like set your own. So much customization in this game. I keep finding new stuff every day. Historical simulation accuracy. I don't even know what that means. Mini number. Yeah, we can look at the player stats right now too for combined league scope. Young, tied for second with most runs batted in. Jazz Chisholm Jr. with the most runs, so he's been on base and we've brought him in 18 times. Conticello, 3 caught stealings. Brother. It's not good, dude. We're gonna have to turn that down. Even more. You're not supposed to be that bad at stealing. You're supposed to be good at stealing, but clearly something's not working, so I'll turn that down. 3 caught stealings is real bad. Luis Robert Jr. caught stealing 3 times as well, which is insane. What? He's got 75 stealing ability. Yeah, that's not, those are not good numbers. Surprised we don't have more people up in the top. We're just like really solid as a team, apparently. And our pitching is probably insane. Bobby Miller, 3rd in ERA through 4 starts. Oh yeah, we didn't even look in the win. I read the thing, but then I didn't even look because we only had 4 hits. I didn't even look at pitching. Miller went 8 innings? I set him to an 85 pitch count, and he still pitched 95 pitches. Which, you know, whatever. He got through 8 innings? Three hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, all those grounders. We're gonna have to extend him, but he's gonna want so much money, dude. I wanted to extend him last year, and I just didn't. We're gonna work on his stamina in the offseason. Because now he wants an $8.4 million deal, and if we try and buy out his arbitration years, he's gonna want even more. He wanted way less last year, so... I wanted to, and I just didn't. I doubted, because he's up for ARB next year, 6.5 mils. So 3-year extension would be his arbitration years. Apply arbitration demand. It's gonna be 6, 10, 14. I think we could have definitely gone cheaper. And then he'll be 31. So if you apply long-term demand, I could sign. He's also got high financial ambition. I could sign long-term if you make it worth my while. 17.4 seems fair for those years. 68 mil over 5 years would probably work for me. So you could probably get this a little lower. 7.3, 11, 15. So you'd be paying higher than arbitration, but that also is kind of like a show of good faith, and they probably... I'm not going to do it right now. We're going to wait a little longer. But if he gets better and wants more, then so be it. But yeah, we're paying a little bit more than arbitration to hope that he's a god here, and you're saving... you know, up to $10 million per year here compared to what he might command for his like free agency years. You might be able to lower this offer and get an agreement with him, especially if you extended it to like a 6th year till he's 34, but that's a long way. That's 34-year-old, which, you know, as a pitcher you could still do, but it's a risk. I think it gets risky once you get past like maybe this 32 to 33 mark. So I'm not going to do it yet. But it's interesting. Snyder came in, gave up a run. Snyder's had some trouble so far. He doesn't quite look like himself. And then Uribe picked up his 6th save, got 2 outs. Gave up a walk. I don't know why they didn't just let Uribe take the 9th by himself, to be honest. Instead of Snyder, he's literally the closer. Maybe he was tired. Because didn't he just pitch? Yeah, he just pitched the previous day. So he's probably a little tired, and they were like, Snyder, you can... Wait, no, you can't. two walks and an earned run? How close was it at the end? Snyder, walk, double, walk. Load the bases, nobody out, and bring in Uribe? Holy, I didn't realize it was that close. The winning run in the 9th was on at the plate with nobody out, and then Uribe walked a run in. Oh wait, no, there's a pickoff throw. Holy pickoff throw. Actually held the runner? So walked Simpson and then picked him off at first for out number 1, but then a double. So Carson on second, walk, so first and second. Abner Uribe walks the bases loaded with 1 out. And then Jonathan Aranda grounds into a fielder's choice, which means they actually threw him out at home. Yeah, pitcher threw to catcher, out. So the defense was crazy. Brock Jones hits a single, 1 dude scores, and then strikeout to finish the game. Crazy game. All right, what do you got? Thank you for letting me in the minor league system. Wasn't I getting all these guys to specifically go to single A? I was. I didn't really need single A to be full. But since it is, I just want to make sure that they're all actually joined the correct team. He did not join the correct team. You are not supposed to... What team did you join? Why is he... I think I signed too many people. Chat, I feel bad. I signed too many people, apparently. I just signed him to a minor league contract and then released him. So at least in his, he just technically got paid for doing nothing, but in the game we don't actually have to pay him anything. Wait, why? I don't understand. I signed so many dudes. But like there were a lot of empty spots on the rosters, so what the hell? There were a ton of empty spots on the roster, and now there's not? I don't really understand what happened. Balatro? If I go to Song Radio... It says Schedule 1. True, they are very similar. Balatro's soundtrack is like 20 minutes long. It's very short. We could just play it on repeat, just like they do. I was looking to see if there were any other good soundtracks there. Okay. Let's just listen to Citizen Sleepy. Scouting report on Matos. Potential is 50, 25-year-old right fielder from Venezuela. He has excellent outfield range, but will be tested in larger parks with wide open spaces like ours. His speed is above average. He's a weak hitter and will likely be relegated to the bench. I don't know, the start to his season says otherwise, but we're gonna find out. Kang observes Abner Uribe. His stuff is untouchable, but control could hold him back. He needs another pitch to effectively handle lefties. Ian Hamilton, 45, kind of what we thought. Luke Weaver, 50, which is kind of what we thought. Kang has looked at Keegan Aiken, who is pretty much what we thought. Yeah, I'm just trying to get higher accuracy on our players, including some of our people who are now in AAA, because they've regressed. Like, we thought that, for example, Winseal Perez was much better than he ended up. He went from a 65 to a 55 defense, for example. Like, that's a pretty big slide on defense. Oh yeah, and Nelson Rada also. I forgot that I did that last night too. So Nelson Rada was a dude that we drafted from the Rule 5 picks, and I haven't decided what to do with him yet. So I wanted to get some more scouting on him because Kang thinks that his potential has been reached. We got very high scouting accuracy. That may not be the case. He's tearing it up in AAA. He's currently on a rehab assignment after an 8-month injury kept him out with ruptured Achilles tendon. So he's on a rehab assignment in AAA. Once that rehab assignment is up, we have to either use him or lose him. Those are the two options. And he's got really great outfield defense with a mid arm, great speed, great stealing, great contact, a decent eye. So he might be worth something, but we already have some good outfielders, so we'll see how he does in the rehab assignment. Gave Foscue a little scout just to see. He thinks Foscue's reached his potential. He's off to a bad start in AAA. Kerry Carpenter. He actually thinks Kerry Carpenter is a 55 now after demoting him to a 50. So this is why I'm scouting my guys again, right? He thinks Kerry Carpenter is like, whoops, maybe I misjudged him. I thought he was a 50. Nah, he's a 55. Can you scout your scout? I cannot scout my scout with another scout. But yeah, Kerry Carpenter's got really good contact, really good power, really good gap power, and a serviceable eye. So super balanced, good defense. Like Will Brennan, we thought was a 45 last year. Now we think he's a 50. Unfortunately for Brennan, Brennan is like stuck in AAA right now. Wait, what? Why is he in AAA? He's literally in my lineup. Why does he have the other clothes on? Why is he he's right here in my organization, but he's wearing the wrong uniform. Confusing. Weekly team power rankings. Major League Baseball power rankings. Look who's number one, brother. Look who's number one. The freaking Las Vegas Invaders. The Pioneers are actually 13th. I wonder why. They picked up Blaze Alexander, which I do feel a bit guilty about. They got some higher potential guys in their org now. Mariners dead last. The Red Sox down here. And then where are the Cardinals? My brain is not working. I'm looking up and down. There they are. Wow, they fell down hard. San Antonio Cowpokes first in the division. Hey, that's us. That's our AA team. League news. Matt Wallner put up last week. The numbers that Matt Wallner put up were the envy of the league, and he got the AL Player of the Week. 9 hits and 25 at-bats with 5 home runs for the Twins. Crazy power, dude. Strikeout machine, but he still takes walks. He swings for the fences every time up. He's got 8 homers in the season. What a god. National League Player of the Week, Dane Myers. 10 RBI, 4 homers. The draft pool has been revealed. The deadline has passed for players to declare for the first-year player draft. Major League Baseball officials released a list of all teams with players who can be chosen on draft day. Teams have a chance to scout the draft pool for 90 days before the draft is held. The transactions page has been updated. Okay, let's take a look-see. Wait, that's not where it is. This is where it is. Draft pool updated. Look at all these potential gamers. It's hard to tell with very low scouting accuracy who we've got here. When are we allowed to use the combine? June 7th. Okay, June 7th. Make sure there's no filter here. So I'm going to start getting scouting reports on these dudes, but the scouting reports are not going to give us much info because they're high school and college players. So it's not as easy to scout high school and college players. So we have the combine that starts on the 5th, and that's going to allow us to invite players to a combine to kind of do a little practice on the field where you get a lot better scouting on them. So for now, we're just going to do everybody that's like... I mean, you may as well just line all these guys up. The scouting report will, I think, increase your accuracy a little bit. But the real scouting accuracy comes from the combine now. That's a new feature, I think. So I'm going to request a scouting report on all these bros. Portland is in a strong division. They're like the Raiders of the MLB. Yeah, they're in the NL West. I didn't realize that I was throwing them into the pit of the Dodgers. The Padres really fell off last year, but the Padres were a strong team. Giants, strong team. Rockies they're the one that they have to try and pick on, but the Rockies are doing better now too. But you're right. You are right. Who's this? Dude, the guy that we had shortlisted for a potential third baseman is up for waivers. I don't know why. I don't know why they're dropping Ronnie Mauricio. The trick is we don't need a third baseman now. That's the problem. We could try and get him and then trade him again. But like, why is he even... Let's see what the Mets are doing. They're in last place. They've got Jeremy Rodriguez. Oh, they just brought this 20-year-old rookie up to play third, and to make space for him, they're getting rid of Mauricio. This dude's got a 45 right now, so he's ready for the league, but he's got a 65 potential, insane contact rate, it's good gap power, good eye, and maybe some good power as well, with pretty phenomenal range. So I guess they've just decided to take Jeremy Rodriguez, and that's all that they see in Mauricio. I would have still tried to protect Mauricio. Like, who's on their 40-man that they're protecting instead? Like, they have some trash on here. No, these are real people. Okay, they're not trash. They're just not ready. Okay, they're just not ready. Like, I feel like they're protecting a bunch of dudes who they could easily get rid of instead. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if the AI struggles with like getting rid, like just let Luke at third base go, brother. He ain't gonna play on your MLB team, you know what I mean? Like, ditch him and protect Mauricio to have some depth. I feel like they get rid of their depth pieces a little bit too frequently. I guess they do have like a bunch of people here. Like, they have Mark Vientos. He's more of a first baseman. Brett Beatty. Great arm for third, but range and double play not so good, but they're paying him like $3 million. So, I mean, they do have some choices. And then Jeremy Rodriguez, a different J-Rod. Ronnie's salary is like 1.3 mil. I wouldn't want to keep him is the problem. He's out of option years, so I won't be able to put him in AAA. So I would have to try and claim him off waivers and then instantly trade him. And if nobody wants him, then I'm in trouble, right? So it's a bit risky, but I don't see why no one would want him. He's not going to replace Jazz. Like, we already have Jazz, everyday third baseman, and he doesn't have the talent, I don't think, for shortstop. So you'd have to move Jazz over, which would be a little strange. And then, even then, I don't think he's like a god. He just has potential to become better. Can we get Mauricio? I mean, you can claim him and see. If nobody else claims him, then you do. Right? If you don't get the claim, then nothing bad happens. The problem is if I claim him and then can't trade him, I just don't see why I wouldn't be able to trade him. So I'm gonna take the risk. But we won't be able to do anything with him, I don't think. All right, next game, Simmet. Everybody should be good. Like, the regular lineup should be good. The thing is that Brito is a god right now. I'm gonna give Conticello the day off, get Young at DH, get Brito in at first. And then we got Jazz, Brito, Luis Robert Jr. The thing is, like, Brito, if it wasn't... I think it makes more sense to actually have Brito lead off. I'm doing Jazz lead off just as kind of like, he's doing really good from the leadoff, so I'm scared to move him. But Brito has speed, eye, and OBP, and then Jazz has the pop. So if he can get on in front of Jazz and Luis Robert Jr., then that's beneficial. And Kerry Carpenter. What a stacked front of the order here. And then Young is good, but let's move Matos up just so we have like a righty, lefty, righty, switch righty. That way it kind of protects against a specialist coming out and getting like 2 or 3 of your guys out in a row. Looks good. Who's pitching? It's Tyler Malley. All right. I can't believe we have a 6-man rotation right now, and somehow it's working. I don't know if I want to keep it long-term but if all of our pitchers are good, I think my long-term thing is I'm going to end up trying to move Cade Horton down and then bring up that other dude who's stuck in AAA, who I moved for Quinn Matthews is just like, let me play, coach. He's got a 1.38 ERA in 2 starts in AAA. He's kind of like, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be with you. And he might be better than Cade. Ground ball power pitcher, 97 miles an hour, fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. Still got some room for some more stuff. Only 26. We optioned him to try to make room for some weird roster moves. I think we give Cade one more start, and we might end up switching them up during the All-Star break. The other thing is we might end up trading Malley still. He's still in a contract year, but I need someone to want him first. All right, actually, before we finish today, we're playing home games. And if we're playing home games, then I want to see tickets. So yesterday, we did not have a sellout crowd. Lower the tickets slightly and see if that affects anything. It was close, though. $38 ticket prices equals tons of rev. Win versus Tampa, 5-2. Tyler Mahle was superb against Tampa Bay. The right-hander had a fastball that was virtually unhittable at times. The result was an Invaders victory. The score was 5-2. Keegan Aiken got the save, the first for him of the season. The Invaders, now 16-4, have played inspired baseball. Though he did not get the decision, Mahle did all he could to keep his team close, twirling a shutout through 7 innings until Vegas eventually rallied past the Rays. Tyler was better than good. He was sensational, said Scott Tyler. I don't know how we're still doing it, chat. Is this not a fluke? We're 16-4 through our first 20 games? What's the record for an expansion team? Jazz Chisholm Jr. with his 6th double. Brito had a homer from the leadoff spot. What a gamer. Brito is insane. 3rd homer of the season for him? What is happening? Robert Jr. 0 for 4. Kerry Carpenter 2 for 3 with 3 RBI. Matos 0 for Young 0 for Arenamo 2 for 3. Marchand got a hit and a ribby. Pratt 0 for 4. Kerry Carpenter 2-run homer. 2 stolen bases. Mahle 7 innings of shutout baseball with 10 strikeouts. Oh, I'm glad I didn't trade him. One player under 250 in the lineup. I know, it's insane. I don't know how we can keep this up. Weaver blew the save in the 8th and gave up 2 runs. Weaver's been struggling. Snyder came out to get 2 outs, and then Aiken got the final out. So Snyder gets credited with the hold, Aiken gets credited with the save. Starting pitching continues to be insane. And we took Seth Blair for 3 runs. Yo, we traded him to Tampa, and secret double agent Seth Blair out of the bullpen with a $2.6 million. Why is he getting paid $2.6 million? Did I sign that with him? Who signed that? When did we trade him? We traded him in 2025. No, that's when we signed him. We traded him in, he became a free agent. We let him walk, and then somebody signed him for, I guess Tampa signed him for $2.6 million. Which seems crazy to me. Only 13 teams have ever had a better record through 20 games than 16-4. The Invaders are cracked. The expansion team with the best record in their second season's first 20 games was the 1961 Angels, who went 19-1, says Google AI. So that has at least a 50% chance of being true. The thing is, those are like... So they had an opener. Derek Law, Tampa's opener. Seth Blair went 6 1/3 innings. He actually had a pseudo quality start. I don't know if he gets credited with the quality start after an opener. So he actually pitched well, to be honest. But we got to him in the 8th inning to take the lead. Scored in the 1st and 3rd. Walk, ground out. Kerry Carpenter single scored the run, and then we scored in the 3rd. Juan Brito solo homer, and then 3 in the 8th. Jazz Chisholm double. Luis Robert fly out. Kerry Carpenter 2-run homer. Luis Matos walk. Jace Young reaches on an error. New pitcher Arenamo walk. Rafael Marchand tags up after a flyout. Cooper Pratt fielder's choice. 3 runs, 2 hits, and an error. Wow. I don't know how we're doing this, brother. Google is lying to you. The 1961 Angels were 8-12 through 20. I love how like AI just makes some shit up and is like, yeah, that's probably true. I don't know. Send it. Classic AI. The thing with AI is I still cannot believe that Google and all these other companies just shoved it out the door and put it at the top of their search results with 100% confidence. You know what I mean? Just like literally made up information is just at the top of search results now. Like the internet is in the toilet compared to what it was like in the 90s and the 2000s. It's crazy that it's just there with a stamp of approval next to it, just with made up information. But like AI is, you know, it has the potential to be great, but the only way for it to be great is for it to source everything that it puts. You know what I mean? Like it needs like I couldn't turn in an essay and a research paper without putting my sources somewhere. Like we need sources and information. The younglings will never know the golden age. Like if I saw AI answer for something, just show me like that comes from Encyclopedia Britannica. Like when I wrote a, you know, essay back in 7th grade. It's crazy. Because I'm thinking over here, damn, 1901's crazy. I was, however, thinking that AI could be awesome in this game if it was like, think about they have data on historical baseball through the 1800s. Imagine if there was just like a limited function AI, very limited, not like a assistant or anything like that. Just a very limited function that would give you cool stats based on how your fictional team was doing compared to the like historical records from the 1800s. Like if you won a game and there was just a little AI blurb that was like, fun fact, your team through 20 games makes you the 5th winningest expansion team through a 2nd season of baseball, like a really obscure kind of like way to, like when I watch baseball games, they have a team of people who send the people with the microphones in for cool facts and information that they get to read on air. That's like, did you know that Juan Brito is the first player in baseball history to join an expansion team being claimed off of waivers on a Tuesday when it's raining and hit 425 through his first 40 at-bats? That's a fun fact. You know what I mean? Just like really obscure data points that makes baseball fun that I feel like the announcers always have when I'm watching the game, because they have like a team of people who are looking all these like little things up and feeding them little bits of info. I want like a fun fact AI that's just like, your team sucks really bad. You actually lost the most games in a single season in baseball history while also having a full lineup of lefties. It's just like, I just want fun facts. Excited to announce that last night in my Out of the Park save, Juan Soto signed an 8-year, $350 million mega deal for the inaugural season of the Brisbane Bandits. Did you make an Australian MLB team? That's going to be a hell of a away game for everybody. But congratulations. I hope Juan Soto is good for you. If he doesn't work out, then you can just be like, man, I wish I had spent $350 million on getting prospects instead by taking bad contracts from other teams. And if not, well, then you'll still have fun either way, trying to follow that career. Cooper Pratt, still about the same. Just getting updated scouting reports on a lot of these dudes. And we're getting scouting reports on, I'm not even gonna look at all these because we just ordered like 50 scouting reports on the high school and college dudes. I was hoping that Luis Torrens was better. I paid him $4 million and he sort of just kind of fell off. I guess it's fine just to have a backup catcher. Just in case. Okay, yeah, everyone's about where I thought they were. MLB news. The Houston Astros have informed Yordan Alvarez he's heading to the injured list. Classic. The 29-year-old first baseman sidelined since the 10th with a strained groin, if you will. Recent tests have confirmed the extent of the injury. It'll be 5 to 6 weeks before he returns to the field. He was hitting .339 with a homer and 6 RBI. A strained groin. Brady Singer heading to the injured list with shoulder inflammation, expected to miss 5 months. 5 months. It's a lot of months. Curtis Mead. Low work ethic, but another gamer. Tampa is trying to ditch a really high contact first baseman. I don't know what the teams are doing to put these guys on waivers. Bro only has had 9 at-bats, but he's got 2 doubles and 5 hits, and they're like, nah, see ya. Does he have options? Nope, out of options. He always turns out mid in my saves. Are you playing Tampa? I'm just debating whether it's worth making claims, and if we get any of them, just try and trade them. Like, I don't actually want him, but we're already trying that with one dude. Let's just move on for now. Uh-oh. Attendance is dropping, chat. Even though, Las Vegans hate winning, confirmed, dude. They hate winning, confirmed. We've won too much, 16-4, and they're not showing up to the games now. Turning the ticket prices down, okay? Gamer Death Bond is here already? How? Matos getting the day off? And I think Brito just, right now, Brito just needs a perma spot. Which means... it's either Young or Conticello DH. Conticello can technically play right, so we could have both of them, or I could get Brennan another start. He played on the 10th. He hasn't played in a few games. I'll give Brennan a start. When did Conticello last play? Day before yesterday? Brito's just been going crazy, dude. And I also like him at leadoff. Okay. Shifting some people around. So Matos sit. Yeah, I'm gonna give Will Brennan another start in right. There we go. Looks good. Pitching, Cade Horton. All right, this will kind of determine Cade's future. I don't expect much. If he can go 6 innings of 3 to 4 runs, then we'll keep him for the next one. Win versus Tampa 4-0. We swept Tampa and we're now 17-4. Chat is gonna think I put cheat codes into my save, dude. Chat thinks I somehow tweaked to like some weird game settings. Las Vegas starter Cade Horton put a stranglehold on the Tampa offense. The right-hander had a complete command of his fastball, leading to a 4-0 win. Luke Weaver closed it out, earning his first save. The Invaders, now 17-4, have been on fire in the early goings. Las Vegas starter Cade Horton pitched like a boss. I've never even read that sentence in Out of the Park. The 6'1" right-hander allowed no runs on 3 hits over 7 2/3 innings. Cade executed his pitches at a high level, said Las Vegas manager Scott Tyler. You could say that, yes. 10, actually, you know what? Let's just see the highlights. I forgot we can watch highlights. Are we winning too much? I don't know, Dr. Gnome. Are we winning too much? Are Las Vegans tired of winning? So, bottom of the second, Aronamo at second base with 1 out for Will Brennan, who I just put off the bench. And Brennan hits a single up the middle. So, I love when I, like, switch the lineup and instantly see a payoff. Just fiddling with the lineup. I think that the lineup order is incredibly important in baseball. Most people do, but I also think there's a lot of people who like to sim seasons with the depth chart the way it is and just pew, just go, which is fine. But again, when they make substitutions, the coach doesn't move the sub down the order or up the order or whatever. You know what I mean? So it can result in probably more losses just because the lineup doesn't actually change if there's like depth chart substitutions coming in. I wish there was a setting that was like if a depth chart substitution comes off the bench for a game, then the coach will reorganize certain people. Like you could lock people into set positions and then he could reorganize the rest with that substitution. That would be cool. 3-2 to Marchand. And Marchand belts this one to center field over the head of the center fielder. Marchand getting a double. Bat's kind of quiet so far in this season. And then Brennan crosses the plate with the RBI double to go up 2-0. And then Cade Horton out with Ohapi on first. And then slider misses low. So 2 on for Brock Jones. Gets the strikeout. And then up comes Salvador Perez. Pops it up to get out of the inning. So Cade getting out of some trouble. Looking good. And then we skip the scoring in the 6th and 7th. Apparently that was not important. Even though I thought we were watching highlights. I feel like in highlights you should see the scoring that your team did, but that's okay. And then Weaver with 1 man on almost gives up a homer. Instead, that's ball game. 4-0. 10 hits in the game. Brito 0 for, Chisholm 0 for, Luis Robert Jr. a hit, Carpenter a hit, Conticello a hit, Aronamo 3 for 4, Brennan 2 for 4, Marchand 2 for 4. So some bottom of the order production. Lots of the RBIs all came from them. Aronamo double, Marchand double, an Aronamo classic. Cade Horton and Weaver. Starting pitcher dominance. ESPN highlights show 3 things and move on to the next game. Basically, it's what it feels like. I took a look at, the Red Sox. That should be a good series. We'll watch one of these for sure. They're 12-9, defending world champions, 571 winning percentage. I got a chip on my shoulder from last year. They're 3rd in the AL in runs scored, 3rd in batting average, and they're 12th in runs given up, 6th in starter ERA, 8th in bullpen ERA. It'll be Matz versus Priester, May versus Crochet, and Woodruff versus Bubic. They still got Roman Anthony, who's only 22 years old. He had an MVP season last season, but actually he got the MVP. Tristan Casas, Rafael Devers, who won the World Series by himself. Literally, almost. Garrett Crochet, yep, Brian Bello, crazy pitching. Got this dude in AAA, trying to make him into an awesome reliever. Bunch of the amateur draft dudes getting scouted. Okay. So we still got low scouting accuracy. It's not really doing much. I have to assume it's maybe doing something. Hey, just got here. Yeah, we had a whole thing about EU5 at the beginning of the stream. If you want to see the reactions to that, Esoteric. Oh, I haven't played Europa 4, so I have no nostalgia glasses. but the short version was that I am fairly negative on how it looks in the initial screenshots. And also, I laughed because chat was like, have you seen the trailer for Europa? And I was like, nope. You guys want to watch it? I bet. It is a short cinematic with sweeping orchestral music and a bit of narration with no gameplay. And that's just every Paradox game announcement. That's exactly what it was. Chat thought that I had already watched it. But then we looked at the screenshots on Steam. In my opinion, it looks worse than Europa 4. I would rather just play Europa 4. Like, Europa 4 looks like it has a lot of charm. It has that Crusader Kings 2 look, like a classic vibe. 5 looks like it was made by 5 different underpaid graphic artists who combined their individual UI elements into a single Frankenstein creation. Like, I don't care that much about graphics, but I do care about, like, the UI. And I don't love, like, I didn't really play Victoria 3, but I love the way it looks. Visually very appealing. And Crusader Kings 3 is pretty visually appealing from, like, a UI, but I don't know. It seems like this was made in a vacuum somewhere else. Or, like, outsourced. Or like in pre-alpha. Like that's the only other explanation. But if it was in pre-alpha, I would not make those screenshots publicly available. Right? I just simply wouldn't announce it yet. And wait until it was more thoroughly developed. It looks like games that I played on YouTube in the 2015 to 2020 period and did like a one-off indie game sort of preview of. It just feels like Paradox is hanging on by a thread. I think that they've gotten a little desperate, yeah. I think they've had some big misfires with the recent failed Sims game that they had and a couple other IPs. And are trying to... They're trying to get a layup. I think they think Europa 5 is like a layup. They need something with brand recognition to try and make some sales. But I'm a hater, so, you know, not trying to poo-poo anyone's parade, but it just doesn't look good. I don't know. I'm more interested, like, when I see Europa 5 screenshots, I think, now I understand why they're just releasing 30 DLCs for their current games, because, like, all the games from 2016 look better than those screenshots. Failed Sims game? Look up Life by You, Kelly McChess. You'll be entertained, to say the least. We can watch the first game of this series because it should be a good matchup. Let's have Cooper Pratt take a day off. He's 0 for his last 5 games. Move Aeronamo to short. Freeman to second. Brennan has been doing pretty well. So has Matos. It's possible that Conticello is cooling off. So let's say Conticello, you're out. Put Brennan in as a DH. Let's give that a try. Pitching, it's Steven Matz. So this is going to be a riskier bet, I think. Riskier bet for you. Much riskier. Invaders win or lose. You have 2 minutes to vote. I hope EU5 gets delayed all the way to 2029. Well, they don't have a release date yet, so they can't delay it, but I think it was a mistake to announce it and put those screenshots out right now. Like, I guess I'm curious, what do fans of the Europa series think? Are you excited? Like, are you impressed, or are you just cautiously optimistic? Like, I don't know what your expectations are, you know what I mean? I'm an outsider, so my opinion doesn't mean much because I didn't play the other ones. Priester was the guy who almost no-hit the Invaders last season. You're right, Mellow. I don't know what to think. I don't like the UI. I love the EU4. Not visually, but a lot of the systems seem encouraging. I'm impressed by the ideas, but nervous about the execution. .421 batting 9th. Connor Wong. Yeah, I think he's just gotten a bit lucky. He's like a 40 overall. Early in the season for him. All right, actually, I should have given you guys more time because the ad's about to start. Hold on, I'm gonna cancel this prediction and you get your channel points back. So you have to do it again. You have to do it again. Because I'm going to take a quick bathroom break during the ad. Do it again. Put the channel points back. Now you have a little bit more time. The game from just this thinks that we're due to lose. Rafael Devers, Tristan Casas, Roman Anthony. We have the lefty Steven Matsy Mats up. We picked him up for 6.5 mil for 2 years. Thank God I got the team buyout with the team option and the 750K buyout for next year, because I don't think we're going to keep him, but he's been decent to start. 2.35 ERA through 2 starts. He got injured in that first start and had to be taken out. So we wanted a lefty starter, and this is what we ended up with. And we're going up against Quinn Priester, who did almost no-hit us last year. But our offense has been really good. I had 10 hits in the last game. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, ad's about to start. Put your channel points in. I will be RB while the ad is running. But before that, Dunk Slide says, as someone who clocked roughly 4,000 hours in EU4, I was disappointed that Project Caesar wasn't a new engine. They really can't trot out that same engine refurbished over and over that they've been using for a decade now. I'm a systems boy, and the systems I've heard about seem really neat, but Paradox has burned a lot of my goodwill. Okay, so chat doesn't seem overly excited, though I don't know how much of that's influenced by me. Ad starting. Turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher. I'll be right back. You got 3 minutes to put your channel points in. Go. Yo. What is up? Okay, we're back. We're ready. Matt's on the mound. Technically the 4th start for him. However, what is going on here? Yeah, he got taken out after getting 1 out here. And then we brought him out in relief on accident. Wait, no, it's his 3rd start. So his last actual full start was 5 1/3 innings of 2-run ball. Hoping to have similar performance here today. But he'll have to get through the defending World Series champions in the Boston Red Sox, leading off Christian Campbell. Off to a .291 start on the season with 4 home runs. Slugging half the time for extra base hits. 143 OPS plus, looking solid. And then backing us up on the infield today, we got Brito playing first. He's been insane. Jazz Chisholm Jr. over at 3rd. We got Freeman at 2nd, and Arenamo playing shortstop today. So he kind of moved over for our normal shortstop to get a day off. In the outfield, we got Kerry Carpenter back in left. And Matos patrolling right. And then, of course, Luis Robert Jr. holding it down in center with our other outfielder, Will Brennan, wearing the wrong uniform still. I don't know what's going on with that. His screenshot is of him in AAA, even though he's here now. He suited up in the wrong uniform, maybe. It'd be funny if he's actually, like, in the wrong uniform out there. But let's play ball. Boston so far 12-9. We are 17-4, which is still mind-boggling.
Strike 3.
And Mats starts the game out with a strikeout. He's strolling off the mound, taking a long walk there and back, asserting his dominance toward the clubhouse. So strikeout to start this game. And up comes Rafael Devers, who was the World Series MVP for Boston last year. He's already got 5 homers on the season. He had like 7 home runs in the World Series or something ridiculous. I forget what his actual record was, but he definitely deserved that World Series MVP. 3-2 the count. And that one scooped into center, but Luis Robert Jr. barely has to move over to his right and has a beat on it for an out. That was a full count. 6th pitch of the at-bat. Taken pretty deep. So 2 outs now for Tristan Casas, the DH. Yeah, Devers homered in like every World Series game. 5 in the 4-game sweep. It's a monster. That is a monster. Tristan Casas also has 5 homers, 19 team leading runs batted in for them from the DH. Does not want to take the field, but has a high walk rate, great power, league leading walks last 2 seasons. Almost 100 walks a season. Dangerous with the bat. Hits it hard, but deep in the hole. Second baseman Freeman reels it in. Stop it from going into the outfield. Cotton candy. 3 up, 3 down. So lefty matchup versus some dangerous lefty bats. Devers, Casas, and Roman Anthony are all lefties, so maybe that's good for our lefty starter. The Invaders up to bat against Priester, who almost no-hit the Invaders last year in their first meeting. Back for a rematch. And Priester had a bad start on the 24th against Houston, where he gave up 6 in 3 2/3 innings. But other than that, has been calming things down and trying to find a groove. Quinn Priester's got a 6-pitch mix to keep batters guessing. Relies on that sinker to induce the ground balls and get some outs with the occasional strikeout. That one is going to be a 1-2 count scooped into right field for out number 1. And that'll put Brito back in the dugout. For Jazz Chisholm Jr., who had been doing a little bit of leadoff for us, but we moved him to the 2 spot. Nice 6-pitch at bat from Brito anyways to get things started. Try and take the pitcher deep into some counts. Hit hard, but right to the shortstop for Jazz. Out number 2. Luis Robert Jr. in the 3 spot. He's only got 1 homer on the season, but he's still got 13 runs batted in, so he's been very consistent, especially with the doubles. Oh, sorry, with the singles and a few doubles here and there. This one hit pretty deep to center field, but that'll be a tall fly out for out number 3. All 3 up, 3 down for Las Vegas, and we go to the top of the 2nd. Roman Anthony up, MVP of the 2026 season in his rookie year. No, his 2nd year. Yeah, I made that mistake before. It's his 3rd year of Major League playtime. He had league-leading 119 runs last season. Full count on him here.
Strike 3.
And Mats gets him with the curveball. Struck him out. Anthony's 20th strikeout of the season for out number 1 after a 7-pitch battle. Shows him the curveball for the first time to get the K. Now Rafael up to bat. This one hit pretty well to left over the left fielder's head who was playing the shift. So he was aligned properly, but not deep enough. It goes all the way to the track, and that'll be a 1-out double. 107 miles per hour off the bat. Scorcher. So he is now standing at 2nd. I'm going to switch the view back because it's easier to see when people are actually like on base, for people who aren't as familiar at following the baseball. It's a nice camera view anyway. All right, Von Grisham hitting 185 to start the season in 27 attempts. He'll scoop this one to short. They'll hold the runner at 2nd. Nice throw for out number 2 by Arenamo. Now the lefty, Wilyer Abreu. Pop up to left, and Wilyer's out number 3. So nothing on the double. 1 hit, no runs across. Priester back up to face Kerry Carpenter in the heart of the order for the Invaders here at home in fabulous Las Vegas. That's a grounder over to 2nd. Out number 1 for Carpenter. Now Luis Matos. Matos had a walk and came around to score a run yesterday, or day before yesterday. Had a home run in the game before that. And he's been swinging it well to start the season on the new team. That's pretty deep to left. First pitch, big fly out number 1. All right, Will Brennan as the DH today, taking over for Conticello, giving him a day off. And he is wearing our uniform, despite what his picture looks like. I was curious to see if he was wearing the green. I don't know why his photo's messed up. That's very weird. 3 up, 3 down. No hits for Vegas so far. Matt's back out for the 8 and 9 hole hitter. Pop up in front of home plate. First baseman coming in on it. Brito has it. Out number 1. But now Connor Wong, who's only got 21 at-bats, but he's got 9 hits in those 21 at-bats to start the season. So he's been seeing the ball well, but he'll be a first pitch pop fly to left field as Carpenter takes charge for out number 2. Christian Campbell draws the count full and takes a walk. First walk of the game for Mats. 2-out base runner for Rafael Devers after having a nice 6-pitch at bat. And the ball squirts away. Marchand chases after the wild pitch. Campbell goes to 2nd and will stand at scoring position. That wild pitch will be ball 3 and run the count full. Payoff pitch, and he loses them. Back-to-back walks. Fastball low and inside. Misses the zone. And he'll see Tristan Casas now with another full count. This one put in play for out number 3. So 2 walks, lots of deep counts, but nothing comes back around to bite Mats yet. Okay, and that'll bring up Aranamo, Marchand, and Freeman at the bottom of the order. For a quick ground out number 1. Finally, I catch gameplay after a week of checking in. Brother, we had 6 games yesterday, so I know you weren't here yesterday. Not yesterday. Well, you just said after a week of checking in. And your last chat message was October 2022. Holy shit. Who are you, brother? Who are you? What hole did you crawl out of? Crawl back into it for me. All right, Marchand. What do you got? Account created in 2008. That's bad, though. That means they should be, like, old enough to know better. I'd rather see account created in 2021. Maybe they created their account when they were 5 or something. Who knows? All right, 2 outs now for Tyler Freeman. No hits still. Starting to have flashbacks from last year. And now Roman Anthony up for the Red Sox. He'll strike out. Out number 1 for Mats. That is his 3rd strikeout of the game.
Strike 3.
And we'll go back to back. Swung at a bad pitch. If he swung at it, that means it was a good pitch. That was a changeup. Just missed the corner. So Matt's kind of dealing here, actually, against this very heavy left-handed lineup. Devers, Casas, Anthony. A lot of Boston's strongest hitters are left-handers. And it seems like the matchup is working in Matt's favor so far. Like, if we take a look at his pitching splits, he has 7 innings against lefties without allowing a run. He has not allowed a run to a left-handed batter so far this season. Ooh, bobbled to second by Freeman. Freeman extends himself, but the ball slips the grip. He won't make a throw. That'll go down as an infield hit, not an error. Tough play. But it was only 83 miles per hour off the bat. I guess it was just like up the middle. Okay, that's 2-out hit for Grisham. And now the lefty Abreu. Hit hard, but right at the second baseman. Freeman's got it this time. Out number 3. Okay, so Matt's 4 scoreless innings so far. But Priester has got 3 hitless innings that he's pitching. So top of the order has a chance to change it. Brito, Chisholm Jr., and Robert Jr. up now. That's hit very well into the gap. Back to the Allegiance sign and the Del Taco sign. Brito got the first hit of the game for the Invaders. And he's in there with a leadoff double. So first scoring opportunity for the Invaders in this one. And that'll bring up Jazz Chisholm Jr. playing third today, who's got 11 runs batted in on the season. Jazz hits this one pretty hard. It's down in front of the right fielder. He's thinking 2, holds up at 1, play at the plate, safe. That is an RBI single from Jazz Chisholm Jr. Get the home crowd something to cheer about. All right, that'll bring up Luis Robert Jr. That one hit hard, deep center field, but not deep enough. Deep is part of the ballpark for an out. Jazz will actually advance from first to second, tagging up to get him to scoring position. That's how deep that ball was hit into the back of the park. So that'll move up runner into scoring position for Kerry Carpenter, who hits this one hard past the first baseman down the right field line, bounces around in the corner, and the Invaders score again. Carpenter with a 2-base hit knocks in one with a double. The Invaders have a 2-0 lead over the Red Sox now. Priester, who almost had a no-hit pitched against them last season, is seeing a completely different team here and starting to understand why they're currently in first place in the league. So, some back-to-back-to-back action there. Great scoring with runners in great taking advantage of runners in scoring position by Brito, Chisholm Jr. Robert Jr. had a productive out to move Jazz up to second, and then Carpenter knocking in a double, get another run across, and we still only got one out. Matos works the walk, a 4-pitch walk, to put runners on first and second, so the double play is in order. Priester finally having to work a little bit. He had been cruising through the first 3 innings. And that'll bring up Will Brennan. Brennan hits this one hard down the left field line. That's down for a hit. And they bobble it in the outfield. Anthony charges, leans down to pick it up. It rolls right under his glove, and an outfield error allows Matos to take third. That was a 5-star play, but there was still an error. I don't know what makes it it was a 5-star difficulty. So that'll go down as an E7, and the cameraman just decided not to look at the rest. So Carpenter comes in to score. Matos took the walk, but ends up at third. And Brennan is credited with a single, but he advanced to second on the error. So 2 on in scoring position now for Arenama with only 1 out. So the double play is out of order. Arenama scoops this one deep to left. Deep enough maybe to score a run on a sacrifice fly. And Matos tags up after the out and comes in from third to score after the catch is made. So 4 runs now in the inning. Priester does get the second out. Marchand with a chance to bring Brennan home here. He hits this one deep to left field. That one barely stays in the park. Bounces up against the wall in left down the line. And that's going to be another double. 3rd or 4th double in the inning for Las Vegas. I don't remember how many we've hit. Marchand starting to wake up. He had 2 doubles in the win against Tampa yesterday in 2 hits, and he's got a double again today. So starting to find that gap power that he's been missing. And he'll get credited with an RBI. 5th run of the inning for Las Vegas as it's starting to open up against Priester. Some clutch ABs, and Tyler Freeman up with a chance to do more damage. He hits this one hard over the first baseman's head, down to the corner and right, takes it to the opposite field. Marchand not known for his speed, but he comes in to score. Freeman slides headfirst into second for another extra base hit for the Invaders, the 6th run of the inning against Priester, and he is still out there to face the hot-hitting Juan Brito. Full count on Brito, and he takes the walk. I can't imagine he'll stay out much longer. Brito patiently works a good count. And now there's 2 on for Jazz Chisholm Jr. The Las Vegas Invaders, have we batted around in this inning? Did Jazz start the inning? Yes, we batted around. So Brito started the inning and just got walked. Brito was the leadoff The Las Vegas Invaders have batted around on the Red Sox, which means every single one person in our lineup has come up to bat in this inning. It's the kind of thing that they would make a Reddit post about on the baseball subreddit when it happens. All right, Jazz with a couple runners on, 2 outs, 2 strikes on him now.
Strike 3.
And he gets to swing and miss. So Invaders light up the scoreboard with 6 runs, take a 6-0 lead. And Mats has been sitting on the bench patiently waiting for his offense to find out exactly how much cushion he's going to have. Now 2-2. Gets the pop up to shallow center field. Cotton candy. Cotton candy. And now Connor Wong. Liner to Freeman at second on the first pitch. That's a quick out, number 2. Top of the order, Christian Campbell hitting .287. That's a hot shot to third, handled for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down. Matt's getting it done through 5. New pitcher finally for Boston. Left-hander Chris Murphy coming out in relief. Played Double-A last season. Had a 5.13 ERA through 6 appearances. So far this season, he's pitched 18 1/3 innings with a 2.45 ERA. He'll face Luis Robert Jr.
Strike 3.
And strikes him out. Goes down swinging on 8 pitches. So nice at bat. Unfortunately ended with a fastball that he couldn't catch up to. And he'll catch Kerry Carpenter looking. So back-to-back strikeouts from Murphy. That one on 3 pitches. This one will be put in play. Matos takes a hack at it. Pokes it into right field for a 2-out single. 7th hit of the game for the Invaders. And the ball gets away on the next batter from Matos to take second on the wild pitch. So another man in scoring position. This time, Will Brennan with a 1-1 count, chance to do some more damage. That one hit well into the gap and left. That's going to score a run all the way to the wall. And another extra base hit for the Invaders, who are swinging well up and down the lineup. I don't know what's come over this team. 2 hits today for Brennan off the... Well, he's not off the bench. He played yesterday. But he hit well yesterday. He's got 3 multi-hit games now in his last 5 games. That makes it 7-0 Las Vegas for Arenamo, who hit this one pretty well. First baseman's got it and makes the assist to the pitcher for the 3rd out. So another run for Vegas. Matt's back on the mound for Rafael Devers. So 3 lefties due up for the Red Sox here. 3 of their best hitters as well. But the matchup so far has been working in Matt's favor as he strikes out Devers and picks up his 5th K of the game. This one hit pretty deep to right on 2 pitches, but it'll be a fly out to Matos. And now Mats will see Roman Anthony put in play sharply up the middle on a full count. It's hard to get Roman Anthony out that many times in a row. He was the MVP last season for a reason. So runner on now for Rafaela, who also strikes out. Mats gets him with the curveball. No runs on 1 hit. Mats threw 6 shutout innings against Boston. Unexpected, to say the least. Talix, when I was 16, our team batted through the lineup 3 times in 1 game. The same guy on our team was all 3 outs that inning. He quit later that year. It's your fault that he quit. If you told me last year the Invaders would have the best lineup in baseball, I think you were crazy. The season is a long season. So, you know, who knows? We haven't won anything, you know what I mean? We got to stick with it. Marchand strikes out. Chris Murphy has his third strikeout in relief. And now Tyler Freeman had a run-scoring double in the fourth, but who hasn't in this lineup today? Am I right? Oh, Freeman's got himself a second hit of the game. Feeling pretty good. Nice little multi-hit day for him. Bring that average up a bit. And switch hitter Brito up. Hard hit to short. Tailor-made double play, but they only get one. So lead runner erased. Brito's speed carries him through to first without a chance at the double. And Jazz Chisholm Jr. hits this one to deep right, but it just stays in the park. Abreu racing back. He's got it for out number 3. All right, top of the 7th. Matt's back out. Trying to do more damage. Starting with Vaughn Grisham. That'll be a hit up the middle past the shortstop's glove for a leadoff single. Nobody out now for Wilyer Abreu. Hit .236 last season with 10 home runs. Plays a pretty good left and right field. Worked the count full, popped it up. Foul territory for the third baseman. Jazz has it, out number 1. New pitcher for Las Vegas, so Matt's day is finally done. He made it 6 1/3 innings. Alexis Diaz in relief. Gave up 2 runs last time he was out, hoping for a cleaner start today. 2-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider. Has a little issue with control. But here for relief in the 7th. That one is going to be up the middle. So back-to-back hits. Actually, not back-to-back. 2 hits now in the inning for Boston. And they've got something going now with Connor Wong up, who has currently best average on the team. Maybe a smaller sample size. Brings him up on the corner. Fastball. Caught the corner for strike 3. 93-mile-an-hour fastball right there, says the umpire, for out number 2. And now... this is a name. Chad, is this a real person's name? Justinson? That's hard. That's hard to say. Justinson Garcia? Not sure how to pronounce that. But Garcia getting his pinch hit appearance today. Outfielder, plays left, center, and right. Had his MLB debut last season. Hit .224 in 49 at-bats. Caster Nightmare, true. Puts this one in play to right. But that should do it. Matos settles under it, and out number 3. All right, Murphy back out for his 3rd inning of relief, facing some of the hottest hitters in the lineup, starting with Luis Robert Jr., who first pitch swings over to first base. Out number 1. Now Kerry Carpenter. That one directly to the first baseman, keeping him busy on 2 pitches, so making Murphy look like an ace compared to their starter. And that'll be out number 3. Matos cut down, so 3 up, 3 down for Vegas. Diaz back out in relief in the 8th to get out Devers, Casas, and Anthony. So full count on Devers. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, and he holds up here for his 2nd walk of the day. Leadoff base runner is Devers. Casas into shallow right field. That'll be down for a hit. Devers goes first, thinks about first to second, and thinks about third. But he will hold up. So the first 2 reach. Diaz just trying to record an out here with a 7-run lead, facing down Roman Anthony. And he gets Anthony to strike out. 2nd strikeout for Anthony of the day. Diaz has his 2nd K. Jaron Duran pinch hitting off the bench, sitting with a day-to-day thumb contusion right now. Hit .266 last year with 21 home runs, trying to get something on the board for Boston here in the 8th. Hit hard, shallow left field, that might score a run. But Devers holds up at 3rd. That'll load the bases now with only 1 out for Diaz, and that'll bring up Von Grisham. 2 for 3 today, so he's seeing the ball well. Bases loaded. And he hits that one hard up the middle. So Diaz having some trouble here. They get the ball back in. Everyone just goes station to station as Luis Robert Jr. charges it and holds Casas at third. So Boston has a run now. New pitcher, Joe Mantiply, out of the pen. So Diaz's day is over. He is responsible for all 3 runners on base for his record. Mantiply in to get Abreu and the catcher Hudson White out in a bases loaded situation.
Strike 3.
And he gets a huge strike out there for out number 2. Abreu set down on strikes for the first time today. 1 left, Hudson White, he's got a hit. And he'll take this one into shallow center field. So that's going to score more runs. I can't tell how many are coming in. They get Duran out at the plate. 102, so 1 run scores, and then the other runner behind him tried to go home. And they tagged him out, sliding in head first, cut down on the aggressive sin to try to get back into this game. So Joe Mantiply comes in and gets it done in a very roundabout way. So final box score for Diaz is 2 runs given up on 1 inning. Mantiply saves, more possibly coming across on a strong throw from Luis Robert Jr., getting to flex that outfield arm. And getting the outfield assist from center. $48 million arm right there. Hell yeah. So we go to the bottom of the 8th now. Murphy back in for his 4th inning of work. And Brennan grounds this one softly to short. He's out number 1 on 1 pitch. First pitch swinging is killing these guys right now. Arenamo's 0 for 2. That's a lazy pop-up. What the hell? Did you see that? Look at that. Look at that infielder. That's an outfielder. That was an outfield. That was a right fielder. Quicksilver is on the team for the Red Sox. He's zooming, dude. All right, there we go. Listen to this for a while. I'm not sure what that even counted as. That was a flyout F9. Yeah, no, it counted it as the right fielder. That's maybe the ball in the animation was not supposed to go there. It was supposed to go over there or something. I don't know. 2 outs now for Marchand with a full count. He'll take a 2-out walk. New pitcher, Ingracia. Jojo Ingracia. 9.1, 9 1/3 innings of work, 2.89 ERA. 2 is the whip. High walk rate, low strikeout rate will do that. Tyler Freeman having himself a good day with 2 hits already. And he hits it hard. The second baseman handles it for out number 3. Okay, we go to the 9th. Joe Mantiply has a 5-run lead, and he is out to try and finish the game. The lefty has a good sinker and changeup and sometimes mixes in the slider. Good movement on his pitches, and he can locate to keep the walks down. So Wong, 0 for 3 today. Diaz struck him out last time up. This time he will get a leadoff single into shallow right field. So something doing for the Red Sox here in the 9th. That is a leadoff base runner for Justinson Garcia. Puts it in play. Chance at the double. And they double him up. Quick relay. Arenamo playing short to Freeman over to Brito for a quick 6-4-3 double play to erase the base runner. Now it's up to Rafael Devers Last chance for the Red Sox.
Strike 3.
And he gets the call. Vegas wins 7-2. Achievement unlocked. Score 6 runs in an inning. And the Invaders are cruising somehow. Steven Matz had a standout performance. He threw 6 1/3 innings of shutout ball. The loser was Quinn Priester. Now 18-4. The 2027 Invaders have been phenomenal. They worked out of trouble with 1 out in the top of the 8th. The score was 7-1 Vegas, but Boston, with the bases loaded, had mounted a threat. Wilyer Abreu dug in and struck out on a 1-2 slider. 10 hits for Boston, but only 2 runs. So we got out of some trouble. Brito with a hit. Chisholm Jr. with a hit and an RBI. Robert Jr. 0 for 4. Carpenter 1 for 4 with a ribby. Matos 1 for 3. Brennan 2 for 4 with 2 ribbies. Marchand 1 for 3, and Freeman had a multi-hit game as well. So bottom of the order continues to be very productive down there. Brito double, Carpenter double, Marchand double, Freeman double, Brennan double, 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 Penta double, Penta double. Matz with a great game, 6 1/3 scoreless. Hell yeah. 6 runs scored versus the Red Sox. Team effort. Batted around on them. What's up, 11-7? I got a GM save with minor league promos locked to my assistant GM. Is that part of being GM only, or is there an option I'm not seeing? No, I'm GM only as well. You might have, or you like in your manager options, you should have minor league promotions and demotions that you can control. Should be able to set it to you. Unless there is a setting that you picked that I'm not seeing. But you should just be in manager options down here, right? I've never seen this grayed out. Now, what you can do if you don't want to manage the promotions and demotions, that one's grayed out for you? I've never seen it grayed out, but I don't have that much experience in this game. The only thing I can think of is to your assistant GM. I don't know if anybody in chat knows the answer, because I'm in GM only mode too. But if your promotions, demotions are locked, you can switch to your minor league team at any time. And if you have a preferred player that you don't want them to do anything with, you should be able to go into strategy. And if you lock to team strategy settings, it will disable AI promotion, demotion of that player. And you can also force them to make your managers play them by forcing a role, and that'll put them in the starting lineup or the rotation for whatever you pick. Or you can like right click them and then go to transactions and then disable demotion promotion. So if you want to do it manually for certain players, you can do that too. He said he was in GM mode. What's up, Zarby? Yeah, I don't know how we're 18-4. On pace to win 132 games. I don't know how that happened, but it's currently happening, so I'm going to enjoy it while it's happening. But I don't know if either of those two things help you, 11-7. Sometimes, if you see things grayed out that you don't think should be grayed out, I don't know about this thing, then checking staff roles is good. Like, I don't know. I don't think the assistant GM is supposed to do anything. But like your manager, whoever you hire as your manager, they can have red bubbles that take away control from you over different aspects. So just watch out who you hire. Try to hire someone who's malleable with like green and yellow. And then over time, they can actually develop red settings. So like they had taken over player strategy settings and I was confused, but like they can change over time. So if you think something is like, huh, I used to be able to do this, but now I can't, check your manager and see if he's like started to try and take more control, and you can always fire him and try and get a different one. This is incredibly late. As far as I can tell, the best expansion team did in their first 20 games in their second year was the Diamondbacks, going 11-9. So Vegas rocks. I don't know how we got to this point. Cincinnati Reds second baseman Leo Balcazar put on a dazzling display against the Cardinals in a 6-5 win. He pinned his name in the record books, slamming a trio of home runs in one of baseball's finest single-day efforts. He can hit them out anywhere, right, center, left, doesn't matter. He's super strong and stays on the ball so well. Along with his 3 home runs, he had 3 RBI and 3 runs scored. Yep, that's what 3 home runs will do. That's exactly what they do. Life will throw you curves. Just keep fouling them off, he said after the game when asked about his hitting philosophy. The right pitch will come, and when it does, be prepared to run the bases or trot around them like I did. He's batting .253. Won the game for him. Do you need to have a manager if you are the manager? I mean, if you're the manager, then you can do whatever you want. But if you're in GM mode, you have to have a manager, yeah. If you don't want to manage all your games, then you hire a manager while you're in GM mode. All right, finish the day and pay the believers. There are your channel points. Believers win again. Players are singing the praises of the newly acquired Ronnie Mauricio. Well, bad news, guys. Bad news. I can't believe we got him off of waivers from the Mets. He's been designated for assignment. He's not playing super well in the MLB anyways. Chat, I might be stuck with him. I might have screwed myself. Hold on. The players are happy that he's in the clubhouse, but I have bad news for them. I'm trying to trade him. And I was hoping there would be someone better. I wonder if I can pair him with someone else that we want to get rid of. I guess I'm keeping Mally. I didn't expect him to be good. Again, who do we want to get rid of, though? We're trying to get rid of Luis Torrens. He kind of just fell off after I paid him money. He had 2 great seasons. Could save $4 million by getting rid of him. Honestly, Alexis Diaz has just been garbage. Chat, I think I'm a little too reactionary. If you had a reliever who's only pitched 6 2/3 innings early in the season, but they've given up 2 runs in 3 of their last 5 outings, and so they've given up runs in at least 4 of their last 5 outings, would you keep them? How long would you actually give them to try and settle in? You are extremely reactionary, but it's certainly been working. We have been making some vibes-based decisions. I will never financially recover from this. A lot of chatters have been saying this. Like, I'm thinking about just not Keegan Aiken. Keegan Aiken's fine. Where did Diaz go just now? I usually wait a full month. Well, the people I can get for him are not worth taking anyway, because they're even more expensive. Where is that catcher? There he is. Did your closer improve? I mean, Uribe's been... Oh, nobody wants Torrens. Uribe's been good. I don't think there was that much room for improvement. Uribe's got 7 save opportunities, and I think has only blown 1. I'm looking for a chat expert to help me why I can't change ticket prices. I'm in winter meetings now, but it's still grayed out. If you're still in winter meetings, you're supposed to be able to change it while you're in winter meetings, but then it gets locked. So are you sure you're still in winter meetings? Because winter meetings are only like 3 days. 3 or 4 days. So like you have to change it before winter meetings are over, and then they start selling season tickets. So the price is locked while season tickets are being sold. I would just go ahead and change it in commissioner mode, or reload to the previous day if you can. Change your ticket prices. I don't know why it would be locked during the winter meetings, but it'll be locked until like closer to the beginning of the season, once they're done selling season tickets, and then you can start changing the prices for regular games. But once they start selling season tickets, you can't change the price until the game starts, but the season tickets already will have been sold. So like for us, we're back to sellout crowds now. And we're making 1.6 million rev per game, which is crazy. Some of these prospects from the amateur draft. Yeah, like Alexis Diaz went down from a 50 to a 45, and I don't really care about overall ratings, but he definitely seems stinkier now. So I'm just gonna have, I think, just make a pitching sort of change here to avoid high leverage situations. We don't have a very big bullpen, but our starters have been going crazy. I did a 6-man rotation thinking that one of the pitchers would suck and then I could take them out. But then they were all good to start the game. It's a very unconventional bullpen management here with only 6, 7 relievers. But yeah, I would say avoid high leverage. We don't really have any long relief, so if anybody gets pulled early, we're gonna have problems. That's kind of the big issue. But we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arms up because we just keep starters are going deep into games because they're dominating. So I'm kind of waiting until somebody shows some signs of weakness, because I was gonna take Cade Horton out, but he's doing better than he should be. Jackson Merrill, who by the way is now playing for San Diego. No, he was, yeah, he, like, I mean, like, on the actual MLB team. But when did he, how old is he? 23? When did they bring him up? He had, like, league-leading 623 ABs. Chat, where's Jackson Merrill IRL? Oh, probably at his house. It sounds like a law office. One sec. Okay. I heard a loud noise. I was making sure cats are okay. Want to do a 5-man rotation and slot the worst rated starter in long relief? Well, because 2 reasons. Every one of them expects to be a starter. So if they're not, they'll start to get lower morale over time, which could affect their performance disproportionately to their talent. But the other reason is, it's actually not a bad idea because 2 of my starters are fragile. And so them having an extra day of rest between starts is good for their health. So it's not a bad thing if they can keep playing well. If we have to go... If we stop being able to go deep into games from the starter, then we're going to have problems and I'll have to shuffle some people around. But we have another reliever we can call up if we need to do that shuffle, who is also a starter, who wants to play MLB and is too good for AAA, but doesn't have a spot right now. Which is unfortunate. Eduardo Rodriguez will be out the rest of the year due to a stretched elbow ligament. One of our pitchers could get injured too. Like, that could still happen. We have 2 fragile guys. So who knows? Curtis Mead? Chat, what is Tampa doing? They are moving everybody. We saw him a minute ago. I know Chad doesn't like him that much, or said he kind of sucks. But Tampa's been moving a bunch of people. All right, let's get some more games in. Lineups. Give Jazz a day off. From playing third. Whoops, Jace. Jace is playing third. Wait, what about that dude? What about Ronnie Mauricio? What do I do with him? Did you expansion draft? I did expansion draft, and then I paid out the ass for stupid contracts because I don't like tanking. So I'm trying to win. So I am now paying Luis Robert Jr. more than Shohei Ohtani to fill in my outfield, because we have a bunch of money this year. And so I made a front-loaded contract where I'm paying him $47 million. And then the contract opens up. So if we need to trade him after that first year when we have a ton of cash, we can trade him for prospects down here if we want to, or if he plays well, we can just keep him, but it'll be a lot easier pill to swallow for any other team that might want him. So we're kind of using our money ahead of time. Kind of did a similar thing with Jazz, paying him way too much money as well. Gave him a 5-year, $108 million contract, front-loaded, so it gets easier over time while we have more money. And then right now, Jazz is on pace, projected for 9.1 WAR, but I don't think that's going to keep up. But he's having a great season to start. And Luis Robert Jr. hopefully is going to pick it up. He's playing well, but he doesn't have the power that he had the last 2 seasons. But yeah, I wanted to spend some funny money in free agency and see what happens. So, and then we picked up Kerry Carpenter on a crazy trade. So our outfield kind of stacked. So we just inherited his contract. And right now we're 18-4 in our second season as an expansion team. So it's been going strangely well. When you're a player getting 800K on the team and the guy next to you is getting 47 mil. Yes. All right, I don't know what to do with this bro. I wanted to package him with somebody to shop him around and try to get rid of one of our smaller, not so good contracts just to free up money for the amateur draft. However, nobody wants Luis Torrens. I could get rid of Diaz because I know I should wait and be more patient. But if I trade Diaz now, I can bring that other dude up at a AAA and have a long reliever in the pin. Alexis Diaz refuses to get sent down also. So even though he's got option years, I can't send him down. He's too old. So I could just get rid of him because he hasn't been playing well anyway for us. But based on his previous 2 seasons, I have higher expectations for him. 1.11 whip, back-to-back seasons, 0.6 home run per 9, back-to-back. I think he'll settle down and mellow out, but we also think he might have dropped off since then. So I guess I need a little bit more time in the oven, but I don't know what to do with this other bro. I need to get rid of him because I don't have anybody to cut from the 40-man at the moment. Unless I'm prepared to lose more people. I guess Chase Davis is probably safe to cut, but you just never know. I think he is. He had like a better potential earlier and just kind of, he's already 25 and he hasn't really climbed out of it. OSA thinks he's a 50 potential still. So I could DFA him if I have to. Keep the other guy. The problem with the other guy, Mauricio, I don't think he has any option years left. Yeah, so, and I don't have a starting spot for him. What if we shop him around with Torrens for prospects? Nobody. What if I allow AI to include more people? I wonder who they want. What's up, Funk Uncle? The cats were innocent this time. Yeah, they were pretty innocent. They're thinking. Nobody. Wow. Even if they can include anyone else from the team, they do not want Luis Torrens. Impressive. Let me look at his ratings. Could he be taught another position? How do you see a dude's potential at a position? Just compare him, maybe? Yeah, I mean, you could teach Ronnie Mauricio second base, third base. He just doesn't have any... he does have good range. Could be taught acceptable outfield as well. It would just take a while. He has some nice personality, like high leader, high work ethic, captain. Those are good things. Those are nice things. The power potential is a good thing. The avoid K with power is a good thing. BABIP could go higher. He does have potential. I don't know how we can figure out how to keep him. I have made this team so far out of the scraps of other teams. So I value that. Like the dudes on my team right now who are raking the ball are not supposed to be, like Brito, 45 overall, hitting almost 400 early in the season. Maybe not a big sample size, but come on. He's already got 3 homers. People like Matos, who are not supposed to be, they're overperforming right now. Like the whole up and down the lineup, they're freaking inspired. People like Jace Young, 831 OPS so far, 4 dingers. I don't know where the home runs are coming from, but they're doing it. All right, let's just let them sit and simmer for a second and get this next game. I feel like I'm going too slow. I need lineups. I need a leadoff man. Brito. First, second, third. Short. Right, left, center. I need a DH. Against lefty, Garrett Crochet. Let's look at our lefty splits. Gavin Conticello is a lefty who has only had 4 plate appearances versus lefties. That's a very small sample size. But you can tell that our catcher, Indy Rodriguez, deserves the starts over Marchand. Marchand is only 0 for 7, which is, again, very small, but Indy is much higher than that. I trust those early results. He is a switch hitter. Both of them are. But I also am basing this on Marchand being terrible against lefties all last year, so I don't think he's going to magically improve in that short amount of time. I'll give Conticello a chance to get some more ABs against lefties, because he's been insane. Rookie season, hitting 288 with a 400 OBP early on. All right, so Brito, Young, let's go. Luis Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, Arenamo, Conticello. Got a nice like lefty-righty all the way down the lineup. Pratt will come off the... he had a day off yesterday. All right, send it. Garrett Crochet is tough, though. 3.48 ERA to start the season. Last few outings have been good. Took the first one against Boston. They're the defending World Series champs in this timeline. We're pitching Dustin May, who we've got locked in for another 2 years on contract. He's been excellent. Bullpen looks solid. Send it. Loss. We are fallible. Oh my God. Someone can beat us? 4 runs on 11 hits behind a solid performance from Rafael Devers. The Red Sox defeated the Invaders 8-4. He hit 2 home runs in the game, scored 3. Of course, we get beat single-handedly by Devers. The winner was Peter Tago in relief. Tago. Cutter Crawford gets the save. Dustin May takes the loss. Vegas still up 18-5 on the season. So May gave up 5 runs over 6. Ian Hamilton gave up a run. Aiken got tagged for 2, so pitching problems and not capitalizing. Marchand double, Kerry Carpenter homer. Brito got a hit. Young got a hit. Robert Jr. hit. Carpenter a homer. Arenamo 0 for Jazz off the bench, and he's got calf soreness day-to-day for 3 days. Okay, could be worse. Could be worse. Conticello went 2 for 4. I was right about him at DH. Matos. What happened to Matos? Day-to-day with a bruised knee for 1 day. Brennan came off the bench, hit 2 for 3. Pratt hit. Marchand. Wait, I thought I forgot to replace Marchand with my other catcher in that lineup. Whoops. It's okay. We got another lefty coming up. 2 stolen bases. We're really aggressive with stealing because we have a really fast team up and down the lineup. So we tried to play small ball last year. It didn't work. Now we're hitting home runs. And winning games. Doing some scouting reports on my team. And also on some of the amateur draft prospects. Take that guy from the other team. Just keep assimilating them. Vixen. It's that easy. Any league news? Nope. Any waivers? I like checking waivers. It's like Gamba every day. Okay, well, we got a couple of day-to-day. So Matos and Jazz, I like to go in and make sure they don't use my guys when they're partially injured. So I like manually benching them for the duration of their day-to-day. Also, ad is about to start. Turn your volume down. We're gonna just kind of keep it here during the ad. I'm not going to play any games. Just making sure you don't get blasted. Matos just needs like 1 day benched. Okay, that should work. Beat up Devers. Trade for Devers and force him to play first? You don't have to worry about that. The AI will find a way to make all their best players play first base. I don't know why. I've seen Aaron Judge at first. I've seen Kyle Tucker at first. I've seen... I'm trying to remember who else. Yordan Alvarez at first. All the power hitters just go to first base for some reason. I have no idea why. They don't use the DH appropriately. I think they need to rework the DH logic. Can you manage player injuries and make them play through minor stuff? Yep, they can play through minor stuff. So I am forcing them to take a bench day because I don't want their injury to get worse, because these guys get paid too much money. And we're also up 18-5 on the season. So we have, if it were like pressure is on and we're trying to make the playoffs right now, then you could, yeah, you definitely make them play. But chance at, you know, making it worse exists, even if it's small. But anyway, I still am dumbfounded that we're 18-5. Season is still young. Maybe the pendulum is gonna swing the other way, you know? I'm just gonna set this up real quick. Take out my day-to-day players. Move Young over to third. Put Will Brennan in right. Maybe give Arenamo a day off. He's been 0 for the last couple. Put in Tyler Freeman. Put Brito back in leadoff. Oh wait, he's already... Yeah, move Brito to leadoff then. Something like that for my lefty lineup. Okay, who do I need? I need a DH. Conticello. That looks pretty good. All right, 25 seconds left of ad. Taking a look at the pitcher for tomorrow. But yeah, the we've been really lucky, I think, Funk Uncle, with injuries so far. We got a bunch of day-to-day ones. Wilmer Flores got... Ooh, I wonder what's going on with Wilmer. He got injured for us last year for a couple months, and he was our biggest offensive producer. The Tigers took him in the trade, and they've only given him 8 at-bats. He's just warming the bench for him. He had a homer the last time they started him, and then they just benched him right afterward. So unfortunate. May taking the loss there, had his first bad outing of the season. He has been lights out before then. Now it's going to be up to Woodruff. How is the bullpen? Bullpen looks a little tired. But there should be enough people in there to get it done. We won the series versus Boston. Brian Woodruff Two-time All-Star was in top form in a tight contest between Vegas and Boston. The Invaders' right-hander helped his team beat the Sox 3-0. Abner Uribe closed it out, earning his 7th save. Vegas is at 19-5, off to a blistering start. Woodruff allowed no runs over 7 innings. He racked up 7 strikeouts. Brandon was Brandon, said the manager Scott Tyler. We know what we'll get when he takes the mound. Damn. That's right. Tell him. Only 6 hits in the game. Freeman with a double. I like that Freeman feels like he's been seeing the ball a bit better this season. Maybe that offseason work helped. Young with a triple. Brito with a home run. Who is this guy? Who is Juan Brito? Put him in... what team did he belong to? We claimed him from Cleveland. Cleveland needs to start Juan Brito at first right now. Two-out RBI, Juan Brito. Runners left in scoring position, team lob 8. Freeman with a stolen base. Woodruff with 7 scoreless. Weaver, nice inning, only 1 hit and a strikeout, and Uribe picks up his 7th save for the shutout. 24 homers in AAA last year for Cleveland. You put him in right now, he's ready. Get him out there. He's on fire, and I'm putting him in leadoff as well. In my save, he did get MLB playtime with Cleveland, where I think he did well. They just kind of gave him 2 at-bats and then said, bye. Put him back to AAA with you. But he's doing better than he was doing in AAA. I'll take it. We'll see when he cools off. Here's the other pitcher we've got that's just like, ooh, he got blown up for 7 runs and 4 1/3 in AAA. Unhappy with his own performance now. Well, this is the backup guy we got in case anybody gets injured. I want to bring him in for like long relief potential, but it's fine. He's a young dude. Adbert Alzolay out for 6 months from Houston. I like checking waivers. Max Kepler on the Mets. Trying to get rid of that $8 million contract. Waving him. Let's take a look at the standings. Holy, 6 games ahead of the Rangers. I don't know where this came from, man. Best record in baseball right now. On a 7-3 streak, just won the series against the Sox. The Red Ones. 19-5. Glad to see we've yet to regress. What's up, Cliche? Yeah, I'm holding my breath still. I'm holding my breath. I'm also trying to keep an eye on the team chemistry. Trying to see if like the win streak has an effect on them. And also curious about ticket sales. Yeah, ticket sales looking good. I'll raise the price again. I like penny pinching there. All right, no game today. Finish today. Boom. Chicago White Sox coming up. Rate Field. They're 11-13 this year. 3rd place in the Central Division. 13th in runs scored, 13th in batting average, so they're not doing so good, like number-wise. They're tied for 3rd in pitching, 5th in starter ERA, 12th in bullpen ERA. Miller versus Kyle Wright. Malley versus Iriarte, who is going to be a phenom once he figures out his stuff. And Hagen Smith, similarly. So they got some young guys who are getting out there, getting some MLB experience. Got all that young talent from the years of being the White Sox, I would expect. The Oclamento Aztecs. Yep. Yep. They're playing, the game refuses to identify them as Oakland, and they're playing in Sacramento, so because it was too confusing for chat, I now call them the Oclamento. However, they renamed themselves the Aztecs in my timeline, so they chose that name. The A no longer stands for athletics. So we got some league evolutions. Tyler Freeman getting some scouting. I definitely think Freeman has some room to grow. Like, I've noticed it before the scout did. So we got an updated report on our... This is why it's important to occasionally scout your own players. Says he's got room to grow on defense, and I feel like he's got more overhead room on the BABIP than he... Maybe he had 10 before. But he's starting to lean into it a little bit more. Steven Matz, similarly, Scout updated his rating from a 45 back to a 50. Try to get some, like, higher scouting accuracy. Okay. Next game versus Kyle Wright. I'm going to sim a couple, then we can watch one. Let me see. So, Jazz, the only guy who needs to sit out today. How did Pratt do in the last game? 0 for 3. All right, Pratt, you take a day off. Let's move Arenamo to short. Freeman at second. Jazz day to day. That means Jace, are you not on this lineup? Jace plays third. Everything, I hit a nice pinch hit. I think this lineup is good. Marchand's been hitting some doubles. He's got 4 doubles in his last 3 games. Best defensive catcher that we got as well. All right, and we've got Bobby Miller Day on the bump. He's crazy. Versus the White Sox. Win at White Sox 6-5. We're 20-5 in our first 25 games, boys. Look at that turnaround. Despite a fine performance by center fielder Anthony Gutierrez, the White Sox lost to the Invaders 6-4. Gutierrez went 2 for 4 with a home run and a walk, adding 2 RBI and scoring once. Joe Mantiply, now 2-0, credited with the win. In 2 1/3 innings of relief, he had now allowed no runs on 1 hit, striking out 1, walking 0. Chicago White Sox are now 11-14. Marchand helped out the Vegas cause in the top of the 6th with a run-scoring sac fly, driving in 1. Apparently that was noteworthy. Banging out wins is what it's all about, he said. Look at that, hitting up and down the lineup. Hit, 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 hit. 2 hits, 2 hits. Bottom of the order production from Freeman. He had a double. Young had a double. Luis Robert Jr. getting a triple. Brito with another homer. He's homered in each of his last 2 games. What is going on? Secret superstar Juan Brito picked up off of waivers from Cleveland. Okay, chat. One of the reasons we're winning is because a little bit of luck. Maybe a lot of luck. One of the reasons we're winning is because I think this is true of real baseball. Any real baseball fans back me up on this one. A lot of times there could be a talent on the team who gets intentionally overlooked because another guy on the team, there's like a weird veterancy seniority thing. Like, you can't bench that guy. He's so-and-so. He's been on the team for 4 years. You're going to bench him just to get this new guy who can actually hit? There's like a weird seniority thing in baseball that, like, in a virtual environment, I am not adhering to. You know what I mean? Like, you're letting Juan Brito hit leadoff over Jazz Chisholm Jr.? Are you serious? Or something like that. And I'm doing that to some extent, right? Like, they'll always, Luis Robert Jr. and Jazz will always have a spot, and so will Kerry Carpenter. as long as they don't fall off the wagon. I sentence you to 5 years of arbitration. Thank you for hitting 20 homers a year, basically. Owners want ticket sales and merch sales. I think sometimes that's the case, but I think a lot of it is traditional managers who think they know best, kind of, or like have a gut feeling that is different from what stats or numbers show. There's not a lot of really like super data-driven managers. There's the intangibles that you have to consider. Enjoy the bench. You're gonna make 10K a game regardless. I guess so, but they want to play, man. Joe Madden. That's his 5th dinger of the season. I wonder how long he'll keep it up for. I want the Foz to be good, but I had to bench him. We just have a team. He is raking 317 in AAA though, so good for him. He's a little bit of first base depth. Brito kind of took his spot, to be honest. He had a full season with his last year. He had like kind of a mid-range 714 OPS, 99 OPS plus, which was serviceable in our first year. I'll be interested to see how we do after the All-Star break. Maybe, but we're #1 in the power rankings. Let's go. Team cobbled together with a box of scraps in a cave. Francisco Lindor, star of the week for the NL. 4 homers, going 12 for 22 on the week. Riley Green, the AL player of the week. Everybody's gone through those stretches when he's too eager to put the ball in play, but you know, I feel like this past week I got in the right frame of mind and just let things come naturally. 9 for 17 with 3 dingers. Tony Stark couldn't do better this season. All right, well, did I even look at this? I mean, I did, but Miller only went... Wow. Namo let 3 extra runs come across. Let me see what happened. Was that in the 4th? Okay. Dude, Alec Baum. We almost signed him. How's he doing? Pretty good. Jazz is doing better right now by a lot, so we almost pursued Alec Baum for 3rd. So he flew out. Jay Savina single. Miguel Vargas reaches on an error, E6 ground ball. So that's Arenamo. So now 2 on. Single from Kyle Teal. Station to station. So bases loaded. Wilfredo Lara. Fly out, sack fly. Okay, so 2 on, base on balls, bases loaded. Gutierrez singles. Scored run, okay. So base was still loaded. Walk, a run in, and the manager has seen enough. Too many walks. And the error. So Mantiply came in, got the fly out to end the inning, and then it was bullpen from the 4th on. So our bullpen might look a little sketchy right now. But who did the rest? Mantiply 2 innings, Snyder 2 innings, scoreless, and Uribe picks up his 8th save. What a gamer with 35 control. And they doubted you, Uribe. Chat doubted you. I told them, look at his last season, 59 1/3 innings pitched with us. We got to watch him. 2.12 ERA. Strikeout rate 10.2 Ks per 9. Look at that guy. So I think this looks like good management from the manager, which I don't say too often. Luis, yeah, the Robert Jr. triple as well. 9 hits for us in the game. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Now, Jazz Chisholm Jr. should be back in the lineup after getting a few days of rest. Iriarte trying to take game 2. Brito number 1. I don't know how, but sure. Brito 1. Jazz 2. Luis Robert. Kerry Carpenter. Matos was 0 for 4 yesterday. Did Okay, let's give him a day off. Give Will Brennan right field. Conticello 1 for 4 his last 2 days. Arenamo did have a 2-hit game despite the error. Marchand very rested, but we're gonna sit him for the other catcher, Indy. Brennan has had a multi-hit game in each of his last 4 games. I don't know why I benched him. I must not have been paying attention. But yeah, I don't love 3 lefties in a row. So give me... Carpenter, Conicello, Arenamo, Brennan, Rodriguez, Pratt. I like it. Pitching is Tyler Mahle, 0.87 ERA in 3 games started. He's only got 1 win despite that. That's funny. Cade Horton apparently on fire. Got the fire emoji. We got a bunch of people in the bullpen ready to go. Uribe got out in only 7 pitches. 7-pitch save. That's crazy. All right. Lock it in. Can we do it again? We can. How are we doing this? Holy. Oblique strain, 1 week. We're 21-5, brother. The Las Vegas Invaders defeated the White Sox 4-2 in American League action at Rate Field. Vegas pitcher Tyler Mahle had a standout performance. He's 2-0 now. In 5 innings, he gave up 4 hits, striking out 1, walking 2, and allowed 2 runs. Uribe closed out the game, earning his 9th save. Jodar Arenamo, the Las Vegas second baseman, ripped a solo homer in the top of the 6th to put the Invaders ahead 4-2. He had a double and a homer in 4 at-bats. Brother's rookie season was last year, and he seems like a different creature. After some off-season training in the dev lab, didn't... Well, did he get the dev lab? Homer Namo. He's already got 0.7 WAR, which is over twice as much as he had all last season. Yeah, I was looking at that. From the expansion, post-expansion draft, he was a Rule 5 pick from Milwaukee. Here's a question. If you keep a Rule 5 draft pick for, let's say, a year or 2, and then you want to bench him, does he still go back to his other team? What's the... Like, can you just never, ever send him down again? Or is there an expiration on when the Rule 5... Only the first year. Okay. I was going to say, that's crazy. Just the current season. That would have been insane. Vegas, you love to see 4 runs on 5 hits, let me tell you. That's efficiency. So, Arenamo double, nobody on. Brito. Back to back to back. 3 homers in 3 games in a row, dude. His 6th homer of the season. What is he doing? What's his pre-game workout look like? Nobody on, and then Arenamo solo homer. So 2 solo homers. Runners in scoring position left with 2 outs. Brito, Conicello. He had a sac fly, though. Turn 2. They had an error. So Mahle, 5 strong innings. 2 runs. Wow, a normal-looking bullpen day. Like, not bullpen day, but everyone actually had a full inning unto themselves. Alexis Diaz came out and actually got 1 scoreless inning. I'm impressed. Snyder, 2 innings. He's trying to dial it back in. He's definitely better than his, like, ERA suggests. He was our best reliever last year. We signed him to like a 2 or 3 year deal. And Uribe with another save. Aranama with another multi-hit game. He's popping off. Brito at 1.2 war already. Damn. Your scout drops a rating if they cough, but doesn't raise anyone if they're doing godly. Yeah. That's funny. Alright, he's still scouting all the dudes. Alec Burleson. Yep. Speaking of coughing, he went from like a down a full 5 points. We put him in AAA, and he's mashing in AAA. We signed him for a $1.5 million deal. We just had too much outfield depth after getting Kerry Carpenter. And so he kind of got stranded in AAA after having kind of an average season with St. Louis last year. So he's getting paid no matter what. But we have a little bit, if anybody gets injured, we do have a few like depth pieces in AAA. Hi, Etal. Please let me know when you have some free time. I am in the last year of my deal and want to negotiate an extension. Playing here in Vegas. Brother, it's April. Okay? It's a long season, Joe. Joe's like, Dear Etal, I remember last year how you traded me for one of my current teammates, Indy Rodriguez, who is now the backup catcher. Please don't do that again. I want to play with you because I see that you're winning. Your record is 21-5. Please don't trade me again. I want to win a ring and get a lot of money, please. He's been pitching well. He was higher rated last year when we signed him. That's the case for all of the guys on my team. Pay my rent, please. Okay, you know what? Who's pitching for them? Hagen Smith? Do you guys want... Let's watch the game, game 3, and see if we sweep. I'll let chat bet on the results. Luis Robert Jr. is iced. It's not what you want to see. $47 million ice right there. Cooper Pratt also iced. He had a hit yesterday at least. Who's pitching? Cade Horton pitching. Last time out, he went 7 2/3 scoreless innings. Got a 2.52 ERA on the season. Look at our starter ERA, by the way. Holy moly. Nobody even touching 4. Nobody even touching 4 ERA yet. We did change our pitching coach in the offseason. For whatever that's worth. Dwayne Ashley picked up in the offseason. Was actually coaching in my like AA, moved him up. And he seems to be getting along famously with this pitching staff. Okay, so throws lefty, Hagen Smith does. Last year we were awful against lefties. 3.7 ERA, 5 innings, 1 run, 4 1/3 innings, 1 run, 3 1/3 innings, 6 runs in his last 3 starts. 23-year-old with an insane changeup. Fastball, slider, curveball, all very good as well. Good stamina. Looking solid. All right, so Brito, as long as Brito starts. Kerry Carpenter, 92% rested. Cooper Pratt, did you have a day off yesterday? You were 1 for 3 yesterday. Let me see. Who else had hits? I like rewarding people who get hits with lineup spots. All right, none of you other nerds got a hit, so we're gonna go bog standard lineup then. Yep. I like it. Pitching bullpen has Keegan Aiken, Luke Weaver, Ian Hamilton, plus maybe a couple people who are just like a little tired who could come out in an emergency. Should be fine. Can we sweep the Sox? Or is there going to be an upset? You got 2 minutes to decide. Put your channel points on the line. The statistics say that we're most likely to win, but have we won too many times in a row? Like, we can't win every game, so maybe an opportunity for the doubters. Like, Cade Horton is not our best pitcher. Seems like an even matchup to me versus Hagen Smith. And you could argue they're a little bit more... We're probably more balanced up and down the lineup. They got some power with Baum. Brooks Baldwin is hitting 383 with 5 homers already. So he's going crazy. Chase Meadroth will probably pick things up because he's just off to a bit of a slow start. Though he's kind of not... He didn't do as well last year as he did the year before. Did you hear the Pope's favorite baseball team is the White Sox? I did. I'm a little afraid of sweeping the White Sox now. And what that means for my spiritual health. Take my points, doubters. I want to believe. Doubters should have a good, like, ROI for this one. All right. Confusingly, when we play the Sox, we have almost the same color placards. Theirs is a little bit lighter gray. So they do look very similar. Playing at Rate Field. I'd like to go to Rate Field someday. It's a nice looking park. All right, time is up. 2 million channel points on the line. We're up to bat first, starting with Brito the God. Hagen Smith got the 4 pitches with the put-away changeup. Had a 4.0 ERA last year, but he was out of relief and a starter because he's only 23 years old, so we're trying to get him ready for the bigs. Backing him up on the infield. Baum playing first. Okay, he can play first because they got Laura at third. Yeah, I know you can't see, but much higher third base aptitude up there. Baldwin at short. Not my first choice, even though he's a swinging a hot stick. I'd probably have put Meadroth at short with that range and Baldwin at second, but I'm not the manager, am I? Avina in right. Gutierrez in center. Ooh, that range. And then Nick Maton in left, kind of a utility slot. All right, let's go. Welcome to Rate Field. Vegas has a 21-5 record. First in the AL West. We're going crazy. Trying to sweep the White Sox today. And we'll start with a 3-pitch pop-up to center. Brito out number 1. Jazz Chisholm Jr. back in the lineup after a few days of rest. And he'll look at ball 4. Takes the fastball, misses low and inside. Not lead off. A 1-out base runner. For the other junior, Luis Robert Jr., we need to get more juniors on this team, I think. Bobby Witt. Don't hit my $47 million man. Smith nails Robert Jr. with the first pitch. He lost control of that fastball. Chisholm Jr. goes to second. Plunked him with a 94-mile-an-hour heater on the first pitch. We need Bobby Witt on the team. Who are the other good juniors? I think if you want to have like a superstar kid who's good at baseball, name him something Junior. You got to have a last name with Junior, and you're more likely. We get Vladdy. Yeah, I get Vladdy. Ronald Acuna on the same team. The juniors are crazy in baseball. I don't know how, but they all are. So if you have a last name with Junior, you're more likely to be a professional MLB player. 2 on, 1 out for Kerry Carpenter after the hit by pitch. Carpenter lines this one to straightaway center. Not deep enough to advance Jazz from second. That's out number 2 for Luis Matos. Hit hard, deep center field. Stays in the park, bounces off the warning track. That's good for a 2-out double. A little 2-out lightning and a little 2 RBI action. So Vegas out in front and the Believers off to a strong start here. 2 runs across in the first. And now Jace Young put in play, poke to second. That'll be out number 3. So Invaders strike first. Cotton Candy faintly in the background. I heard him. I don't know why he's so quiet now. Cade Horton up to pitch. This will be his 5th start of the season. He got a 2.52 ERA. Last time out went 7 2/3 scoreless. Been in control of his pitches lately. And he'll face Anthony Gutierrez, hitting 241 so far on the season, with a homer and 9 RBI. Scoop to third. Out number 1. Chisholm makes the play. And now Chase Meadroth.
Strike 3.
Struck out on the slider on 4 pitches. Brooks Baldwin hitting a massive 383. Looks at ball 4. First walk of the game for Cade. 2-out base runner for the power hitting Alec Baum.
Strike 3.
But he's a strikeout victim. Second strikeout for Cade. 2 Ks in the inning. And now the Invaders back up to bat with Arenamo. Popped up on 2 pitches into center field. Out number 1. And now Cooper. C. Pratt. C. Pratt.
Strike 3.
C. Pratt strikeout. C. Pratt rung up on a pitch at the bottom of the zone. And now the backup catcher, who's kind of transitioning into the starting catcher, Indy Rodriguez, got a little 2-out single up the middle. Though Rodriguez not off to the best start with the bat. He was a little more promising at the very beginning of the season, but he'll pass it to Juan Brito, who smokes this one into left. Down the line, left fielder has it, going first to third. And now, what's going on? What? We scored? Caught the defense sleeping. The throw comes in, cutoff man takes it, tries to get the runner out at second. In that time, the runner from third takes home with some heads-up base running. That was a bad camera angle of the replay. So Indy Rodriguez was at first, made it first to third on the double, but while they were trying to get Brito out sliding it at second, he just caught them sleeping and took home. Oh no, I bet on the White Sox. So Brito is credited with an RBI. But I'm not really sure how that counts as an RBI. Okay, anyway, chaos. And now Jazz will pop out to center field. So 1 run scratched across for Las Vegas to make it 3-0. Believers feeling very confident right now. Heart of the order coming up for the White Sox, starting with Jace Avina, full count on him. And that'll be to right field, hung up there for Matos. Out number 1 on a full count, 600 mile an hour, 6th pitch of the AB. Now Miguel Vargas. Poked. Oh, bobbled by the shortstop. Flubbed by Pratt. That'll be an error on the shortstop. Camera spin. Huge camera movement. Looking for the cotton candy man. Can't find him. And Vargas reaches on an error. Charge to Pratt. That's put in play up the middle. So thinks about third, but holds up at second. Luis Robert Jr. is there to field it. Now we got 2 men on, tying run at the plate in Wilfredo Lara, with only 1 out in the inning. And that one's going to be over the infield for a single. Left fielder has it, throws it in, station to station, go the infield. Bases loaded now with 1 out. So error is starting to look pretty bad now. Nick Maton in the 9-hole. He's got 3 RBI on the season, no home runs, and a chance to do the funniest thing to the believers. That's going to be over the infield. Another single. Left fielder in on it. Everyone moves station to station. The bases stay loaded. And an RBI single there for Maton out of the 9-hole. So Horton trying to find the answer. Instead, it's the 3rd hit for the White Sox in the inning for Gutierrez. Anthony Gutierrez in center is a career .239 hitter because this is his first season as a major league player. His rookie season, 22 years old, and he steps to the dish and delivers another single for his team. And they continue with the bases loaded. 4 singles in the inning now, and it's back to within 1. Chase Meadroth now, bases still juiced, only 1 away. And Cade Horton gets a huge strikeout on the curveball. And maybe can find his way out of this, but he has to get through the hottest hitter in the lineup, the lefty Brooks Baldwin, playing short today, who's looking for something big here for the White Sox. Full count. Swings. Oh, hit hard, but directly to the right fielder. Unlucky on that hard hit ball for out number 3. That was smoked 104 miles per hour off the bat, but pulled it too hard into right. And Cade finds a way out of the bases loaded jam with only 2 runs having come across after 4 singles in the inning. So he's racked up some pitches. And now Luis Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, and Matos up for the Las Vegas Invaders.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Robert Jr. gone for the first out. Now Kerry Carpenter. They hit him. The second hit by Hitch. The second hit by pitch. Speaking is hard. My brain's got the wires crossed. I'm just so upset that they keep hitting all of my best players. We need to go take the field. Empty the bullpens. Where do you see how many times someone's been hit by a pitch? It's not HP, is it? Hit by Hitch. Where's the stat? I only see walks. I don't know, it's somewhere. He'll take first. 1 out. Luis Matos already got a hit today and 2 ribbies for the team. He delivered last time. This time he'll sky it into center. I think it is HP. So he's already been hit 5 times this season. And the season's just begun. They keep plunking him. So 2 outs now for Young. He puts this one into play in right, but the right fielder comes on strong and gets out number 3. All right, Cade back up, 46 pitches in, bottom of the 3rd against Alec Baum. Full count on him. And he takes the leadoff walk. Fastball misses. A little too careful there around the zone. After fouling off some tough pitches, nice AB. That ball smoked into deep center field, still going back on it, but he's got room. Robert Jr. makes out number 1 a long way away from the plate. A steal attempt, the throwdown. Safe. Baum with his 3rd steal of the season. 45 speed. He uses raw talent to take the bag and is in scoring position for Miguel Vargas,
Strike 3.
who strikes out. Cut on the changeup. 2 outs. Kyle Teal 1 for 1 today. Works the count full, but dribbles it back to the mound. Pitcher covers and throws. Horton barehands it. Teal out by a step and a half. Out number 3. Invader still out in front, 3-2 for bottom of the order, starting with Jadar Arenamo. Lazy pop up to shallow center. On 1 pitch, the Arenamo special. And now Cooper Pratt. That'll keep the center fielder busy as well. Gutierrez charges it, has it for out number 2 on, that's 3 pitches and 2 outs. Indy Rodriguez lofts one into left for out number 3. So 3 outs in the outfield. Horton back up in the bottom of the 4th, 73 pitches in. Trying to get as deep as he can into this game before bringing the bullpen in. That'll be a pop-up on the infield for out number 1. Jazz makes the catch. Got him to pop up the changeup high and inside. Jammed him.
Strike 3.
Strikes out Nick Maton on a 2-2 count. Swinging at the slider. Couldn't catch up to it. And now 2 strikes on Gutierrez.
Strike 3.
Gets him to strike out too. Another K in the books for Cade. We're through 4 now. Top of the order, Juan Brito up. Trying to get some insurance runs here. But this will be scooped into left center field for out number 1. Smith only at 59 pitches in the 5th here. Looking dominant. Gets the strikeout looking. Chisholm Jr. dismissed on the changeup that caught the corner. Right on the edge. And now Luis Robert Jr. looking to shake some ice off of his bat. There we go. That'll be down. The line in left. No play at second. It'll be a long single for him. And he'll stand at first for Kerry Carpenter. Toward the middle, second baseman has it. Out number 3. All right. Nothing on 1 hit. Cade back up, 87 pitches in, trying to get some outs in the 5th for his team before passing it over to the bullpen. Meadroth works a full count and takes the walk. Ball 4. Leadoff walk for the hot-hitting Brooks Baldwin. And Baldwin slaps this one into right. But he got just under it. And Matos fades back on it, spin the camera, reaches up to snag it. Out number 1. I can't believe Horton's back out to face Baum. The ball gets away. It's a wild pitch, skips toward the on-deck circle, and the runner will advance to scoring position at second on the wild pitch. So only 1 out. Baum a chance to tie the game here or take the lead. But instead, he'll line it directly to Kerry Carpenter, who literally doesn't move. The ball comes to him. Out number 2. Horton has a chance to get through 5 innings of 2-run ball here if he can get Jay Savina out. This might be the last batter he faces either way. In play, slow roller to Jazz Chisholm Jr. Good throw. Out number 3. That'll do it. Nothing but the walk. And he holds on to the lead. So Matos, Young, and Arenamo now up. Let's see what they got. He's doubled and driven in 2. But he will ground into short, and he'll be out number 1. So making Smith look like a superstar here. Let's see what Jace Young can do as a DH.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 swinging. He is out. How about Arenamo looking for some contact? Nope. Too soft. Third baseman has it. 3 outs. That's 6 innings of 3-run ball. And new pitcher Keegan Aiken up for Las Vegas in the bottom of the 6th. Keegan Aiken last time out gave up 2 runs in an inning and 2/3 in the loss to Boston. The 1 game they lost in that series. He's got a 4.22 ERA on the season. Got a good slider and a fastball and a changeup he mixes in. Knows how to locate. And he's out to face Miguel Vargas first, who works the count full. Put in play toward the middle. Slow roller. And Arenamo's got it for out number 1. Good play. Now the lefty Kyle Teal, 1 for 2 today. Strikeout. Aiken gets him on 3 pitches with a high changeup. And now Laura. Laura smokes this one to center. But Robert Jr. is there. 3 up, 3 down. All right, top of the 7th. Close game. Cooper Pratt looking for some insurance runs. But he strikes out. Smith with his 5th strikeout. He's back out in the 7th. Indy Rodriguez works the count full.
Strike 3.
And he's called out on strikes. Teal nudged that pitch back into the strike zone. And finally, a new pitcher for the White Sox. The fastball is about 2 feet outside, but the umpire, feeling a little extra generous, called that one a strike. Hunter Harvey out. 5.56 ERA on the season. 4.89 last year in 35 innings of work. Got a fastball, and a fastball. And then another fastball. So he's got 4 fastballs working for him, because I would probably not throw the other 3 pitches. But let's see what he's got against Juan Brito, the superstar unexpectedly of the Las Vegas Invaders. Almost said Aviators. Different team. That's going to be a sharp single up the middle on a 2-2 count. So there's a hit. Finally get the starter out of the game, and the Invaders have their 5th hit. Now lefty Jazz Chisholm Jr. up with 2 outs.
Strike 3.
But he strikes out. Invaders get 1 hit. Lead still 3-2. Bottom of the 7th. Aiken back out to face the lefty Nick Maton, who's got an RBI for his team today.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out swinging at the fastball. Got him with the 91-mile-an-hour cheese. High and tight. Gutierrez back up. Hit hard. Handled. And Arenamo comes up with it. That'll be a ground out. So 2 outs now for Chase Meadroth. A soft grounder back toward the mound. Pitcher has it. Throws. Easy out, says the game. 3 up, 3 down. Turned into a pitcher's duel unexpectedly. Harvey back out after getting the out in relief last inning for Luis Robert Jr. Robert Jr. up the middle over the shortstop's head for a leadoff single. 2nd hit of the game for him. Both singles. New pitcher now, Brent Hedrick. Hedrick not had a great start to the season. 9.75 ERA in 12 innings pitched so far. Got a fastball, slider, splitter, and didn't work for him last time out. He gave up 2 runs in relief. And he's got to get Kerry Carpenter out. So they're playing matchups now with the lefty pitcher versus the lefty batter. And they throw behind the runner. The catcher Teal throws to first. Robert Jr. dives back in time. He's safe at first as they try to catch him sleeping.
Strike 3.
Carpenter strikes out, so the matchup works. Hedrick gets a strikeout. 1 out. Robert Jr. at first. Matos at the dish. And a steal attempt. So they had the right idea, trying to catch him leaning off the bag. But Robert Jr. in there with his 3rd stolen base of the season, in scoring position now for Matos. A little bit of small ball. And Hendrick lets out a sigh. That is a balk. Hedrick is clearly disappointed in himself because you just can't go up there balking like that. You can't just be up there on the mound doing a balk. So Robert Jr. takes 3rd on the balk, which was clearly not allowed. And he is in even closer now for Matos. who puts it in play deep right field. Right fielder glides over, makes a spectacular catch. Robert Jr. tags up and makes it home to take an extra 1 run, insurance run, for his relievers. How dare you pretend to throw the ball? Sorry, the what? A balk is when a pitcher makes a weird motion when they're delivering the pitch and there's a runner on base. I've explained balks like 3 times, but anyway, it's if you know American football, it's kind of similar to a false start. Once you start the pitching motion, you have to finish the pitching motion. Otherwise, you have to step off. If you do like a hesitation to try to fake the runner out, or you do something on accident, even if it's not intentional, if it's a weird sudden movement, then that's a balk. So once you start a delivery, you have to complete the pitch, basically. Or you can step off the rubber and try to make a throw. So basically, he made a illegal motion with a runner on base that could be accused of trying to fake the runner out. You can't do any like fake pitches. Pitcher picked his foot up and then kind of faltered, and that was a balk. Yeah, even if the pitcher trips or something, that would still be a balk, even if it's like completely accidental. It's always completely accidental. Like, they're not trying to do anything because they'll get called for it every time. So the run scores on the sacrifice fly. Young watches the 4th ball, doesn't get the call at the top of the zone, takes first on the walk. New pitcher Usita. 5.73 ERA. White Sox struggling in the bullpen so far this year. Had a clean outing last time, but gave up 4 earned before that. 2 outs for Arenamo. Arenamo lofts this one to left. That's the 3rd out. Vegas scratches one across after the balk and the sacrifice fly, so Aiken has a 2-run buffer coming back out in the bottom of the 8th to face Brooks Baldwin. 0 for 2. Put in play, grounded to short. Out number 1 on 1 pitch. Now Aiken will see Alec Baum 0 for 2 today with a walk. That one hit hard. Shortstop busy over there. That's a 2-pitch ground out. So Aiken looking good out of relief. Just needs to get Avina out. Full count. And back to the shortstop. That's why you got to be the most athletic player on the team at short. So 3 up, 3 down. We go to the 9th. Las Vegas a chance for some insurance runs. And Pratt will have a leadoff single on a 2-1 count. So good for Pratt. Got himself a base hit against Usita. Indy Rodriguez in the 9th spot has 1 hit today. Hits this one deep center field. That'll be a long out number 1. So the runner at first heads back to first. And now Juan Brito 2 for 4 today with an RBI. He can't be stopped. Well, this time he can be stopped. Second baseman gloves it. Throws to second to take the lead runner. Brito reaches first on the fielder's choice. 2 outs now for Jazz.
Strike 3.
Who strikes out again. So, final 3 chances for the White Sox and the Doubters here, with Luke Weaver coming in to pick up the save. Uribe must be tired. Uribe is eepy. But we have kind of like a second dude who is capable of such feats. Luke Dreamweaver. Great fastball, 97 miles an hour. Changeup cutter and a curve. Got good stuff. Sometimes the home runs get him, though. He's facing Miguel Vargas. And this one put in play sharply to left on a 3-1 count, but it hangs up for Kerry Carpenter, out number 1. Weaver is 1 for 2 in save opportunities this year, so he's blown 1 save early in the season. That's a sharp liner. Diving is Luis Robert Jr., and he makes the catch in shallow center field, charging quickly for a 4-star catch. tracking down and trapping that 106.3 mile an hour shot into shallow center and saves a hit. Not on my watch, he says. Down to their final out. Wilfredo Lora is the only chance to keep the White Sox from getting swept. Puts it in play. Jazz has it. Long throw. Out number 3. Game over. Chicago falls 4-2 to Vegas and gets swept by this team who seems unstoppable right now. They are riding it high on cloud 9. They win again and increase their record to 22-5. I am never trusting what Etal says. I'm just as surprised as all of you, okay? The good teams lose against bad teams in baseball sometimes. It happens. That's baseball. Having a great defensive center fielder is nice. I agree. That's one of the reasons why I'm paying Luis Robert Jr. the big bucks, is because he's got a bat and he's got a glove. And I feel like center field is one of the hardest positions to get both. Usually it's one or the other. There's plenty of right fielders who hit extremely well. There's plenty of left fielders who hit extremely well. There are not many center fielders who hit extremely well. Now, I don't know for sure that Robert Jr. will hit extremely well because he's only hitting 267 and his slugging is down quite a lot. So I think he'll come around over the course of a full season. He's still got 16 RBIs. He's been very clutch in RBI opportunities. I think he's hitting 450 when runners are in scoring positions. So he's very clutch, if nothing else. And he has a 60 center field rating with a 70 range, which most people don't have with that kind of bat. Seven hits in the game, a Matos double, a Brito double. 2 for 5 Brito. He's going insane still. Luis Robert Jr. 2-hit game. Matos with a hit. Pratt with a hit. Rodriguez with a hit. And just a couple walks. I like that there's been 3 people in chat who were like, the Pope is a Cubs fan. And then people are like, no, that was misreported. He's actually a White Sox fan. Apparently that was some big confusion over that. Aiken coming out for 3 scoreless innings is huge out of the bullpen, so I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Aiken, though. He was a bit shaky last time. Pull that ERA down. Weaver starting to iron things out as well, maybe. And Cade only giving up 1 run through 5. What a gamer. So Luis Matos with a big double. Nobody's a White Sox fan. They are now. They are now. Anyways, GG's. I got to pay the believers. Sorry, doubters. I don't know how we're winning this much, to be honest. I think it's fine to end the day and check our mail. These are just some potential, like, prospect guys. Colin Snyder, we think he's still a 50. Good. Very good. Kang observes third baseman. Okay, that doesn't matter. Looking good. Checking the waivers. Nothing. Check free agents randomly. Check the bullpen. Boom, boom, boom. Plenty of dudes. Steven Matz up again. New series versus Toronto. After having an insane series against the White Sox, look at this record. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. The most we've lost in a row is 2. We should take a breath. There's an ad break coming up in like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. I need water. I'm dehydrated. All this winning is getting to me. You know, look at these. First in runs scored, first in batting average, first in OPS, second in OBP, first in batting WAR, first in WOBA in the American League, 9th in homers. So we're not even hitting the most homers. So turn your volume down if you get ads so you don't get blasted. First in base running, first in runs against, first in starter ERA, 7th in bullpen ERA, first in FIP, fielding independent pitching, first in pitcher WAR, 4th in strikeouts, first in defensive efficiency, 4th in zone rating, and 8th in errors. Some interesting data points here through as the season goes on. Aronamo said it casually setting the records for career games played and hits. I was not even expecting him to start this season. We can check on our prospects as well. We could definitely check on our prospects. I think checking on your prospects like once a month is probably a good idea. Like maybe once every 2 weeks if you're really curious. I don't know when we last checked in on them though. Okay, ad just started. Thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate you. Look at all these cool numbers. I'll be right back. Hello. I had some bites of beef jerky. Why is it quiet? Oh, the song just ended. Oh, okay. I thought I left you in complete silence. I had some pieces of beef jerky and a cookie. And I got some water, and I need to do some stretches because I'm dying gamer death. All right. I did like 15 squats. What's up, Wanmin? I saw an ad for like 10 seconds, and then you panicked and subscribed. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate the prime. Good evening. Good evening. Let's check on our prospects and also our hit list. Let's check on both. Here is my core farm system gamers. They're our top prospect, Jason DeCaro. I moved him to high A. He's got, the season must have just begun. He's got 2 starts with a 2.31 ERA. It's good. It's gonna take a while to develop, and he may never develop. But he seems like he's at a good place relative to his skill. And I don't want to move him to AA, even though he could probably handle it. I want to see him prove himself for a bit here and kind of hold that down. E-Town will be back shortly. Hi. I'm back. But yeah, I want to give him some time. I don't want to rush him too fast, too quick. But it would be nice if he could get anywhere close to that 60. Even like a 50 or a 55, if he reaches that, would be nice. 60 would make him goated. 80 is the maximum. Antonio Del Bosque is another one of our big prospects, but he's younger, 18 years old. And they haven't started the games yet. Because I got him in the Dominican Rookie League, which I finally fixed. He's actually a 45 relative to rookie ball, but I kind of don't agree. Like, it says he's a 45, but I'm looking over here when he's got really low control, which you don't want for a starter, and really low stuff. He just got good movement on his pitches. But then if I switch it to like Dominican Rookie League, much more consistent. He's got more stuff, more movement, better control. So I feel like starting here is fine. And then Ryan Garrity is already pitching in A ball. 3 starts, 4.11 ERA. His potential has shot down. So he was one of our like kind of prospect guys. And you can see his scouting trajectory just nosedive. This is going to happen a lot. When we had average scouting on him, he was a 60, high scouting of 50, very high. He's now a 45 potential. So that's just going to happen to a lot of people. So, you know. What league are we in here? What league are we in? We're in the Arizona Complex League for rookie ball, but for A ball, are we the California League? Okay, yeah, we're in the Southern Division of the California League. He's like a 50 relative to A and like a 45 relative to high A, but I want to see him actually do well in A before I bump him up. And maybe some of these guys get better than their, just because their potential prediction went down doesn't mean that they're actually going to be locked there. It's just if we trust our scout, you know? And then same thing for Steve Hosky. He's down to a 50. But to be honest, again, if you can hit a 50, you're still really good. He'll play in the MLB if he hits a 45 or a 50, probably. At some point. And I've got him in the rookie complex, but he might have developed a little bit in the offseason. Like, I might be able to just take him to A-ball. Because he would be kind of a god in rookie ball, and the problem with rookie ball is it doesn't go for very long. Like, their schedule is like starts in May, right? Whereas A-ball's already playing, you know, so I could get him some playtime, getting him up to A, instead of waiting if he's probably already ready to some extent. He'd have 45 stuff, 40 movement, 40 HRA, it's just that 35 control is a problem. I don't know if there's any gamer pros who want to comment on this one, because it seems like 35 control is pretty bad for a starter, but maybe this stuff in the movement alone is enough to carry him a little bit, or I could just wait it out and let him play rookie ball. But he'll kind of like dominate rookie ball. I don't know. I'm gonna let him simmer. I'm scared of throwing him in the deep end too fast. Charlie O'Shell, what happened to you, man? You were a 70. You're down to a 45. What is this soundtrack? I've actually we've listened to the soundtrack before. I don't remember if it actually got, I think this is a soundtrack for a visual novel. I have no idea if it mutes the soundtrack. I mean, the stream or not. We'll find out. Sorry, VOD watchers. I apologize in advance, VOD watchers. We're gonna have to do some research at your expense here. Luke Stevenson at catcher in rookie ball. How's he doing? Hasn't played yet. He's a 70 relative to rookie, so like he's improved, but he's a 30 now. All right, move up to A ball, I guess. Welcome aboard, Luke. Welcome aboard. All right, let me set that up while I'm actually thinking about it. There he is. So I want him to get starts. So he's going to be the starting catcher now. This is the part where I realized I only had one catcher. Oh, man. I don't know who's playing catcher for that dude. This is why it's tough to do the management yourself. Okay, we have 33 out of 32 players, so we got too many people. So, Juan Cruz, you're out of here, brother. $20 overall, 20 potential. I gotta set you on the course to go do other things with your life, you know what I mean? Someone's gotta help you out. IRL, they usually start in A or high A. Usually, yeah. Well, there's rookie ball too. So you might start in rookie ball. And then there's also a Dominican Rookie League, which is a whole different thing. All right, so that was Luke Stevenson. Yeah, some of these guys have actually like kind of improved since I first assigned them. Like, Braden Holcomb is a 70 related to rookie ball. So he's been improving. He's a 50 related to A, and a 45 related to this. So I want to move him up to A as well. So it means I gotta cut somebody else. I'll come back to that. Alex Lopez. Currently set up for the Dominican Rookie League, where he would only be a 30. So yeah, so you stay where you are. And then David Rodriguez, also ready for Dominican Rookie League. Yeah, you stay where you are. Those are two of my newest dudes that we just got this year from, one of them from the International Free Agency. Yep, all right. All three of those guys need to stay right where they are. We got not that many outfielders compared to the infielders. Because now I have to get one other guy off the roster here. Okay, we have like 8 infielders. So I'm just gonna take the worst infielder. Sorry, Oswaldo. Or sorry, Nick Rodriguez. They're doing great in A-ball. Are they overmatched for it? Not really. Sorry, guys. Gotta cut you. I don't think we have space on the other roster, do we? Hold on. Nah, we got space on the rookie team, but you're just, oh, like I said, he's just overmatched. I'll just get rid of his outfielder. Okay. Now a couple of our dudes will get some playtime who weren't getting playtime before and start improving in our farm system. I just need to remake the lineups because I want Braden Holcomb to play first. And even though he's only a 45 potential, you know, I want to see how they do. You can't just drop him just because. All right, let's see the shoulda, woulda, coulda list. He has Monty Grandal playing for the Rockies. Got paid 1.6 mil, hitting 211 in 23 plate appearances. Luken Baker playing for the Phillies. Hitting 250, but only in 8 at-bats. Wilmer Flores also only had 8 at-bats, hitting 250. David Hamilton playing for the Pirates minor league system. Back to Double-A. I don't remember Mario Mejia. I think we just traded him as part of another package. Chang is hitting 195 to start the season. He's got such good overall ratings. I don't know how he's not hitting better, to be honest. He was hitting 262 with us, over 389 at-bats, and he's just been doing much worse on Chicago. Caden Wallace is actually like the Dodgers' third baseman on a Rule 5 draft pick, and he's hitting 311 in 90 at-bats so far this season. Okay. I don't know why you're at third when you have 0 third base aptitude, so that's kind of an interesting choice. But nice to see him getting some play time. Blaze Alexander is also starting third base for Portland, 220 on the season. It's kind of what I remember him doing, yeah. Fernando Ayala is shortstop. We didn't draft him. Hadn't done anything yet. Most of these guys won't have done anything yet. Jake Fraley has got that $10 million contract in left with Cincinnati. He's hitting 253 on the season with 2 homers. I'm glad we didn't sign Fraley to that $16 million deal, let me tell you. Pedro Leon is playing left for the Padres, hitting 288 with 4 homers. Did we just not give him enough time? Let's see how he does over the course of the season. David Beckles, minor league for the Cubs, and Hector Ochoa off to a rough start with Cincinnati. Yeah, we made some good decisions there, I think. I think these are all pretty good decisions. It'll be interesting to check on the dudes we didn't draft in the future, though. All right, we're up against Ricky Tiedemann. 5.2 ERA, got a crazy fastball slider, but only having 3 pitches is rough as a starter, even if you have some really good ones, because you just have to see the same. They're getting good looks at all your pitches multiple times through the order. All right, so our normal lefty lineup is Brito, Jazz, Luis Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter. Let me see Kerry Carpenter's splits early in the season. He's much worse against lefties, but he's only had 22 plate appearances. It's kind of what I thought. Matos goes crazy against lefties. Can you see the rating as a reliever for starters? What do you mean? Explain a little better. Conticello kind of goes crazy against lefties too. So does Jace Young. It's too hard to pick, man. How do you get these guys all in? What about right field? What about Matos? Matos, really good against lefties so far. I don't understand. Like, the current potential, is it different for starters versus relievers? His stamina is good enough to be a starter. He just can't go very deep into games. But you could see their ratings if you personally set them as a starter or a reliever. Because, yeah, if you set a pitcher to a reliever, they will typically have like an uptick in velocity because they can throw harder. Because when they're a starter, they need to pace themselves longer. And that might result in more stuff, which means more strikeouts maybe. So yeah, they'll get tired faster because they're throwing harder as relievers. So typically, yes, some starters do have problems adjusting to being a reliever based on their expectations and whatnot. If the player doesn't really care, then sometimes you can find guys who want it to be starters but are actually just better as relievers because they do get a little, their stats should go up a little bit. I don't know if that answers your question or not. I need to give Carpenter and Luis Robert Jr. a day off. But I don't know if you can like see that visually, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I move Matos to left. How is Brennan against lefties? Pretty good. Pretty, well, good average, but not much slugging. Let's get Conticello in here. Might have Conticello play right, which he's not especially good at, but it brings his bat to bear. And then 22-5. Wow. Yeah. How? Skill and talent. Not luck at all. 0 luck. Just make me an MLB manager right now, and I will lead a team to the World Series if the owner gives me enough money. Actually, make me a GM, I meant. And I will befuddle the fan base and lead us to a dynasty that they will write about in the history books. Let's get Tyler Freeman at center. The short answer is we've had great production up and down the lineup. Juan Brito came off of waivers and has randomly hit 6 homers, 1.117 OPS from the leadoff spot as a 25-year-old. Jazz is doing well. Gavin Conticello hitting pretty decently. Freeman is a little bit better than last year so far. Actually, a lot better than last year so far. Not a huge sample size. Luis Matos getting picked up from waivers from San Francisco. Stepped it up when he joined us. I don't know, man. They're just all hitting the ball. It might even out over the long term. It might. Brito, Jazz, Conticello, Matos, Young, Arenamo, Freeman. All right, if we lose, that's okay. We can lose 1. Mats is pitching. Send it. Pew. Win versus Toronto, 3-2. Let's go, boys. 23-5. We're unstoppable. Las Vegas pitcher Steven Matz had a large part in his team beating the Blue Jays 3-2. The left-hander kept opposing batters in check throughout the game. The win moves Las Vegas to a record of 23-5. The decisive blow was delivered by Tyler Freeman, playing center field today instead of Robert Jr. In the bottom of the 9th, it was a walk-off run-scoring double off of Colin Holderman to win the game for Vegas. The crowd went nuts. What an ending, said a jubilant Freeman. See, like, they kept us to 5 hits in the game, but we're just making them like a little better. The hits are a little better. Matos double, Freeman double. Like, we're getting harder contact and more extra base hits. Middle of the order here: Matos, Young, Arenamo, Freeman, Pratt, each with hits. 3 walks. Mats went 5 1/3, 1-run innings. Ian Hamilton, 1 2/3 scoreless. Weaver, 1 2/3 scoreless, and Uribe get the final out. And why did Uribe have to come in to get the final out? Maybe he's just gassed. Fly out, strikeout swinging, base on balls. Maybe he was just tired, I don't know. Weird managing. Arenamo had 2 stolen bags and scored 2 runs. Yeah, Arenamo has had, look at the difference in these numbers. Like, our players just decided, they just decided, you know what? I'm gonna just play better this year. But we did go through the development lab in the offseason. Some of them did improve in the dev lab in the offseason a bit. We came into this with a chip on our shoulder? Maybe. But yeah, Arenamo's actually going crazy. He had potential to go crazy. He'd be a contact king if he gets even a little bit more BABIP. He's already hitting big contact. No walks, though. Don't need him. Just hit the ball. Brito and Mats with an error each. Which allowed the Blue Jays to score an extra run. You brought in some stars and they just showed the other players how it's done. I guess so. Okay, I don't care about this dude. Brandon Woodruff. I'm just scouting my own players. He lost some movement. Still pitching well. All right, lineup should be good. Versus Bowden Francis. Looks like a winnable game to me. 6 earned his last time out. Extreme Flyball righty. Stars back in. Burrito Jazz, Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, Matos. Was there any other, like, star yesterday with hits? Nobody crazy. Burrito and Conticello. How do they do it? Honestly, Freeman. Is overperforming. I think you sit Pratt actually here. And move these guys around for a bit. All right, so Arenamo for Pratt. Pratt backup short. And he's also like a really good backup third base. Freeman to second. Wait, I don't need to move him. Hold on. You need to do this. Burrito can play backup second. I mean, Brennan has been pretty good against lefties as well. But you just can't have him and Matos out there at the same time. Matos has had a double in each of his last 2 games. Conticello, Ofer. All right, we'll give Brennan to DH today. Arenamo will play short. Freeman will play second. I have no idea if this is... I hope this doesn't mute the VOD because the soundtrack is like exactly what I want to listen to. Matos out. Brennan in. Move up. Arenamo. Then Brennan. Conticello's kind of settling back in. Just gonna give him the 9 hole today. See what happens. Brennan can play right. What soundtrack is this? I think it's like a visual novel, possibly harem game. I have no idea. Paradise Killer original soundtrack. I have no idea, but it's popping. All right, who's pitching? It accidentally, it went through like random songs and I was like, oh, that song is good. And then I clicked on the album and now we're listening to it. Dustin Mayday, let's go. Win versus Toronto 11-1. Oh yeah, we have Ronnie Mauricio. I forgot about him. He's just been sitting here DFA'd. Oh no. I'm gonna have to waive him. Baseball officials have notified the Tumbleweeds. Their players have been suspended for inappropriate and aggressive behavior. Justin Johnson and Sean Williams have to sit for 4 games due to the free-for-all brawl that they started. Chat. 24-5. It's a weird mix of exploration and visual novel. In games like MLB The Show, I love building lineups and managing teams without the money aspect of contracts, etc. Is it possible to dumb it down in this game? Yeah, you can be a manager. You could play a manager mode. But don't be surprised when your GM makes head-scratching moves. Yeah, you would just start a new game as a manager. And you could actually, like, set the lineups. You could even, like, manage during the games. But yeah, if your GM makes some questionable trades. I found it, like, I wanted to be the manager of a minor league team, but the lineup roster changes were too frequent for me. But yeah, you can actually play this just fully as a manager and not do anything GM related. So that's in kind of like the game setup settings. But I think that the money stuff's really fun and the contracts are really fun to manage because it's like, it's that like imaginary space that video games fill that are like, yes, I have $200 million. What would I do with it if I could hire any of these guys? So it's kind of like fun for that reason. But yes, it is possible to do exactly that. I won't say that the AI is always the smartest. They do make some silly decisions sometimes, but you can assign as many things as you want to the AI. And then you would choose your role at the beginning of the game to be a manager. You can be the manager, the general manager, or both. You can do both. And then if you pick manager, you can just like go to your available jobs and you should be able to get hired by a number, like the MLB teams at the beginning of the game when you first start. Kind of choose what team you want to manage. Bro, we blew them out 11-1. I feel like I would get overwhelmed, but seems customizable, which is great. You just have to be patient with it. Google stuff, lots of answers on Reddit or on the Out of the Park forums. There's some good intro videos as well. So it's kind of a game that requires some third-party research, but it is super satisfying and there's nothing else like it. So it's rewarding to dig into. But it is very customizable. Giant sandbox. Learning the UI is probably just like the hardest part, I would say, or just baseball terminology you're not familiar with, types of contracts and stuff. Because it is very technical. We hit a grand slam? Kerry Carpenter led Las Vegas. Hold on. We may as well just do this. Wrong button. Indy Rodriguez up in the second with Matos and Freeman on. Takes the walk. Okay. Load the bases. And then Cooper Pratt up. Strikes out to strand the bases loaded. So they were already having some issues like early in the game. And then Dalton Varsho takes Steven Matz deep to right field. The only run they end up scoring in the game, but they score first. Trouble on the base paths. Infield playing in. Edmundo Sosa up with only one out and runners on second and third. Gets the strike three call on the corner for out number 2. And then Vladdy Guerrero Jr.'s up. Put in play, back to the pitcher's mound, and they get the out at first. Oh, they bobble it! For some reason, I thought Toronto only scored 1. But apparently they scored 2, so it could have gotten out of the inning. And an error on the pitcher. Then it's the bottom of the 7th, and we still don't even have a run. You're looking at a different game. Oh. Well, now I'm committed. Because we won this one, too. So we were down 2-0. And Arenamo moves Young over to third for Freeman, who smacks one for a sac fly. So runner from third comes in to score after the catch. Safe. That's one. And then Indy Rodriguez takes the walk. Runners on the corners. 2 outs for Cooper Pratt, who lines one into shallow right to tie the game in the 7th. Rodriguez makes it to third, and then the hero Brito strikes out. Never mind. Okay, so they tie it up, and then Weaver out in the 8th, gives up a 2-out hit. on the line drive, but nothing happens. And then back to us. Matos versus Mason Fluharty. Fluharty? Side is retired. So we 3 outs in the 8th, still tied. Weaver trying to keep it tied. Lines out to left. Loperfido in. 2 outs in the 9th. Full count. Walks him. And so they bring in Uribe to try to get the final out. And he strikes him out. Okay, so they trust the home team to walk it off by bringing Uribe out. Strikes out Young. So 1 out in the 9th, and then Arenamo walks. The rare Arenamo walk. Never before seen. And then Tyler Freeman with a full count belts it into the gap to walk off the Toronto Blue Jays. So fantastic job by Freeman. Dude. And then they hop for joy at home plate. All right, well, that was a good one, too. I don't know why it does this in reverse order. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Sure, why not? All right, so this is the game where we scored a lot of runs. Brito on, Robert Jr. on. And then a little dribbler back to the mound. Pitcher has it. Safe. Infield hit. Brito scores on contact. And then we only scored 1 on that one. Now Varsho and Schneider on base for the Blue Jays versus May against Andres Jimenez. In play, first baseman has it, takes the out, and they tag the runner at second. That's a weird way to get that double play, but a double play is a double play. Bottom of the second, full count on Freeman, nobody on. And he smokes this one. Freeman's on fire lately, dude. It's like a different guy. Wokage. All right, I don't know how Brito reaches, Chisholm Jr. reaches, Robert Jr. reaches. Bases loaded, 1 out for Kerry Carpenter, and Kerry Carpenter hits the first grand slam of the season, I think? Is this the first grand slam of the season? 393 feet, 7-0 invaders. And the game's like, you've seen enough, I think. Now on to the 9th inning. What happened in here? That's for the report after the game. All right, GG's. Let me see what happened after the game. Las Vegas is rolling at 24-5. Chat is bored of winning now. Carpenter hit a fastball from Baldwin Francis for a grand slam home run. It was his 4th homer of the season and put the Invaders ahead 7-0. We're playing with a lot of confidence, said Scott Tyler. 14 hits, 11 runs. Brito, 3 for 5. He is an unstoppable force. He is playing MLB The Show on rookie difficulty right now, and I just happen to be his GM. Jazz had a hit. Robert Jr. had 3 hits. 3 singles. I don't know where his power went, because he is not slugging at all, but he had a 3-hit game, which is nice. Carpenter 2 for 5 with a grand slam, and he had a double. I don't know where the 5th run came from. Arenamo 1 for 5 with an RBI. Brennan 0 for 5. Freeman 2 for 4 with 2 RBI. And then Conticello in the 9th spot, 1 for 4. Oh wait, Arenamo's, yeah, okay, I got that right. So Brito had 2 doubles, so 2 doubles and a home run. He is a god. Best player in baseball. Kerry Carpenter double, Marchand double, Freeman double, Freeman homer, Carpenter grand slam. Luis Robert Jr. stolen bag, and May plus Mantiply equals easy win. Pitching staff is some of the best in baseball somehow. Sandy Alcantara and Devison de los Santos were handed punishments for an on-the-field conflict. He'll miss 4 games. Alcantara will miss 6. We almost paid Alcantara $37 million to come pitch for us, you know? He's got a 4.12 ERA so far this season. Why are our pitchers doing so good compared to everyone else? Why is Josh Palacios being waived and DFA'd? Unhappy with his own performance? I mean, he seems to be doing pretty well. So, what I'm learning is Jazz Chisholm Jr. sucks against lefties. He's only had 24 plate appearances, but he's hitting 130 against them. So does Luis Robert Jr. Lefty crushers Jace Young, Matos, Pratt, Rodriguez, and apparently Conticello. Conticello needs to start. Probably as DH. All right, let's do this. Oh, we have an off day. Oh, yeah, I guess we have an off day. Oh, wait. It's Ronnie Mauricio. I keep forgetting about this dude. What do I do with him? I don't know what to do with him. I don't have any space on the roster. Nobody on the roster, like, sucks. Nobody actually, like, straight up sucks. And I can't send him to AAA because he's got to clear waivers. The only thing I can do is possibly trade him, which there's not any good trades. But I also like him because he's got reasonable defense for a third baseman, good arm, high leader, high work ethic, high captain, potential to get better, room to grow, power, and contact simultaneously. High speed, high stealing. 26 years old. I guess he just hasn't had that good of an MLB season with the Mets the last 2 times. I'm also having to pay him $1.7 million if I want to keep him, which was kind of stupid on my part. That was kind of a mistake. Does Pratt have an option? I don't have a shortstop except for Arenamo. But I guess I could just let Arenamo play short, but then I don't have a backup. Pratt's like got even more potential. And he's already hitting 241 with a 687 OPS, so he's not like bad. Especially with this kind of range. He's a better shortstop than Arenamo. He's got room to get better also. But the short answer is he's got one option year left. So I can use it or I can save it. I suppose I could send him down and just test out the new guy. But part of me doesn't want to pay 1 point something mil. I need money for the amateur draft. I need to free up some cash somewhere. I do have 9 mil or so reserved for the amateur draft, but I'm stuck with Luis Torrens. but I don't know how to get rid of some of this money. We've got very precious little liquid. I need to get rid of Luis Torrens. I think we really just don't have room for Mauricio. Mauricio's a captain. I've already got a captain. And he's not been good at the MLB level last year. Just dump him with Torrens? I can't because nobody wants them. I tried that already. Where is Torrens? Oh, we got one offer. Okay, I think that's the play. The problem is I should have made this when he still had days left. I'd advise against making this trade. Well, Luis Torrens needs to go. He's doing a little better in AAA now, though. What if, I don't know, man. Mauricio is depth and good stuff, but the money is the problem. I have so little money. I don't know how to get more money. All right, I guess I'll do what chat said. Use the option here. Mauricio on the team temporarily. Just pay your spy master to kill him. When you put it like that. All right, there we go. I need to go to his strategy page and kind of force his spot. That way he actually gets, like, the playing time that I want. Nelson Rada turned out to be maybe not what we hoped for either. But he gives us some defensive outfield depth, which I think is still worth something. Good center fielder. All right, strategy. Center field bench at 88% fatigue. I think I have it set for the team to bench at 88% fatigue. And was there anybody else? Foskew's on fire right now, apparently. He's hitting 310 in AAA. So we do have some depth on the infield and the outfield. Your AAA team only has one catcher. You know what? Where did my other catcher go? Oh, did I demote? Is it because I demoted Caratini? But then I only have one catcher in AA. Oh no, it's one catcher all the way down. Oh no, why is there only one catcher on my high A team? What happened? I had 3 catchers on each team at one point. What? Where are they? Okay, I got 2 catchers here. And 4 catchers here. Holy. Where am I gonna find another catcher? Jonah Heim? Bro, what happened to Jonah Heim? He's destitute. The Rangers just dropped him. I thought Jonah Heim was gonna be the guy for them. All right, Riley Adams, you're up. Jason DeLay, you're up. Jonah Heim is destitute, KJ. He's just a free agent. Texas dropped him. We're offering him a minor league contract. All right, I offered 3 minor league contracts to try and get around this weird. I don't know what's going on with like us being amazing. All right, Mauricio, you're the backup shortstop, I suppose. Ad is starting now. Turn your volumes down, please. Mauricio just doesn't have a spot here. Mauricio does not have a spot here, chat. I should not have sent bro down and wasted his option. But I also didn't really have a choice. I'm just gonna offer to trade him. I'm gonna do that trade that we just looked at. But then I'm gonna have to get another catcher. Wait, Will Banfield? That's my other AAA catcher. Why was he not showing up on the lineup? Former Vulture Jason DeLay, that's correct. Yeah, we have a second catcher. All right, now there's not an offer for him. I missed my shot. They don't want him anymore. Are short baseball players not a thing? Yeah, they are. Usually not short pitchers, though. Fielders, for sure. The strike zone adjusts to the player's height, so. Oof, nothing. I screwed up. Look at Bobby Miller, first in ERA. Look at all our number ones here, dude. The starter ERA is nutty. I'm waiting for the ad to finish in like a minute. Oh yeah, I forgot that I can look at people's contract extensions on this page. There's some juicy ones in here. This page is pretty cool. Can anyone check the VOD and see if the VOD's muted for all this section? Out of curiosity. I feel like I listened to it once before. Maybe had that problem. We don't love VOD watchers here. I'm gonna do a couple stretches real quick for the last 20 seconds of the ad. No red bars so far. Okay. Okay, welcome back from the ad. We were just looking at the fact that I didn't know I could see a contract extension is another interesting things here, just to see how much people are getting paid. So O'Neal Cruz on $11 million salary this year. The Pirates said, let's make that a 3-year extension. We'll pay you 16 mil next year, 26 mil the next year, and 26 mil the next year. $70 million contract extension. Andy Pages, probably not pronounced that way, the Cuban, just got a big contract extension too. A 5-year, $67 million deal. Pretty good, dude. Pretty good. To be honest, he looks awesome. 6 homers already. Strong outfielder. Sawyer Gibson Long, 4-year, $26 million deal for the starter. 3.51 ERA on the season. Good extension by Detroit, probably. We'll see. Starting to see some extensions in the season now. Okay, what was I doing before? Before I got distracted? The catchers. Oh, the fact that we're stuck with the lineup in a funky place. Why did I even try it? Why do I try and change? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That is what you're supposed to do. Mauricio at third. He doesn't play shortstop super well, but too bad. And then Freeman up to second. We're gonna have Young start instead of Jazz against lefties. And then looking at the splits versus lefties, Conticello can just be the DH. Give Mauricio the backup DH. Pinch hitter Jazz Chisholm Jr., Will Brennan, and Mauricio. And then Mauricio should be the pinch runner. And then versus righties, Young pinch hitter, Mauricio, Brennan, and Mauricio pinch run. Okay, Let's try that out. We just dominated Toronto 11-1. We have a chance at a sweep. Woodruff on the mound. Nobody is tired. Going up against lefty Mackenzie Gore. Oh wait, the one thing I forgot was actually reorganizing them. Actually, that looks good for lefties. Righties, though. No, yeah, I think they both look good. All right, show it to me. Do we get to sweep? Lost to Toronto in extras. We can lose the game? Are you sure that's allowed? Strained oblique. And we gave up 2 runs in the 8th and 2 runs in the 10th. They had 13 hits. The Blue Jays picked up a win in Omnibus, downing the Invaders 5-3 in 10 innings. On the mound was left-hander Mackenzie Gore, who was a pivotal part of the win. Reliever Colin Holderman has the win. His record improves to 1-1. Abner Uribe took the loss. 1 inning pitched, 1 run. 1 run earned, 2 runs given up. Toronto used the hitting of Jorge Soler to pick up the win. The first baseman clubbed a run-scoring single in the top of the 10th to put the Blue Jays up 4-3. He had a homer and a single in 5 at-bats. Losses have been rare for the Invaders so far this season. This one dropped them to 24-6, so we just had no hits, no offense. Arenamo, 2 for 4. Young, 1 for 3. Carpenter with the RBI. Luis Robert Jr. with an RBI. Carpenter with his 5th homer. Woodruff went 5 1/3 innings of 1-run ball. Aiken 1 2/3 scoreless. Snyder blew the save, his 3rd blown save. What is wrong with Snyder this year? And then Uribe takes the loss in extras. Outfield assist, Robert Jr. getting Rengifo at 3rd. Caught stealing. Chat, I thought Robert Jr. was supposed to be good at stealing. He's stolen 5 and caught 4. What's the deal? .65 speed, 75 stealing ability. He's been caught 4 times. We're just running into the outs. Like, even Conticello stole a bag. He tried to steal twice. Anyway, good game. Lost by bad offense. Gave up. Well, actually, I'm just going to say the bullpen blew it because we scored 3 runs early. And then Snyder's been bad so far, to be honest. But what are you going to do? Well, you lose one here and there. That's one of the catchers. That's a catcher. That's a catcher. Okay, you guys need somewhere to go. Wait, yeah, we have 2 catchers, Caratini and Sosa. Where were they before? And we have 2 catchers, Banfield and Torrance. I'm gonna shop him around again. With Mauricio. Maybe low sample size. It's hard to say. Nobody makes an offer. Well, I just hired these catchers for no reason then. We have catchers. I think. I only have 1 catcher here. Alright, I'm moving you over. And then Jonah Heim, you're going to AA. guys are too old to be catchers for the other team. All right, sorry. I signed you guys to a contract for no reason. I release you. My apologies. Cole Reagans. 3.77 ERA last season, spark plug, high adaptability, work ethic, financial ambition. Our offense has been admittedly a little cold. Admittedly. Are we just gonna throw it back out there again? Run it back. All right, Concello day off. Young DH. Jazz back at third. And just run it back this time with Bobby Miller. And we have Hamilton, Uribe, Alexis Diaz out of the pen. Lost 2-4. Oh my god, a losing streak. And Juan Brito has a day-to-day back spasm injury. Moderate 3 days. Bench him for 3 days, brother. All right, well, it's finally time. Oh, baby. The bullpen blew up again. We were only up by 2, but still. The Royals grabbed a 4-2 win at Kauffman Stadium, overcoming a fine effort from Bobby Miller. He went 6 innings, allowed 1 run. Angel Zerpa earned the save, his 8th. Las Vegas is 24-7 after the defeat. Kansas City went up 4-2 on Drew Waters' first triple of the season. It was a 2-run triple in the bottom of the 7th, leaving Ian Hamilton stewing. I felt good up there, said Waters. I saw the ball well. We had 7 hits, a Brito double, an Arenamo double, a Chisholm Jr. triple, and another Kerry Carpenter homer, but nobody was on base for it. So he's homered in each of the last 3 games, and we've lost 2 of them. He's gone insane. Miller with a quality start. Ruined by Snyder? Snyder has ruined back-to-back games, chat. He's given up 3 runs in this game and then 2 runs the run before. He's at 8.15 ERA. He was our most lights-out pitcher last year, and something's wrong. Showing some cracks in the armor. His strikeout rate's down, his walk rate is up, his home run rate is up, his batting average on balls in play is up. It's not good. We just signed him to a 3-year deal as well. I mean, it's not great. So Bobby Miller out, Colin Snyder in. So Bobby Miller hit the first batter. They bring in Snyder. Walk. Back-to-back walks for Snyder. Is it possible that it's just the AI manager ruining my player strategies with his own strategies? I need to go through and tell everyone to adjust to my strategies, please. Single, fly out, strike out, Ian Hamilton, triple. Oh, Ian Hamilton just came in and gave up the triple. Doesn't reflect on his ERA, but it... Not great, brother. Snyder with his 4th blown save of the season, and we just started the season. He's not even a closer. I'm setting him back to middle relief. I thought the bullpen was supposed to be better this year. Him and Diaz. I think we're just gonna have to trust that he'll figure it out. I don't know. Dooming over a 7-loss team. I'm not dooming over the team. I'm dooming over my 3-year contract that has no team options if he's starting to lose it, because he was starting to lose it at the end of last season. It's only $2 million though, but still. This is the second game in a row the bullpen's lost, but I guess you could argue offense lost it. Burrito's injured. All right, well, let's, it's a 4-game series against Kansas City, so we can still split the series. Haven't looked at waivers in a minute. Bullpen's healthy. My starters are insane and have been winning us these games while the offense figures it out. We go back against a righty now, but he's a good one. Ben, how do you say his name? Ben Caderna? We're missing a vowel in there. 3.44 ERA through 6 starts. 24-year-old. Looks like a future GOAT. Especially if he develops that changeup. Lots of stamina. Looking sharper this year than last year already. Lower whip, maybe the home run rate higher, or the strikeout rate up. Check AF. Check AF. Burrito is hurt. All right, so Young for Burrito. We need to get Mauricio a start at some point. Arenamo takes a... See the problem with Arenamo taking a day off, right? When he takes a day off, we have a bad shortstop now. So... because of that stupid move I did. All right, Young at first. In the leadoff, hopefully the eye leads to some walks, some OBP. And I want to go through here real quick and lock all these dudes because they're... I don't know what the coach is doing because the coach is a dingus. I've already got the starters locked to it. Time to fire the manager. Manager's like, I won you all those games. And I'm like, no, I won you all those games. The other way around. Win at Kansas City. So we avoided the 4-game sweep because we lost 2 in a row into 4-game series. Kind of a narrow dub. Bobby Witt Jr. was sensational. He went 3 for 3 with 3 singles and a walk, but it wasn't enough to beat the Las Vegas Invaders, who win 5-3. Tyler Mahle tied for 4th in the American League in wins, was the winning pitcher. Over his 6 1/3 innings, he allowed 3 runs on 8 hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts. Abner Uribe gets the save, his 5th. Or 10th. How did I get fifth out of that? Luis Robert Jr. dealt the Royals a blow in the top of the seventh, batting with a runner on second in Vegas, leading 4-3. Robert Jr., who's tied for sixth in the AL in stolen bases with 6, hit a first pitch slider for a run-scoring single. Most important thing is we won, he said. All right, Las Vegas, 9 hits in the game. Young, 0 for in the leadoff. Jazz, 1 for 5, 2 strikeouts. Robert Jr., 2 for 4. 2 for 4 Marchand, 2 for 2 Freeman. Freeman kind of doing well. Brendan off the bench. I don't know why you pinch hit for the guy who's 2 for 2 with a ribby. But it worked, I guess, because Brendan scored. Manager's insanely smart. Conticello had a double. Freeman had a double. Marchand had a double. Freeman had a homer? His second homer. Where's that power coming from? 35. Robert Jr. continues to hit clutch. 2-out RBI. Jazz hit into a double play. Ronnie Mauricio sack fly in his first ABs with the team. 2 stolen bags and a caught stealing. I feel like we're getting caught stealing a lot more with people that are better ostensibly at stealing. 2 and 1 is not a good trade-off. I need to see our team stats on caught stealing. Malley with a nice quality start, 6 1/3 innings of 3-run baseball, and then passed the baton to Aiken. Went 1 2/3, 1 hit, and then Uribe knocked him out. So, Bobby Witt Jr. player of the game. Brother, shut up. Oh, he had 3 hits. It's like, okay, well, Tyler Freeman hit a home run, man. And had a single. That's better than 3 singles every day. Team power rankings. Vegas Invaders still number 1 by like 15 points. We need to look at the overall standings and see what's going on out there. We're 24/7. That's cute. We are 24/7. And we're on the clock. They're watching us. Here are the current standings. We're out in front by a pretty good margin. 7 games back are the Angels. It's a nice cushion. Still got the best record in baseball right now, but the Braves and the Giants are just a few games behind us. Red Sox not off to the red hot start they were on last time. Dodgers 20 and 12. I can't believe how much we've done with this. All right, Carpenter tired. Arenamo still tired. Luis Robert Jr. tired. The problem is they bring all these dudes in off the bench and then they get more tired when they come into pinch hit. Carpenter, Robert Jr., and Arenamo. Okay, well it's gonna be tough. So Freeman plays center, which means I need a left fielder, which is Brennan. Who's honestly been hitting pretty well. Matos has a stronger arm, so he'll play right. And I need a second baseman and also a shortstop. Mauricio, not the best shortstop in the world, unfortunately. Second baseman's supposed to be Brito, but Brito's day-to-day with back spasms. Chase Young. I could move Jazz over to second, and then Jace could play third. Okay, confusing, but Brito can't play first. Young was playing first. All right, whatever. We're just gonna have bad defense. Conticello will play first, and then who do I want to DH? It's a weird day because everybody needs a day of rest. Do I even have any players left? Indy Rodriguez, I guess. This is not a winning lineup. Jazz lead off. I'm gonna put Conticello in the 2 spot. Mauricio 3. Oh God. This is a stupid lineup. Matos 4. Actually, Young 4 is good. Then Matos. Then Will. Then Indy, then Tyler, then Marchand. Man, this is not a winning. I don't even want to watch this game. Which is why we're gonna watch this game. Cade Horton. Chad, do you have any channel points left? Didn't we watch Cade Horton last time? Well, we're watching him again. Do you even have any channel points left? You got 2 minutes to pump some channel points in and bet on this game. We lost the first 2 against Kansas City, won the second one. And now it's Cade Horton versus Matt Cantorino, who's got a 4.83 ERA. We're sitting 3 of our starting lineup are on the bench today. So what do you got? I got about... You should get 1 channel point now. Okay, you just earned another channel point. You just earned another channel point. So tab in and put them on the line. See what you can win. Do you have what it takes? I'll give you another minute to figure it out. Got 1.3 million channel points, most of them on believers, despite the 3 benched players. Their lineup doesn't look stellar, but they do have Bobby Witt Jr., Lamont Wade Jr. They've got some junior power also. 11.7 strikeouts per 9 from Matt Cantorino. Pretty good stuff, but maybe the game thinks we've got the edge, for sure. But we did lose the first 2 games, probably with the edge. It could happen to you. Time's almost up. Oh. I feel like even last year, I feel like our team played terribly at Kauffman Stadium for some reason. Jesse Winker over at first. Nate Furman at second. Bobby Witt Jr. at third. Nick Lofton Bobby Witt Jr. at short. Lofton at third. And Lamont Wade Jr. playing right. He's hitting .310 to start the season. Kyle Isbell covering center. And Drew Waters out in left. Jazz Chisholm Jr. leading off for the Las Vegas Invaders. With a record of 25-7. I think the Royals had a 15-7 record. Slam down the right field line. That's all the way to the corner on a 1-1 count. Jazz Chisholm Jr. has got a leadoff double. Wasting no time, getting that first hit of the game for the Invaders. Paradise, there's a B-Sides album as well? Okay, I'm interested. The doubter bait is crazy. It's a long baseball game. You never know. Gavin Conticello up now. And he will scoop that to the first baseman, who takes it to the bag. Jazz takes third on the play. And he'll stand at third. Now for the newbie, Ronnie Mauricio, who is coming off of waivers from the Mets, trying to earn a spot in this already packed roster. High leader, high work ethic, can play third base, and kind of that's about it, to be honest, but we'll see what he's got. He's a lefty. Lofted toward the gap. Right fielder has it. Chisholm Jr. tags up at third. Cameraman doesn't look, and after the out, he will score from third. First run of the game, so a nice sacrifice fly out of the shortstop, Mauricio. Little small ball. 2 outs now for Jace Young. He's got 4 homers this year, and he powers one, but the infielder at second has it. 3 outs, 1 run across for Las Vegas. They take an early lead. So up today, Cade Horton had an impressive few last starts, went 5 innings of 1-run baseball last time out, 6 strikeouts and 3 walks. He's got a 2.4 ERA on the season. Opponents are hitting 588 OPS against him. And on a full count, Brennan tracks down a fly ball in left for out number 1 on an 8-pitch first at bat there. So we got Conticello at first. Jazz Chisholm Jr. moved over to second today, so Young could play third, while Mauricio mans short. Freeman guarding center with Matos and Brennan flanking him. So a little bit of a different configuration here as Cade gets his first strike out of the day and sets Horton down on the changeup, low on the corner. Bobby Witt Jr. now smashes a fly ball into the gap. That one is gone. This game is tied. 410 feet from home plate. That was not a cheap shot. That was a full count, 2-out pitch. Took the high heater at the top of the zone and smoked it into left. That was 107.5 off the bat, a laser. 3 rows deep. So game tied now in the first as Kansas City answers back. Another full count. Lots of deep counts for these batters. But Cade gets the strikeout, so 1 run comes across to score for him. It's a new ball game. Now up comes Matos to face Cantorino. That one scooped into pretty deep center field. Still going back on it. Can't reach it. Hits the warning track. Bounces up against the wall. And that is another leadoff double. Matos busted to get into second base. And will get there without a throw. Nice 7-pitch at bat. So lots of deep counts so far in this game. Took the changeup that was riding a little high to the deepest part of the park. Runner in scoring position. Nobody out for Will Brennan. Pops it up high on the infield. And out number 1, Bobby Witt Jr. makes the grab. Indy Rodriguez is the DH today. Backup catcher.
Strike 3.
And he goes down swinging on the slider, chasing it. Now Tyler Freeman. He is hot. 2-hit game yesterday, 2-hit game on the 22nd. Got a 295 average. Feeling good with the bat, but he's rung up. Strike 3. Called on the corner, got it with the fastball, dotted him up, and now Horton back out on the mound against Kyle Isbell. That's going to be in for a single into right, leadoff single. Second hit of the game for Kansas City. Now Jesse Winker, he's hitting just 187 on the season. And he'll power this one into left. Not that deep for Brennan, who makes out number 1. Now Lamont Wade Jr. He's got a homer, 6 RBI, grounder, play made for 2 quick outs. Jazz makes the snag at second and throws it over to the shortstop covering. And they turn 2. Well done. Marchand up, bottom of the order, or rather, the 9-hole hitter. Rafael Marchand, who is catching today, up to bat first. Hits this one. It'll dribble in front of the shortstop for the first out. All right, Jazz Chisholm Jr. up, leadoff man. He doubled the first time up, but he strikes out this time. An old-fashioned fastball, nothing fancy. Couldn't catch up to it. Hit hard. Second baseman bobbles it, and Conicello reaches. That's an infield single, not an error. It was just too hot to handle at 103.1 miles per hour off the bat. But he kept it on the infield and may have held Conicello to a single there. So 1 on, 2 out for Ronnie Mauricio, who is looking for his first hit as a Las Vegas Invader. And he works the walk after drawing the count full, so that'll push the runner into scoring position with 2 outs for Jace Young getting the start at third today. So nice at bat. And Young will pop this one to the right fielder. Done in the third. Nothing doing. Horton back out to face the 8-9, and then back to the top for the number 1 hitter.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Horton has his 3rd strikeout of the game. Carter Jensen grounds this one over to first. Conicello fields it easily, takes it for the out. And now Nate Furman. He's had 7 ABs so far this season. Playing second today as a 25-year-old rookie. Got the call up. Trying to do something for the team to earn a spot. Hits this one toward the gap in left, but it hangs up for Brennan, out number 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, top of the 4th. Heart of the order for the Invaders, starting with Matos. Doesn't try to do too much with it. That's going to fall in for a hit in left. Leadoff single. So lots of leadoff base runners for the Invaders, but they've struggled to do anything with that leadoff base runner so far in this game, as Brennan lines out into left field. And a steal attempt. So the manager may be noticing that the Invaders have struggled to kind of get the ball in motion. Send Matos over to second to give Indy Rodriguez a chance to knock in a run. That one hit sharply. Left fielder Waters moves in on it and has it for out number 2. So it'll take a single here from Freeman to score the run. And he strikes out. So nothing on a hit. We need to wake this offense back up. Horton, 48 pitches. Bottom of the 4th for him. Another full count. That one hit hard into the gap. Back to the Kauffman Stadium sign. Rolls around in the outfield. They're struggling to get to it. He's going for 3. That is a leadoff triple for Waters. And his 2nd triple of the season. No triples last year in a few at-bats, and only 1 triple in 1 triple in 376 at-bats last year. Bobby Witt Jr. hit a solo homer earlier. Now Horton has to try to get him out with Waters standing at third. Pop this one up, kind of deep to right, probably deep enough to score the run. They get the throw back in. Safe! So Kansas City takes the lead here in the 4th with the sacrifice fly. And 2 outs now as Freeman moves over for that liner into center. Goes down Ozuna. Oh, these are vocal versions of songs. All right, Kyle Isbell now, 2 outs. That one's smoked into deep right field. That one's all the way back to the wall. It bounces around. The right fielder hasn't moved. It bounces over the wall in right. That is a ground rule double. I've never seen a ground rule double in out of the park before, so I wasn't sure that the engine could handle it. So in baseball, if the ball bounces fair, but then out of the park, it's just an automatic double, and everyone has to stop running once they've advanced a specific number of bases. So it hopped out of the park and became unplayable. So Isbell will take second with 2 outs, giving Jesse Winker a chance to score more. This going to be shallow into left, but Brennan's on for a nice running catch. All right, so 1 run comes across. Kansas City takes the lead. And we're going to the top of the 5th now for Rafael Marchand to get something started.
Strike 3.
But he strikes out. Got him with the changeup after a 10-pitch at bat. So wonderful at bat by Marchand to dig deeper into the pitch count for Matt Cantorino. He's up to 73 pitches now. But he does foul off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row before finally getting the swing and miss on the high changeup. Now Chaz Chisholm Jr. is up. And he grounds out for out number 2. Conticello trying to get anything going. And he works the walk. Ball 4. Second base on balls issued by Cantorino. Conticello at second has decent speed. Ronnie Mauricio in a tough spot. Still looking for his first hit as an invader. A little pressure on him. And he will line this one to the center fielder for out number 3. So nothing doing for Las Vegas. Bats have been quiet this game. Bottom of the order up. Cade back out on the mound. Bottom of the 5th. Another full count. Lamont Wade Jr. chases ball 4 and puts it in play for out number 1 in right. And now Lofton up. That's going to be directly to the second baseman. Chisholm Jr. is there for out number 2. And Cade issues a 4-pitch walk to Jensen. That is his first walk of the game. So 2 outs, runner on for Nate Furman in his debut as a major leaguer. Leaping is Freeman. I have no idea how he doesn't catch that. It's going to be down for one of the first. How are you going to give that up to this dude out of everybody? That is Furman's first major league double, his first major league RBI. And it seems to just sail over the head of Freeman, who did not take a good route to that ball at all. And it allows a run to score. It's now 3-1 Kansas City. So a little 2-out action there as Kansas City increases their lead. Out number 3 made. And Las Vegas now turns to Jace Young, 0 for 2 today. Playing third base for them.
Strike 3.
Strike 3, 6 Ks for Cantorino. Now Luis Matos. Put in play, third baseman handles it. And that's out number 2. All right, 2 outs for Will Brennan. That one hit hard, pretty deep to left, but the left fielder hustles after it and has it for out number 3. So Las Vegas has been held to just 4 hits and 1 run through 6. Fabulous start by the Kansas City starter, Cantorino. And Horton back out 92 pitches in to try to get an out in the 6th. Bobby Witt Jr. lines this one deep left over the head of the left fielder all the way to the wall. He keeps hitting and just keeps hitting. And he pulls in with a stand-up leadoff double. His second hit of the game. He's got a homer and a double in this game. Nobody out. Witt Jr. on second for Marcelo Zuna, who's 0 for 2.
Strike 3.
And Cade gets him with a slider. Strike 3. And that's the last batter that Cade will face. He's responsible for Witt Jr. on second. New pitcher in, Alexis Diaz. Had a clean outing last time, but has been struggling to not give up runs. out of the bullpen. So he's hoping to have a better outing today, facing down Isbell and Winker. And he hits the first batter he sees. Isbell will be awarded first base on the first pitch of the at-bat. The hit by pitch now puts a runner at first. Witt Jr. still at second. Winker up. Diaz has a good fastball, good slider, but does struggle with command sometimes. Full count on Winker, and he sits on ball 4. That'll load the bases on the hit by pitch and the walk with only 1 out. And now, Lamont Wade Jr. Bases juiced. In play, sharply, deep right field, but the right fielder has it. They throw it back in. Tagging at third is Witt Jr. He will score a run on the sacrifice fly. It's now 4-1 Kansas City. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. For Nick Lofton, who's 0 for 2 today. On a full count, puts it in play to the shortstop. And the throw is made. So the Royals get just a single run on the bases loaded, 1 out situation. And I think the Invaders are happy with that outcome. But they have to find some offense here. Down by 3 in the top of the 7th. Bottom of the order now with Indy Rodriguez up in the DH spot. That'll be a lazy fly ball into right for Lamont Wade Jr. for out number 1 on 2 pitches. And now Tyler Freeman first pitch swinging. Put in play, second baseman covers. And that's a 4-3 out number 2. And then Marchand will pop this one up in foul territory on 2 pitches. So they're making Kansas City pitching look phenomenal today. 1-2-3, go the Invaders. Diaz back out in the bottom of the 7th. In relief here. Gets the strikeout. 94-mile-an-hour heater, top of the zone, a challenge pitch. And Jensen can't catch up to it. And he gets Furman out on a check swing. He went around, says the umpire. That is his second strikeout. And here's Waters. That one in play in shallow center field. Freeman makes a nice sliding catch. And that'll do it. So Freeman with a nice play to stop a single. And now it's going to be up to the top of the order. 6 outs remaining for the Invaders, down by 3. Only 4 hits in the game. They haven't had a hit since like the 2nd inning. Rung up on the corner looking fastball. It looked outside, but the umpire calls that strike 3. New pitcher, Garrett Clevenger in, who has been on hard times apparently because he's my scout thinks he's a 40 now. He was our like closer as the Vultures last year, and he was lights out. He's got a 3.38 ERA on the season, no saves, 8 innings pitched, given up 1 homer and 3 earned runs. Former Las Vegas Vulture to get the last 2 outs of the 8th and face the lefties. The slider gets him. Conticello down on a swinging strike 3. Now Mauricio. He strikes out. So back-to-back strikeouts for Clevenger. And up comes Ian Hamilton in the bottom of the 8th to try and keep it within 3 for the Invaders, whose bats have been quieted by Kansas City in this series. That's in play to the third baseman. Low throw, scooped out. So Young makes out number 1. And now Marcelo Zuna in play, also to third base. Also strong throw, scooped up by Young, over to Conticello for out number 2. And Isbell will have himself a 2-out single lined over the infield to left.
Strike 3.
But Winker will strike out. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. So last chance for the Invaders, starting with Jace Young. New pitcher Angel Zerpa out of the pen. He's got 8 saves on the season. .75 ERA, only allowed 1 earned run so far this season in 12 appearances. So Jace Young 0 for 3 today, and he's got a 1-2 count. He's a strikeout victim. Got him with the sinker. Couldn't catch up to it at 95 miles an hour. Now Luis Matos. Matos scoops this one to center. He's out number 2 on 1 pitch. Last hope. Will Brennan for the Believers. Down by 3. 2 strikes on him. And he puts this one in play to stay alive. That is a 2-strike, 2-out single in the 9th. He's got himself a hit. Now Indy Rodriguez is up at the DH. I'd probably pinch hit for him in this situation, but I don't know who's on the bench. Nice 6-pitch AB by Brennan. Indy scoops this one to left. That should do it. Game over. Kansas City takes 3 out of 4 in the 4-game series against the Red Hot Invaders. And they're looking sharp out there. Sad game for the 5-hit Invaders. We finally lost the series. We may never win a game again. Horton gave up 4, but he's not the reason why we lost. The offenses, I did bench 3 players, including Kerry Carpenter, but and we fall to 25-8, which is still a fantastic record. All right, doubters getting some of the Believers 1 million channel points. And they're coming out now, so Kansas City... Wait, that was a 3-game set. Okay, no, sorry. We lost 2 out of 3, not 3 out of 4. I was thinking of the Toronto loss that we lost in extras. But we've lost 3 out of our last 5. And the Angels are on a 5-game win streak. They were last place last year, so they're on a resurgence as well. Mike Trout having a better season than last season. Well, actually, no, he's not. Christopher Morel, Jahmai Jones. Brent Rooker, American League first baseman, banged out a 400 average, voted player of the week, 10 for 25, and 5 home runs. James Wood, National League player of the week, 11 for 24 with 4 homers. Boston Red Sox announced that Mikey Romero will miss 3 weeks with a sprained ankle after a setback in rehab. Party over as Matt Barnes is retiring at the end of the season with the Texas Rangers. In his career, he's had 520 games, 49 saves, 633 strikeouts, with an ERA of 4.2. Weekly power rankings. We're still in first. I think we looked at that already. One of our guys had a 5-hit game in the minor leagues. What is restricted list time? Maybe he was suspended. Today we begin a 3-game series against the Tigers at home. The Tigers are 19-14, leading the Central Division. They've given up 145 runs. Okay, so they basically have a great 4th in starter ERA, 11th in bullpen ERA. It's going to be Matz versus Garcia, May versus Job, Woodruff versus Mize. They got Riley Green, Colt Keith, Jeff Hoffman, Parker Meadows, and Casey Mize. Yeah, he was suspended for fighting, yeah. Okay. Rony Garcia up first. He should be beatable. Bullpen's looking good. Andy Rodriguez, iced. He's very iced. Let's take a look at the lineup real quick because we haven't really looked in a bit. Just looked at our scores. Owner's gonna be so proud. I know, right? I know, we've been doing good. Burrito's back in the lineup. Jazz has cooled off a bit. But let's go back to the same kind of order that we were in before. I'm going to swap Arenamo and Matos. Freeman is actually doing really well out of the 9 holes. I'm just going to leave him right where he is. Pass the baton to Brito, who's been doing crazy. All right, ads starting imminently. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. Just an FYI. And then when you come back, we're gonna shim some games and see how far. I want to get like further. I want to get closer to the All-Star break, but that's in like July, and it's like, well, it's April 27th. It's not that far away. Look at these stats though. We're still topping the offensive and defensive boards. I've gotten every gamba wrong this season. Salmon roll. Just don't ever go to Vegas, okay? It's a sign. Apparently. But yeah, Dragobot, we've been rolling. We're 25-8 somehow. All right, the ad just started. My brain hurts, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna start the song over so it doesn't go to a random song. Yo. I had to get some food. I was hungry. So I ate a couple chicken nuggies and some fries. This is good, but we kind of already listened to it. Time to change gears. We're first in stolen bases. First in starter ERA. First in defensive efficiency. That's crazy. First in runs against. I think the big mistake we're making. I know I'm doing this on vibes, but I think Mauricio, he's just got to go. He looks good. However, he just created a bit of a gap there. I need that other shortstop back because the defense at short is we're gonna get punished for it. I need to get rid of Luis Torrens. He's just money that we don't need to spend. But nobody wants him. People will take Ronnie Mauricio off our hands, but not for much. Like, I could just waive Ronnie Mauricio and they'll probably take him. I'm just gonna set these guys to on the block so that they can get traded. Washington, Baltimore confirm a swap. Nothing crazy. Rangers trade Graham Pauley for Garrett Horn. Okay. But yeah, I think we're a little bit worse without Pratt in the lineup. Little worse without Pratt. I'm trying to figure out how to swing a needle. I wonder if I go to transactions. I need to look at waivers anyway. Nothing. All right. So for teams who are... There's only one team rebuilding, which is kind of crazy. And they don't have a starting third baseman. Who's their third baseman? It's Blaze Alexander. Okay, so Mauricio, what if we traded Portland? Right? And then try and offload. They don't really want a catcher who is 30 years old with a $3.8 million contract. But they do want a third baseman, which is exactly what Ronnie Mauricio would be for them. And they have a ton of money, so it wouldn't really like affect them to take Torrens. And then I get maybe nothing. He's out of option years. Like, they don't want to give us any prospects. They got a couple of decent dudes down here, like a potential 60 closer. How'd they get him? Acquired through minor league signing? January 2026? Potential 60 closer? This was a trade with the Dodgers. claimed off of waivers. Like, we're not gonna get a 50 overall player. Like, we're just not. What if we just traded for Blaze Alexander back? Their catcher has so much power, but that's pretty much all. This dude looks kind of crazy, but he's not going to get traded. I don't think there's anybody here that they're going to, like, give us. Heimer Candelario is a $14.5 million contract. They definitely don't want that. What if I'm just like, I don't know, can you just trade for straight cash? This is a stinker of a deal. Our available money when approved by $11.6 million. That sounds pretty good to me. That's going to free up a lot of liquid for the draft. We're kind of paying them Mauricio just to take Luis Torrens. I don't know. I like Mauricio, I just don't know how to keep him. It's called cash consideration IRL. He has no options left. And I had to send down Pratt in order to keep him. And he's not better than Pratt. He needs to be in AAA. But I can't get him there without sneaking him through waivers. And if I'm gonna lose him on waivers, I may as well try and get money for him. Ape Vest, how much money you think is reasonable for this? Is this Rebel Galaxy? No, this is Shipbreaker. Shipbreaker. I don't know how much money is reasonable to ask for. Like, my GM hates it. I'm curious if my GM will say any amount of money is good. That's kind of what I'm interested in. Like, if I got $50 million, he finally says, it doesn't float my boat. Is this the best we can do? Maybe push for more. What? I feel unequivocally this is a bad deal, but you need to say why, brother. I don't know what, like, for them or for us. I feel like 5 mil is... We get a collective 5 million off the books here, and we get 5 mil in cash. It's like a $10 million deal. That sounds pretty good to me. That gives us some liquid to make some either other trades, some other free agency, I mean some other like deadline trades for larger players' contracts. Maybe international bonus pool money. 8,400 bucks. That period of time's already over. They're not gonna, I don't think they're gonna accept this though. I think it'd be better to almost ask for a player who may not amount to anything, but at least can go inside of the minor league system. Such as... It's hard to look through all these guys at the same time. I guess I could just go over here and go... find their team, then go to their roster, and then find their batters, and then see their stats. And then I could see their, like, AAA team. See who's kind of overperforming. High work ethic, high baseball IQ. Kind of a first baseman type of guy, though. This guy actually might have potential to be something. He's like an infielder, first base, second, third. With the potential to hit a bunch of home runs. Hit 30 homers in AAA last season. If they can work on his contact and get his eye up, he might be something. Let's just go for him. I don't feel like sitting here all day trying to like figure out the perfect trade. I just want to get rid of these guys. And then let's say, just to be greedy, 2.5 mil. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Too bad. Pew! Submit an offer. It's done. All right, who are we playing? Ronnie Garcia. He is a righty who gives up a lot of runs, no matter what, but especially to left-handed batters. He gives up more homers to right-handers, though, but he walks more lefties, and I don't know, he just doesn't seem very good. Like, we should beat him, I think. Let me switch back to my team. There we go. All right, let me set the lineup just as it is. Pitching, Steven Matz. Bullpen's ready. Simulate this one. Loss at Detroit 0-3? They shut us out? Scheduled game cannot be completed. Cowpoke's roster over limit. Whoops. I'm sorry, Patrick Frick. I think I have to let you go, Patrick Frick. I apologize. No way. That's their trade proposal. Chat, we got shut out. We're on a losing streak. In a low-scoring contest between the Tigers and the Invaders, 29-year-old Ronnie Garcia proved the difference. The right-hander earned props for his performance in the 3-0 win. We got shut out, too. Detroit now 20-14, 3 games up in the American League Central Division. Parker Meadows is on pace for 100 RBI this season, had a direct impact. He had a 2-run homer in the top of the 6th to put Detroit up 3-0. This level of focus will win us a lot of ball games, Meadows said. What happened to us? So Matt came out, pitched pretty well, almost 6 innings, 2 runs, 9 strikeouts is good. And then in relief, Keegan Aiken went 2 1/3 innings of 1-run balls. I mean, that's pretty good. We just didn't score it. You can't win with 0 runs, boys. That's pretty much all there is. A sad offensive display. I think we've finally started to come back to earth. The bats have started to come back down to earth. Just so you know, I want you to win even though I'm a Tigers fan. That means a lot. Mint and sauce, that means a lot. Maybe we'll have the power to win now. Dude, oh frick, man. But international bonus pool money would have been cool. What's up, 9? Sativalicious. What's up, guys? But yeah, this is a Hard Space Shipbreaker. Been listening to it a bunch. Maybe I should listen. What was the other game you asked what it was? Rebel Galaxy? Maybe I should see if the Rebel Galaxy soundtrack's on here. It is. But it's... a bunch of different artists, which makes me that more confident that one is probably DMCable. Because it's like many artists. Well, that was supposed to be their easy pitcher. Though Jackson Jobe has 7 ERA, which is not good for a pitcher. Low strikeout rate this season. High walk rate. I don't know, man. If we lose all these games against the Tigers, man, the game hates Jackson Jobe. Selfish personality class, high financial ambition, low leadership, low loyalty, low work ethic. Tigers fans, is that true? Is that true, Tigers fans? All right, who did the worst? Carpenter, but he stays in. Matos. All right, I'm gonna try subbing out Matos and Conticello. All right, Matos and Conticello. So let's get Brennan in. Excuse me. He's gonna play right field. And then whoever I want can be the DH, designated hitter. Let's get Jace Young in there. How's Marchand doing? He's not doing great. Tyler Freeman's doing much better. I'm scared to move him up too far though, but I think this makes sense. Get him in the 7 spot. Brito, Jazz, Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, Aronamo, Young, Freeman, Brennan, Marchand, and pitching for us is back to Dustin May. So our starting pitching continues to be really impressive, and our bullpen is pretty good too. I'm going to sim this one as well and just get through. Win in extra innings. Wow, we almost lost it then. I want to watch the highlights of this one. Whatever the game chooses to show me. So, bottom of the 2nd inning, Aronamo at 3rd through unknown means. Freeman up. And Freeman just scoops this one into left for an RBI base hit. I need to restart the game because it's got that memory leak after like 8 hours. And then same inning with Will Brennan getting the start today instead of Matos. And he lines this one all the way to the wall. And it rolls around back there. They have trouble getting to it. He's thinking 3. So that is an RBI triple. So Freeman scores on the 3-bagger, and then we skip to the next. Apparently we scored a 3rd run somewhere in there because we have skipped to the top of the 2nd inning with Detroit on 1st and 2nd for Javi Baez. Why is Mantiply pitching in the 3rd? Pray tell. That's not my starter. What happened to Dustin May? Now I'm worried. They try to lay down a bunt, but they pop it up and the catcher makes the play and catches the bunt in the air for an out. Okay. So, terrible bunt. Yeah, the Mantiply is not the starter. I have no idea why he's out there, so I'm very concerned now. And then big fly to deep right field. That's going to be a 3-run homer off of Mantiply. Oh, wait, that was a solo home run. That was a different... This is the 5th inning now. Wait, what? Okay, that was a solo home run in a different inning. Forgot we're in highlights. So we're winning 4-1. I don't even know when we scored this run. The highlights aren't really showing me the highlights, but that's okay. So Diaz out of the bullpen in the 6th with a runner on 1st. And Green pokes this one into center field. So Keith and Green on 1st and 2nd for Spencer Torkelson. Nobody out. Grounded to 3rd. They get the double play, 2nd over to 1st. So nice double play, and then we skip to the 7th inning. Dingler at 2nd with 1 out for Caballero. He takes the walk. Snyder having some more Snyder problems, maybe? Javi Baez up with 2 on, 1 out. Pops this one up to center field. Out number 2. So 2 outs for Hao-Yu Lee. That's going to be down for a single. Maybe run comes across to score. All right, so now it's 4-1. Snyder's had some problems this year. And Riley Green scoops this one, but it should be an out. Okay. So they score 1. And then fast forward to the top of the 8th. Detroit back up to bat. Snyder back out to pitch. Full count. That one scooped into the gap. Almost out of here, but it bumps up against the wall. On the advertisement wall. And he's going for 3. So that's a leadoff triple. Second triple of the season. Gets the strikeout on Torkelson for out number 1. New pitcher Weaver up to face Meadows. Gets the call. That was a strikeout as well with the cutter, and then nothing happened. Okay, so we're still in the lead 4-2. That concerns me. That means they tied it up in the 9th. Young up the middle, hard hit. Okay, and then he's, never mind. Now we're in the 9th inning. So Uribe must have blown the save because we have a 2-run lead. Closer is out, Abner Uribe. And he walks the first batter he sees. Then Caballero just golfs that one in the shallow center field. So nobody out, runners at first and second. Gets the strikeout on Lorenzo. And then that one all the way back to the corner. So that's probably going to score 2 to tie the game up. So a 2 RBI double makes it 4-4 in the 9th. Spicy, blown save. And then that one in play, first baseman's got it for out number 2. Full count. Popped up into center field. So, all right, they keep the tie. 2 runs on 2 hits, blown save. Bottom of the 9th. Chance to walk it off and send the crowd home happy. But Marchand grounds out for out number 1. Brito with a chance to be the hero. Gets on base. He does Juan Brito things. It's just what he does. And then somehow he's out. So he must have got caught stealing. That's the only thing I can come up with. Because nobody's on base and there's 2 outs for Jazz. And he grounds out. Right, now it's the 10th inning. Ghost runner Torkelson here in extra innings. And who's pitching? Ian Hamilton out of the pen. Gets out number 1. And then Josh Young. Oh yeah, Jace Young versus Josh Young. The brothership, the rivalry. Josh is hitting 248 on the season. And his brother Jace is hitting 245. So they're almost the same person, except Jace is slugging a lot more. That's going to be down for a hit. So runners at the corners with 1 out for Dingler, who tries to lay down the bunt. They do a suicide squeeze. Marchand tags him for the out. The runner took off from third, assuming that Dingler was going to bunt the ball and they were just going to try and take the lead on the suicide bunt squeeze. But he missed the bunt. So Marchand just caught the ball and then tagged the runner out. That's insane. That would have been crazy to watch live. Very confusing. All right, so they keep it tied in the 10th, and then we got the ghost runner. Robert Jr. probably took a walk, and Kerry Carpenter is the hero. Kerry Carpenter, the walk-off home run hero. A 3-run homer to end the game. Okay, Kerry Carpenter getting it done, man. Hooray. Hooray. Okay, so basically, we squeaked that one out despite the bullpen once. What happened? May is day-to-day with a sprained ankle. It's gonna take him about a week. Okay, so he sprained his ankle early, and we had to pull out all the works to have the bullpen carry the rest of the game after he went 2 innings. Luckily, it's a substantial sprained ankle. Rolled his ankle. So we're going to personally bench him for a week. I could put him on the IL, but I think we'll be fine. We'll see. Let me see. What happened if I put him on the injured list? It has to be a 15-day minimum, so that's too long. He'll just sit. We have 6 starting pitchers anyway, so we'll just change the rotation. Okay, so we'll change this to a 5-man. And continue as normal. Does that happen a lot? I mean, like, if you think about it, the pitcher's mound is kind of a tall hill. So when you're pitching, you're stepping down the hill, so you can just roll your ankle fairly easily because of the, like, verticality of... You're almost falling down the pitcher's mound every time you pitch the ball, basically. Trying to take a huge step toward the plate to get closer to the plate. Like, the closer you get to the plate on your delivery, the more effective you are as a pitcher. So, probably just doing something like that. Anyway, we almost lost that game. Uribe has his 2nd blown save of the season. That control is a problem. Pitchers rolled their ankle trying to cover first base too. I can see that. But I mean, the bullpen did as good as they could, honestly. I'm impressed that Mantiply, Diaz, even though Snyder gave up another run. I don't know what his problem is, dude. He hasn't had a clean outing in 4 games. And Uribe ERA goes up to 4.15. Need to work on his control in the offseason, but the offseason's very far away. And then 10 hits for the home team. Brennan had a triple, Carpenter home run. Brito 2 for 4 again with a walk. Kerry Carpenter was 4 for 5? Holy. 3 singles and a homer, 3 runs batted in. What a gamer, hitting 291 now. That raised his average from 268 to 291. Young with a hit, Freeman with a hit, Brennan with a hit, Matos off the bench with a hit. Okay, and then one more game. Nelson Rada's rehab time runs out in the minor leagues. Oh, I forgot about Nelson Rada. We definitely think he's not got the 50 potential that we thought. He's still like a pretty good backup outfielder. He hasn't had any MLB time. He's a Rule 5 draft pick, so I either have to give him back or play him. Conticello has cooled off a lot. He was off to an insane start. He's He's got 3 option years left, but he's a Rule 5 draft pick too. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, no, Kerry Carpenter is on a tear. I don't know why is his average different up here than it is down here? Because he's hitting 291 on the season, but he's hitting 310 with us. So since he joined us, he's hitting 310, 402 OBP, 600 slugging, 173 OPS plus. He's almost got 1 war already. And probably after that last game, where he literally won the game. Oh, chat, what are you guys gaming on tonight? I keep thinking it's Friday, but I guess it's only Thursday, huh? Starting to settle into those yep time hours. Not quite, almost. Project High Rise, some Stellaris, OpenTTD, Stellaris 4.0, World of Warcraft, SnowRunner, Drawing, still 33. It's a big game. How do you play an RPG with a stream on with all that dialogue? Terra Invicta, Stellaris, Work, oh no. More Expedition 33, Out of the Park, Cyberpunk Dreams? What is Cyberpunk Dreams? Space Station 13. Finally getting into the start of my season Out of the Park. Had a couple of corrupted runs. Corrupted runs? Do you have mods installed or something? You think chat reads? No, I don't. Binging K-dramas. With a stream open? ADHD chat. Half Sword demo. Pacific Drive. There's a Pacific Drive DLC? What is it? V Rising update? Just corrupted saves? No idea what happened? Huh. You're making me want to back up my game. Again. Because I haven't had that happen to me yet. I'm backing it up right now. But you had a couple of them? Like in a row? Like more than one? Have you looked at this post, Trinsic? The dev response to this forum thread? It says you can typically restore from the autosave if there's an issue with the league. I don't know if this applies to your issue or not. But I don't know if that'll do anything or if it's just some unrelated problem. Text game, you might like it. It's better than Cyberpunk? I need to go back and finish Cyberpunk one day. All right, I don't know what to do with this team because we've got too many people. Nelson Rada played really well in AAA. That's kind of what's going to be my deciding factor as to what I want to do with him. But he's only a 45. He's got great speed, good contact, good eye, some gap power. That reminds me, I need to restart my game real quick. Just to make sure that the, if there's a memory leak, because it starts running a little slower after like that long. These Rule 5 players. Also, this reaction to the trade proposal. Tantalizing offer, will need more though. However, if you add You want me to add Alex Lopez or Cooper Pratt? That's funny. All right, look. You give me Martinez and no cash, and you take Torrens and Mauricio. The sad truth is Mauricio looks really great, but we have Chaz. We have Jazz for the next however many years unless we trade him. And I don't want to trade him because he's been doing well, and it's easier to use him when we've already got him than take this dude and try and do what the Mets could not, which is make him hit the ball. He did hit the ball good in 2025, but he has not hit the ball good in 26 or 27, so I don't know, you know? Yeah, the problem is Torpedo. I already have good bench players. That's the issue. I feel like we're having the good kind of problems, which is too many good choices, I think, because we got Brennan already, right? Who's already hitting, you know, a nice average 707 OPS, hitting 282, not very many walks. But at least he's getting some good at-bats, has some solid defense minus the arm. But like the coverage there's good contact, some gap power, some speed. Right, we got Brennan, and then we've got Matos, who's kind of similar in that he has room to get better, but he has really good defense and good contact. Some power, some gap power, hitting about almost 800 OPS so far. Sample size is getting up there, 99 plate appearances. Those are my bench players right now. So my actual starters are Kerry Carpenter, who speaks for himself, and Luis Robert Jr., who speaks for himself, and then I think Conicello is the weakest link, but he's also a Rule 5, so if I have to get rid of him. I have to give him back to his team, but I think I like the way he looks as a first, at least like a DH kind of guy, who's also 23. If we could just keep him through the end of the year, then I could send him down if I need to. We got Brito, who was claimed off waivers and has an option year, but he's best hitter on the team right now for some reason. And then Freeman's having a great year. So like we're just kind of flush with choice. Because I'm actually trying to win. We're 26-9 right now, so we're not tanking. Like, we're off to an incredible start to the year, so I'm going for it. You know what I mean? I'm going for it, so I can't afford to just, like, send a good position player down just because he's got options. And then in AAA... Where am I? We got another outfield depth piece. I need to get my shortstop back up, Cooper Pratt, because our shortstop position's missing. Then we got Basabe for infield depth, but he's off to a rough start in AAA, so I'm fine leaving him there. And then we got, on top of that, Burleson, who's out for 2 weeks with a strained ribcage muscle. I'm just going to put him on the IL. But anyway, when he's not having a strained ribcage, he's got a okay range. He seemed a little bit better in the offseason, but he's kind of just like a backup outfielder that we put on a contract thinking he was going to get a little better. So I really want to get Pratt back up. And to get Pratt back up, I need to I'm trying to trade that one infielder, Mauricio. So I'm trying to trade him, even though I like him, because we just don't have anywhere for him to go. And I can try and sneak him through waivers, but he's not going to make it through waivers. So, tough call. All right. As far as the outfielders go, if I had to send an outfielder down, Brennan's 29, and I don't think he'll go. Matos would go. No, he's out of option years. All right, I demoted Brennan to AAA Nashville temporarily. Why does it say current minor assignment may not be counted in the number of times option this year? Is it because I haven't unpaused yet, so it's just not activating it unless I like advance time or something? Let's try this out. I hope I don't regret this. Rada up to the active roster. So he's left, center, and right. He's also hella fast. He's insanely fast. Just finished his entire injured list stint. I'm gonna set him to right fielder. Which actually, he is not as good at. But it's still a 55 aptitude and he can get better. So I don't mind that. Okay. And we're in. We're gonna try out the newbie. There we go, I can finally end the day. So Freeman needs a day off. Marchand needs a day off. Second base and catcher. Where? There's Indy. Backup second base is Brito. So then who's backup first base? Young? Okay. Aronamo was 0 for his last 2. Something like that. Who's pitching? Casey Mize, 3.23 ERA. Who's pitching for us? Dude, our bullpen, man. The bullpen. We got detonated, man. All we have is Luke Weaver. We had a whole bullpen day yesterday, dude. Oh man, I don't know what to do with that. I could put Dustin May on the IL, but he'd have to stay on it for 15 days, so he'll miss a full week for no reason. I don't know what to do, yeah. Because we got one reliever who's rested now. There's a day off tomorrow. We just need to make it through one day. Do we just like go as is and just hope that like the slightly tired bullpen can pull it out somehow? Because I guess they got Hamilton with 50% stam, Aiken with 70, Weaver full, Snyder with 60, and then just pray Woodruff gets deep in the game. Hello, Dierks. Thank you for the 16-monther. I appreciate you. Sorry, missed you a second ago. I appreciate the sub. Late Night Hero, what up? All right, this is gonna be stupid. I don't mind if we lose this because the bullpen is detonated. We need that to get to that day off. All right, send it. Win 8-1? Brother. We are gods. Las Vegas Invaders starter Brandon Woodruff had all his pitches working at Omnibus Park. His stellar performance paved the way for an easy 8-1 Vegas win over the Tigers. Vegas reliever Keegan Aiken was the winner. His record is now 1-1. Casey Mize took the loss. This makes Detroit 20-16. Luis Robert Jr. had a big bases clearing double for the Invaders in the bottom of the 6th. With Vegas leading 3-1 and the bases loaded, he got a fastball from 29-year-old righty Matt Manning and swatted a double to center. It put the Invaders ahead 6-1. We didn't pitch good, and when you don't pitch good, you lose, said AJ Hinch. Let's go. 13 hits in the game? So we scored... I want to see the highlights. Whatever they want to show me. So, in the first inning, Brito at first. Kerry Carpenter up. Kerry Carpenter, clutch god. Scores the first run. Safe! Las Vegas jumps ahead 1-0. And then now we fast forward to the bottom of the 4th. Matos up, Young on first. That one smoked down the right field line into the crowd, but not really. I love when the ball comes flying out of the crowd. Ugh. So nothing happened apparently because we got the 2nd and 3rd, and now we're fast forwarding to the top of the 5th with Parker Meadows up against Brandon Woodruff, who goes to the moon. That ball is out of here. High fly down the right field line, 368 feet, towering home run. And so then double. They're going for 3. Throw the ball in. A stand-up double. Do something, guys. So 2 on, nobody out for Caballero. Pokes this one on the infield. That's Brito's first error at second base to load the bases. Brito, please, man. Help your pitcher. And then Woodruff just dials back and gets the strikeout. Bases loaded still for Kyle Schwarber, who's already got 8 homers on the season, 70 power, 8 homers, but he's hitting 188. He's hitting either a home run or nothing at all. And he strikes out Schwarber, and then strikes out Green. 3 back-to-back Ks with the bases loaded after the error. Brandon Woodruff just says, I'll do it myself. What a beast. New inning for Luis Robert Jr. batting against Mize in the bottom of the 5th. 2 outs. And the free pass issued. Jazz goes up to second for Kerry Carpenter. And they make the 3rd out. Okay, so no damage done. Then we go to the 6th. Woodruff back out. I don't know how many pitches he's at this point because I don't see that on the game. Leadoff single. Spencer Torkelson pops it up on the infield. Okay, thank you. Next inning, I guess, or bottom of the 6th. Different sides. Conticello up first, bottom of the order for Las Vegas. Conticello goes deep to break the tie. That's a Conticello homer. 2nd homer of the season. And then Aeronamo reaches first. Indy Rodriguez up. In play sharply down the left field line. Hot shot into the corner. And Aeronamo charging through third, heading home. Goes first to home on the double. Speedy boy. Now, bases loaded, 2 outs for Luis Robert Jr. Indy Rodriguez at third, Brito at second, Jazz at first. And slams a double. That was almost a grand slam. It bangs off the wall in deep center field. Robert Jr. just missed a grand slam. And he goes for third. He's out on the base paths, but all 3 runners come in to score. And they take a 6-1 lead. Okay, but a classic get thrown out trying to go for 3. And it's 7-1. And then scooped Indy Rodriguez, the catcher, on a deep fly almost into the pool past the 1 Nevada sign. And Hamilton closes out the game. He's tired, but he did it. Locked in, boys. Locked in. We're 27-9. So Woodruff made it 5 1/3 innings of 1-run ball, 100 pitches. Aiken went 2 2/3 innings, 36 pitches. He's exhausted. He's spent. He threw everything he had. Lowered his ERA to 2.45. Insane record compared to last season. Yes, it is. Player of the game, Woodruff, who had 12 strikeouts in 5 1/3 innings, tying his team record. 12 out of 16. He was dealing. Gave up the solo homer and the walk, and that's it. What a gamer. If he doesn't get injured, this is why I have him on a 6-man rotation. Him and the other guy, because, like, if we like him, we should extend him this year for sure. I don't know. He's injury prone, but let's see how he does this season, I guess, before we offer him the extension. He wants an AAV of 18 mil. And to be honest, I can see why after these last couple seasons. We also don't have to sign anything, and we can just try and replace him or trade him. He's probably valuable as a trade option in a contract year for a team. But we're in win now mode, you know what I mean? Like, like we're trying to win. So I can't trade him I don't want to play against him. Those Moneyball spreadsheet streams are really paying off now. Yeah, we put some money in, that's for sure. We are paying these dudes. Not Brito though, he's not getting paid, but he hit 3 separate times and had a double. Matos had 2 doubles. Indy Rodriguez had a double. Robert Jr. had a double. Conticello home run, and Indy Rodriguez had a homer, his second. I'm really impressed with Brito. Robert Jr. had 3 ribbies. Carpenter 2 for 5. He's a gamer. Young 0 for 3. Matos 2 for 4. Conticello, Arenamo, and Rodriguez with hits down here. Good for them. Brandon Woodruff ties the Vegas Invaders regular season game record for strikeouts with 12. And the best part is we get a day off. Rest, my heroes. Rest and heal the bullpen arms, please. All right, so even with that, Keegan Aiken's gone. Hamilton's gone, but that's okay because Weaver, Uribe, Snyder are back. Diaz is almost back. They had it rough. I mean, we only used 3 pitchers. And we got Bobby Miller, which kind of worries him because he doesn't go super deep into games. And we're up against the freaking Yankees. Max Fried up first. Hasn't had the start he wants on the season. Gave up 6 runs in 3 2/3, 4 runs here. Had 2 better outings last time. I don't know why he didn't go deeper in the game with Kansas City. But yeah, the Moneyball spreadsheet streams are starting to pay off. The Yankees are 21-15, second place in the AL East. They're 6th in runs scored, 6th in batting average, 3rd in runs given up. So their starters are 3rd in ERA, and their bullpen is 4th in ERA. So tough pitching. It's Miller, Malley, and Cade Horton versus Fried, Rodon, and Schmidt. Let's see how Judge is doing this year. Hit 242 with 12 homers on the season already, which is good for number 1 in the AL in homers so far, with Brent Rooker tied. So Judge having himself a better home run year this year, it looks like already. Yeah, he's projected to go 54 homers this year at this rate with 5.7 WAR. So he's having himself a Aaron Judge kind of year. Man, the Yankees paid Chris Sale. They paid him $40 million a year for 3 years at 38 years old. So Chris Sale has a 2.02 ERA through 8 games. 49 innings pitched. Only given up 7 runs on the season. 0.9 is the whip. 1.3 home run per 9. The walks are down. Is Chris Sale's name the Condor IRL, his nickname? I guess it is. So, at 38 years old, Chris Sale's very dominant so far. They paid the man, and they're getting what they paid for right now. And we've got to face him. No, we don't. We don't actually have to face him. He just pitched. We have to face Clark Schmidt, who's doing really well. Rodon, not so well. And Fried, so we don't have to face Sale at least. Also, the ad's coming up in about 10 seconds. I already snoozed it once, so we get 5 extra minutes, and then we're going to look at the player development update, see how the players are developing. And we had a rookie in high A ball. He got batter of the month. Good for you, brother. Hitting 377. Had 6 homers, 19 RBIs. Jason DeCaro selected as a tough pitcher, number 1 starter in April. That's our top prospect. He just got top starter in the Northwest League in high A. Let's go. He's got a 2.25 ERA and 4 starts. Is it time to start thinking about moving him up to double A? He still has like 45 stuff, 45 move, 45 controlled. Maybe it's time for double A. That would be sick. All right, ad just started. I will be right back when I get a water refill. And then see what we can get going here against the Yankees. We can watch one of the games against the Yankees too, maybe. 65 stam as a starter would be insane. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. I'll let you guys gamble on one of the Yankee games. Or maybe well, hold on. I'll be right back. Yo. Who would have thought we'd be first in runs scored, second in batting average, first in stolen bases, first in runs against by like a wide margin? 102 to 120. First in defensive efficiency, first in starter ERA by a wide margin. Part of that could be like pitching staff plus catchers. We have 19 quality starts leading the league. Best starters in baseball right now. Kerry Carpenter, third in runs batted in. What a deal that was. What the hell was were the Tigers thinking, man? What were they thinking trading Kerry Carpenter? They thought, we got Riley Green, we don't need this guy anymore. Riley Green's got 9 homers, hitting .304. But they got Spencer Torkelson playing right. I mean, he's still got an 804 OPS, and I guess he's a lot cheaper. Were they just trying to, like, save money? Like, if I'm the Tigers, what do my finances look like? They've got $55 million available. What are all these teams got so much money laying around for? Am I the only GM who's just like, yep, spend it all? Is there a benefit of having 50 million bucks in liquid throughout the year? D-backs have $57 million. Braves have $53 million. Owners are cheaping out of the park. Well, that's not owners. That's how much money the owners have budgeted for the GM. Red Sox have 85 mil. Cubs have 90 mil. The Guards are a little lower budgeted. They have 18 mil on a $230 million budget. Astros only have 19 mil. They're spending most of theirs. Royals have 19 mil, so that's a little closer. Angels have 62. Dodgers have 21. They've spent almost all of their $466 million budget. $400 million in player payroll, brother. Astronomical market size, extreme fan loyalty, 100 interest. They're charging $55 for tickets and pricing out the customers. Marlins have 91 mil available. So a lot of teams have 50 to 60 mil. The Yankees have 30, charging 50 plus bucks for tickets too. Uh-oh. Aztecs have negative 4 million bucks, and their team focus is win now. Tiny market size, pathetic fan loyalty. Oof. Pittsburgh only has 2 mil. That's like me. They're charging way too much for tickets, though. Their games are going to look empty. Padres only have 8 mil. So some of the teams have a lot less. Some of them, Cards have 104 million. Why do they have so much money? Out of the park. Why do teams have so much extra money laying around? I don't know. I just see a thread that's like, I have too much money. Why don't they just spend it and win? Are they stupid? Why don't they just spend all the money and win? It's easy. All right. Let me check waiver wire. Nobody out there? Curious. I don't think there's going to be any free agents that are healthy. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding. Yeah, you guys are going to be out for like the whole season, man. I don't want to pay you $7 million. Anybody interesting on the trading block? Walker Buehler is pretty interesting, but nothing, not really like special for us. Okay, well, lineup time. Going up against a lefty. I guess we're gonna give Nelson Rada a chance. Luis Robert Jr. has struggled against left-handers as a righty, which is interesting. I wonder what his splits were last year. How's Matos against lefties? Matos is second best in OPS plus on the team against lefties. All right, so Rada, you're not going to get your chance now, I don't think. Not with Kerry Carpenter on the team. Okay. So, maybe bench Freeman at second. Let Mauricio get the start at second base. Wait, Mauricio doesn't even know how to play second base. So, Arenamo. Where are you, Arenamo? Right. Arenamo can play second. This is kind of like a whole thing. Could give Freeman just some more at-bats. All right, I'm just going to leave this as is. It's going to be tough against Fried, but he's someone that is possible to get to, so I'm just going to go ahead and send it as is. Pitching is Bobby Miller, and we got Snyder, who's been struggling lately, Weaver, Uribe, and whoever else they need to pull in relief. Okay. Send it. Loss at New York 3-4. Tough loss, boys. 3 runs in the 8th. Bullpen blows another game. Confirmed. The Las Vegas Invaders got a superb performance from Bobby Miller, but the Yankees still won. Miller threw 5 1/3 innings of 1 hit ball. New York reliever Kyle Carr picked up the win, upping his record to 1-0. Colin Snyder took the loss. This man is shaken. This is his 3rd consecutive outing giving up runs in relief. His ERA balloons to 9.15, and he's blown 5 saves on the season. He is mentally shaken. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying, I'm doing the thing, like, fans are on Reddit right now, you know what I mean? Like, Snyder blew the game again! He was great last year, but he sucks this year. Why do they keep putting him out there? You know, like, they're making the angry comments right now. I'm just gonna have to take him to middle relief. And just put him on, avoid high leverage for now. I don't know what else to do. Just avoid high leverage and let somebody else do it, you know? Like, I think Aiken has proven that he might be that guy, so let's try him in the 7th inning setup. We just signed him to a 3-year contract for $2 million a year. So he's gonna have to figure it out. We know he's got the stuff, but he's in his own head right now. That's 4 in a row, dude. New York took a 4-3 lead off of Tyler O'Neill's 6th homer of the season, the 3-run homer, which O'Neill hit in the bottom of the 8th, left Colin Snyder visibly frustrated. We came in, got the job done. That's what it's all about. We had 11 hits, over twice as many hits, and we just couldn't do it. So, some offensive unclutchness as well. 10 left on base as a team. Burrito 0 for 5. Conticello 1 for 4. Robert Jr. 1 for 4. Kelly Carpenter 3 for 5. He's smoking it right now. Matos 2-hit game, and then 1 hit from the bottom of the order each. So Bobby Miller, fantastic outing. Diaz with the hold in relief. Snyder takes the loss, and the 5th blown save loses the game single-handedly for us. Miller gets player of the game. We got 3 runs off of Fried and couldn't score on the rest of them. I'm glad I didn't watch that one. I would have been pissed. Sean Murphy, injured, sustained on April 29th. He'll miss the rest of the season. There's no chance for me, none at all. Ruptured Achilles tendon. He had a 263 average, 874 OPS. That would have been a real frustrating one to watch. So we got Hamilton, Weaver, Mantiply, and Uribe for Tyler Malley against another lefty, Rodon. Okay, thinking, sorry. I'm just gonna have Conticello sit, Jace DH, and get Jazz back in the lineup at 3rd for this one. And then leave everything else more or less as it is. Rodon is gettable, 4.95 ERA, 1.32 whip, 2.5 home runs per 9. Like, we could punish that. Hopefully. $27 million for 2 more years on a 6-year contract. What a gamer. Loss 0-3. It's begun, chat. Wait, what did it say about Noah? The Vegas Invaders were shut out 3-0 by the Yankees at Yankee Stadium, even though Tyler Malley pitched well for Vegas. The winning streak has reached 4 for the Yankees. The game was on the line with 2 out in the top of the 8th. Kyle Carr didn't flinch. With runners on 1st and 3rd, Vegas trailing 1-0, Carr retired Kerry Carpenter to end the threat. Nothing to it, he said with a wink. 1 double from Freeman. Nothing. Brito's quieted down. Jazz with a hit. Robert Jr. with 2 hits. Carpenter with a hit. Nothing. Nothing. Young with a hit. Mauricio off the bench with a hit. Laranamo 0 for. Freeman 1 for 3. Malley went 7 innings of 2-run ball. Weaver gave up a run, but we didn't score anyways, so it doesn't really matter, does it? So our starters are lights out, getting player of the game each time, and the lefties dominate us, apparently still. That was 2 lefty batters in a row, or 2 lefty pitchers in a row. And now Clark Schmidt, who's doing the best out of the 3 of them. 7 1/3 innings of 1-run ball last time, but before that 4 earned against Detroit in the loss. I think I'm gonna not watch this one because I'm worried about getting swept and I don't want to watch us get swept. But at least we have a righty. I'm just gonna use our standard righty line. We usually like destroy right-handed pitching. Weekly team power rankings, chat. We've fallen to number 2. The Braves on top. Let me see the standings now. So we're 27 and 11, which is better than the Braves, but they give the Braves, they've won 9 of their last 10, so they gave them the edge in the power rankings. Dodgers are 25 and 13. We're 4 and 6 in our last 10 on a 2-game streak. We lost the series now against the Yankees. We just got to salvage one. Who are the richest? Who has the richest contracts in Major League Baseball? Number 1, Juan Soto, $51 million. Number 2, might surprise you, Luis Robert Jr. on Las Vegas. Shohei Ohtani, number 3, bumped down a slot, $46 million. Zach Wheeler, $42 million. And Aaron Judge, $40 million. Man, I will say Luis Robert Jr. has not earned that contract yet. 660 OPS to start the season so far. Still a lot of baseball left to play, but bro's got 1 home run on the season and is on track, I'm not joking, for 4 projected homers on the season after hitting 25 last year. So, interesting. Ellie De La Cruz is respected by the Reds. He went about his business with vigor. 11 for 21 with 2 homers. 8 RBI, 7 runs scored. Christian Campbell takes player of the week for the AL. Everyone goes through stretches when he's too eager to put the ball in play. You know, though, I feel like this past week, got in the right frame of mind to let things come naturally. 11 for 21 with 2 homers. I'm just gonna sim this one. I can't put my heart into this for Cade Horton. Cade Horton is rested. We got Ian Hamilton, Joe Mantiply, Keegan Aiken, Snyder, and Uribe out there. Just don't get shut out, boys. Schmidt's got a fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, sinker, cutter, 6 pitches, and they're pretty good ones. Send it. We won. Avoid the sweep. Let's go. We are so back. The Las Vegas Invaders faced a tough opponent in New York pitcher Clark Schmidt, but did just enough to pull out the win at Yankee Stadium 4-2. Schmidt went 6 2/3 innings and allowed a run. Mantiply picked up the win in relief. His record improves to 3-0. Zach Eflin took the loss, and Abner Uribe finished up the game for Vegas and earned his 11th save. Luis Robert Jr., who's on pace for 100 RBI this season, chipped in a solo homer for Las Vegas in the top of the 8th. There it is. He had a home run and a single, 1 run scored and 1 batted in. We need better swings, better at bats, said Aaron Boone. Vegas up 28-11 on the season. 7 hits, so still not that many hits. Jazz had a double, his 8th. Luis Robert Jr. home run. Luis Matos, his 3rd home run. Hit by pitch, Kerry Carpenter. Stop hitting my team with pitches, man. Jazz hit into a double play, stole a base. Cade Horton went 5 1/3 innings of 2-run baseball, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, 5 hits. Mantiply 1 2/3 scoreless. Alexis Diaz, I put him in the setup spot there. 1 scoreless inning, and Uribe picks up the save. I want to see what Uribe's save looks like. Insta walk. Why does he always walk the first batter? Single, Cabrera to second. Oh my god, my heart would have been pounding. Grounds into double play, and then a strikeout swinging. That's my extreme ground ball king. Getting the double play. And we scored 3 in the 8th to go up 4-2. That was the solo homer against Zach Eflin. Fly out, single, and then a 2-run homer for Luis Matos. Nice. Basically just took Zach Eflin deep 2 times in the inning. Clark Schmidt got player of the game, 6 2/3, 3-hit shutout ball. Had to get to the bullpen. I'll take it. I'll take it. Foscue strokes 3 home runs in AAA against the Las Vegas Aviators. Prior to the start of the game, Foscue told teammates he was sure he'd hit a homer, and he did 3 times. During batting practice, I really had my swing down pat, he recalled. I felt some thunder in the lumbar. The big day for Foscue pushed the high notes past the Aviators 11-10. To go with the homers, he had 6 RBI and scored 3. I was seeing good, feeling good, swinging good, he told reporters. This year, he's hitting .302 in AAA. Bro, he wants to play again, chat. He yearns for the majors again. I think he hit lefties pretty well. That was pretty much his strongest thing. We have to go up against the Guardians. They're 18-21, 3rd place in Central Division. 13th in runs scored. Not good for them. 13th in batting average. Not good for them. 11th in runs given up. Also not good. And their ERA is 12th? Starter ERA is 12th? Oof. Ryan Yarbrough kind of fell off, didn't he? Justin Steele looks a lot better, and Cantillo looks fine. Justin Steele not really pitching to his abilities. They have that insane closer. They picked up Duran from Minnesota. Emmanuel Clase still there. They got Cade Smith. So their bullpen should be lights out, so I don't know what's wrong with them. But he made the news. Small trade. Nothing crazy. Michael Toglia. $3 million contract, first baseman. 23 homers last season, 7 homers this season. High power, good eye, good gap power, good BABIP. Maybe he strikes out too much. 915 OPS so far this season. Probably don't want him. But he's there, if you do. Does anyone remember what our record was last night? How many games have I been through today? Another lefty? Like, our lineup just sucks because I'm just stuck with Nelson Rada. He's gone down from a 45 to a 40. And I can't send him to AAA. Were we 19-4? Where is Young on this list? There he is. There's a top. He's like the top hitter against lefties. Where Conticello's kind of far down. All right, Conticello. Let Mauricio or the new guy DH today. He doesn't really look like a DH. But why not? Let's go Rogue. And then I want Jazz in at third. Okay, and then he'll hit in the 9 hole. We'll give him a spot at DH today. See what he's got. This music makes me feel like I'm holding my breath? What do you mean it makes you feel like you're holding your breath? Does it stress you out? It's pretty relaxing to me. I don't know. I'll change it for you though. There you go. Okay, we got Steven Matz on the bump. Uribe, Diaz, Hamilton, Aiken. Lots of bullpen arms. Looking at you, Colin. I need a clean outing, brother. You have a 9.15 ERA, and I'm dumbfounded. Loss at Cleveland in extras, 5-9. We're falling apart, chat. We're starting to fall apart. Our dominance is... Oh, shit. We gave it up in the 9th. Who did it, dude? Who did it? Weaver and Uribe both did it. The bullpen is dead. The bullpen's dead without Suarez. I don't know how, but Robert Suarez was holding this bullpen together. He's on the Guardians now with a 4.71 ERA in 21 innings pitched. So he's been having trouble too. He got a $1.2 million contract. This dude did not want to play for us so bad that he took his player option and he could have gotten paid $8 million, and he gave up $6.72 million to just not play for us, to get away from us, and he took a $1.3 million contract with the Guards instead. Dude, the bullpen just blew another game, dude. It keeps happening. The Cleveland Guardians defeated the Invaders 9-5-10. Manzardo, tied for 7th in the AL in doubles with 11, played a big role. He was 2 for 4 with 2 doubles and a walk, while scoring 2 and driving in 2 for the Guardians. Emmanuel Clase got the win, upping his record to 2-1. Luke Weaver gets the loss. Cleveland's record now stands at 19-21, third in the AL Central. A defensive lapse proved costly in the contest. In the top of the 10th with the game tied, Chase DeLauder was at the plate when Cleveland scored 1 on an error. The miscue enabled the Guardians to go in front. On an error? Freeman made an error. 9 hits, Brito 0 for, Chisholm Jr. 0 for, Robert Jr. 1 for 2, Conticello came in and to pinch hit 1 for 2. Why are you pinch hitting for Luis Robert Jr. of all people? Do I not have his strategy set to like pinch hit for player like never? Look, never lift for a pinch hitter. Boom. Okay. I'm gonna say ditto here, probably. Well, it's fine. All right. Rada went 3 for 5, dude. So, I mean, I just like, let's see what he's got. 3 for 5 with 2 RBI in his first appearance in the majors. Casual 3-hit game, literal debut in the major leagues, by the way. Indy Rodriguez, 2 for 4. Arenamo, 1 for 3. Matos, 1 for 5. He had Indy Rodriguez had a double. Arenamo double. Conticello double. 12 left on base as a team. It kills me. And then Matt's 3 runs and 5 1/3. Aiken 2 2/3 scoreless. Uribe came in, gave up 2 earned. Weaver gave up 2, and then the error. Do you just assume that this is going to even itself out over time? Like, we were winning 5-3 in the 9th, and Uribe blew the game. He's just probably not the closer. But neither is Weaver. So I think getting a closer should be our first... You know what I mean? Like, he got a fly out. He's walking a dude every single time up. He looks like a different pitcher than last year. Hit by pitch. Walk, hit by pitch. That's what's losing us games. His lack of control. It wasn't as big of a deal last year. Look at the walk rate. Last year, 4.2. This year, 8.6. It's double. He's walking twice as many while striking out slightly less and giving up more actual contact hits. Let's look at the pitcher analysis here. Colin Snyder has blown what he's not even the closer, but he's blown 100% of his save opportunities, which is insane. That's a crazy number. Abner has blown 15% of his save opportunities, which is not so bad. Like, that's not so bad. But if we look at FIP minus, oh boy. So this is kind of a stupid, oh man, look at this. Negative 0.3 WAR, yeah, I'm not surprised. Negative 1.2 R WAR for Colin Snyder. He has lost us almost 1.5 games by himself, which is the opposite of what you want. That's impressive. Now, FIP minus, lower is better. This is fielding independent pitching, which is basically like strikeouts, walks, and home runs. So any outcome that does not involve the defense. So without the defense, Snyder's the worst on the team. Uribe's the second worst on the team, but that's kind of expected of a ground baller, I think. But he's got a 20% walk rate, which is like twice as high as anybody else on the team. Bobby Miller, who's also a ground ball pitcher, is next. Let's see, he's got the highest walk rate on the team, and his strikeout rate is down to 22%. So Diaz actually has the highest strikeout rate. Snyder has the highest home run rate on the team, followed by Keegan Aiken, Dustin May, and then the rest. Uribe has the worst whip. So basically, like, I think it's clear that we need to try and get a closer. That's what we need, right? We need, like, it seems like we need to make a trade. I know we're up 28-12. I'm just saying, I can see the future of this, you know what I mean? Like, I can see what's coming down the pipe. The only closer available is Anthony Bender. And I don't really have $4 million. He expects to be the closer, and he's in a contract year. Let's see what his stats are. So this year he's got 11 innings pitched, 6 saves, 3 walks, 12 strikeouts, 1.32 whip is not ideal, 333 BABIP is not ideal, but he's still getting out of it. He hasn't given up a single homer, and his walk rate is low. I wouldn't exactly call him elite. He's got 6 saves and 6 opportunities. Last year he had 20 and 22 opportunities. I'm curious. Just get Ohtani. It's easy. Just get Ohtani. They want a prospect third baseman. Las Vegas cannot afford the contract of the offered player. Why would I have my starting pitcher Dustin May close some games? My best, you think I should have my best starting pitcher just become a closer? That would definitely be a take that would get the message boards a buzz. I think there might be a lot of angry fans, perhaps, if I did that. I think I like this idea where they want a third base prospect and we're trying to find something to do with Ronnie Mauricio. Because he's just not going to have a place on this team. If we can get them to take Luis Torrens and his $4 million contract, we get a new bullpen arm. Don't we have somebody here? What is... Soundtrack's going wild now. Okay, anyway, I'm trying to see who we got here. We still got Quinn Matthews, who I want to figure out how to bring back in, because he was doing good. Jaden Hill is a potential future closer, but is kind of still in training. I do like this potential trade, though. His contract expires this year. His whip is a little high, but his home run rate is very far down. Strikeout rate almost 10 per 9. From the Padres. Ground ball pitcher, ground baller, good slider, good sinker, good changeup, good enough control. Someone who wants to be a closer, who thinks he's a closer. Let's just submit it and see what happens. That'll get rid of that catcher that we're trying to get rid of and the third baseman we're trying to get rid of and free up a spot in the lineup, so it helps everybody out. Okay. Brandon Woodruff. Okay, question. I think it should be okay to put May. Wait, he's got a sprained ankle and his recovery time is now unknown. It was a week before and now it's moved to unknown. And it's been a week. But no, I think this trade is a good trade, Ryan. I think it's pretty solid. I don't know what to do with an unknown recovery time, though. Like, if I put him on the IL, then I could call the other pitcher up, but if he's healthy in like 2 days, then I feel silly. Somehow, bullpen's staying okay, like there's enough arms. And we got Woodruff up. We have to play another lefty. Jesus. Getting crushed by left-handed starters. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna let... Same... How do I get the same lineup as yesterday? I think I had Conticello sit. Bring Rada in as a DH. Sit Freeman. Bring in Jazz at second. Okay. Good luck against Justin Steele. He gave up 4 runs in each of his last 2 starts, so I expect the same. He's a prankster. We have our own prankster, so that cancels out. And it's Woodruff. We win this. We lost 0-4 and we got shut out. Cleveland picked up a win at Omnibus Park, bumping off Las Vegas 4-0. Pitcher Justin Steele was a major reason that they emerged victorious. The Guardians are now 20-21. Gabriel Arias, who finished second in the AL in triples with 6 last year, had a direct impact on the outcome. The key at this level is throwing strike one, said Steele. Successful pitchers do it. And there's another lefty. They have 3 lefty pitchers in a row? My kryptonite. Steele went 7 shutout innings of 4-hit ball. Woodruff gave up 3 runs in 5 1/3. Ian Hamilton out. Mantiply gave up 1 run. Aiken. Okay, so we sucked. Brito had a double. Carpenter had 2 hits. So our team is iced right now. We are chat. St. Louis and Minnesota agree to a deal for Riley Stanford. You've just been informed that your proposal's been rejected, but if you add any of these players, you've got a deal. They want Manny Longoria, one of my top prospects, or any of my good players. Any of my top prospects, and they'll do it. The draft lottery threw me from 1st to 8th. Oof. Ouch. Hey chat, remember when we traded for Chase Davis and he was a 50 potential and now he's a 45? He's getting worse, dude. They want my best player, man. Who can I send them instead? Dion Jorge's actually got decent numbers in AAA, but I feel like we've already got a lot of depth at second and short that I wouldn't end up using him really. We still got Nick Allen on the minor league deal. We never ended up using him. He's hitting 306. All right, what if I offer Nick Allen? They're not gonna want him. But I'll put him in there anyway. Man, are we gonna... Why are we are losing now? We are losing. Kerry Carpenter and Luis Robert Jr. need a day off as well, just to make things even worse. All right, Freeman, you moved to center. And how did Rada do in that game? 0 for 2. Okay, who am I missing here? Rada, you play left. And then we have first. We don't have a second baseman. Brito, you can play second, and then Conicello can play first, I guess. Not very well. And then we can put whoever we want as a DH. All right, Jazz. You play third, and then Jace DH. I feel like we're gonna get swept for the first time this season, but let's just face it like a man and trust Bobby Miller. And where's the bullpen? Uh-oh. Dustin May, sprained ankle day to day, unknown. Oh boy. We have Colin Snyder up in the pen, and that's it. Jesus, what happened last game? Hamilton, Mantiply, and Aiken came out to pitch. All right, the bullpen's starting to get tired now. Everyone's at like 60%, and only Snyder's up. That's not good. Do I just have to put him on the injured list? He'll have to go out for 2 weeks. And that'll free up a spot for another reliever. Snyder ready to blow another save. Yeah, I don't know what to do with him. What if he's healed in like 1 day? If only you could do retroactive injured list stuff in this game. Yeah, because he's already been out for a week, so I could have already had that injured list ticking down, but since I didn't bite the bullet, now it'd have to start 15 days from here, right? Which... I think I'm just gonna do it and just put him on the IL and then worry about it later, because there's nobody available in the pin. You gotta do what you gotta do. And that lets me go down here and find Quinn Matthews, who's 100% rested. I caught him just before his start. And then promote him to Las Vegas. And they'll have... Oh dear. Do you guys not have a better potential starter than this? Just have Heaney start. Your manager does not allow you to change the pitching staff. Well, you're gonna pitch a guy who's tired. You dingus. Whatever. You know best. I'm stupid, apparently. Okay, so anyway, now we got Quinn Matthews, who's available for long relief. Chat told me what emergency starting pitcher was earlier, but now I forgot. But we'll do long relief plus emergency starting pitcher. And I think that's fine. So Quinn, welcome to the team. You'll follow up Bobby Miller and hope carry the team for till Colin Snyder can take over. Good luck and GG's. We lost. We've been swept for the first time this year. Our record falls to 28-14. The Cleveland Guardians defeated the Las Vegas Invaders 9-5. Left fielder Jesus Rodriguez deserved a large share of the credit. Rodriguez went 2 for 4 with 2 doubles and a walk while adding 3 RBI and scoring once for the Guardians. Picking up the win was Joey Cantillo. He went 5 2/3 innings, allowed 5 runs on 5 hits. Left-hander struck out 8 and walked 0. Cleveland is now 21-21. Las Vegas 28-14. CJ Kafis helped out the Cleveland cause in the top of the 2nd inning with a run-scoring groundout. We can't beat lefties. I don't know why, man. For the game, the DH was 1 for 5. You know, at the end of the day, it's about who scores the most runs, said manager Stephen Vaught. Miller gave up 6. He got blown up. So, if you think about it, that's good, because if he gets blown up a few more times, then I can extend him for cheaper. So, I'm not upset about that. He's been perfect all season. He went from one game, he went from a 1.26 to a 2.3 ERA. He picked up a full point of earned run average in that one. So they lit him up, and then Quinn Matthews came in relief and gave up another 3 runs in long relief. You know what, though? You saved the rest of the bullpen, so salute, you know? And then Snyder needed that. He had a low pressure, just needed to come out and get 3 outs without doing what he's done the last 4 times. And got 1 clean inning. We need to rebuild his confidence. So, Cleveland just kicked our ass. Cleveland has Jason Churio. 21-year-old Jason Churio. Potential 50. Brito hit. Jazz hit. Conticello over. Matos over. Young 1 hit. Arenamo 1 hit. Rada 1 hit. Impressive. And an RBI. Pretty impressive. Freeman 2 for 4. This Dwarf Fortress. That is Dwarf Fortress. Not what I'm looking for. That's better. What's up, Barkley? Thank you for the 53 months of sub. I appreciate it. Also, hold on. There we go. We've been playing some baseball. It is the up time. What's the max you sim? One game. What do you mean? At a time? Yeah, I like to manage my lineups, and sometimes we play a full game and watch the final pitch of each AB. So I'm playing as a GM, but I hired a manager who lets me set the lineups so I can be in charge. But otherwise, I'm playing in GM mode and trying to take this expansion team to the playoffs in its second year of existence, and so far we're 28-14. So we just did the expansion draft last year, finished the season 71 and 91. But I don't trust the managers to set up proper lineups. And I find that the depth chart is not sufficient enough. But yeah, I like to take things slow. Get into the gritty. Get into the details. Look at splits. Look at well, all this. Find out which of my guys is overperforming, underperforming. Like right now, taking it slow, found me Juan Brito. Picked him up off of waivers from Cleveland. Now he's probably going to cool off, but he's still 123 at bats so far, hitting 309. Having a great year. I think he's close to team lead, 7 home runs. 1.2 WAR unto himself. He's going to set his career high now, so that's fun. But yeah, my favorite aspect of this game is messing with lineups. Messing with lineups and sending people up and down, up and down. Oh yeah, I didn't read the player development update. I've got a list of scouting reports since April 1st, and here are a list of notable developmental changes. I forgot about this. Nelson Rada, current gap rating improves from 40 to 45, but his potential rating drops from 50 to 45. Scout is always here for disappointment. He's always dashing my hopes against the wall. Cal Stevenson in AAA. He was a starter for us last season. His eye improves back to 70. His speed drops. Winfield Perez. Eye and speed improve. He's doing all right down there in AAA. Jeremy Paguero in AA. Don't really care about Jeremy. Don't really care about you. I do care about you because you were one of my prospects, but look at this. Stuff drops 5. Movement on his pitches drops 5. Control potential increases. Stamina drops 5. Oof. Yep. Draft pick in the 4th round. I wasn't expecting much, but, you know. Luke Stevenson, current contact improves from 35 to 40. Current power improves to 45. Current eye improves to 45. Eye drops. Defense at catcher drops. Overall improves. Potential drops, of course. Braden Holcomb, yep. All of my former prospects coming crashing down. Dotson was another one. Now he's a 40 overall. Down from a 45. Feels bad. Okay. No good news. No good news. I think we let Nelson Rada go back to his team. He got a few good hits with us. I think we've already got the outfield depth we need, and I don't think I can afford to keep him for an entire year on the team. Though he smashed it up in AAA on his rehab stint. I think I just have to go with my gut. Bring the boys back. All right, going back to the Angels. Thank you, Nelson. I appreciated you. You were worth the risk. But now I can bring back probably Cooper Pratt. I'm trying to get this Mauricio deal done. San Diego says, almost. Just give me one of your best players, and you can have this deal. Doesn't seem like a great deal in that case. I don't really have anybody else that you would want. But I'll throw in, I'll try Chase Davis. We'd look like idiots if we accepted this offer. You don't know what you're talking about, Chris Diaz. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, maybe you do. I'll offer Dion Jorge. I saw former Invader Wilmer Flores go 3 for 4 Wednesday. Let's see if he's got any more ABs. With Detroit. Detroit is giving him only 11 plate appearances. They're paying his salary, but they're not letting him hit. I can't believe how he crushed it for us last year. And then just fell off immediately. All right, let's bring back up, I think it was Will Brennan. Brennan's splits this year are pretty good against both, actually. And then Young splits this year, much better at hitting lefties, which is interesting, since he himself is also a lefty. All right, who's pinch running? Probably also Will Brennan. All right, can we win a game now? We're going to Houston against Dubin. Arenamo needs a sub. We don't really have anybody who can, like, play short well. Bad day on defense again, incoming. All right, I'm gonna move Freeman. Up a little bit. Brito, Chisholm Jr., Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, Matos, Conticello, Freeman, Marcha, and Mauricio with Tyler Malley pitching. Look at our starter ERA. We should have even more wins than 28 and 14. Win at Houston 11-6. Let's go. Let's go. The Vegas Invaders handed the Houston Astros a loss at Daikin Park. Final score 11-6. Kerry Carpenter, major contributor with 1 single and 2 home runs. He scored 3 runs and drove in 5. Alexis Diaz picked up the win in relief. Brian Abreu, who finished 3rd in the AL with 43 saves last year, was tagged with the loss as the Invaders put up a 6 spot in the 9th inning to take the lead in the top of the 9th. The first place Invaders lift their record to 29-14. The game was a stalemate until center fielder Luis Robert Jr. came to bat in the top of the 9th. Facing Brian Abreu, he had a 1-2 fastball for a run-scoring single. That put Las Vegas on top 7-6. He was glad to contribute to the win. Malley went 5 1/3 innings of 4-run ball. Hamilton 2 runs. Diaz, look at that cliff. Also, the ad's about to start in 3, 2, 1. Turn your volume down, gamers, if you get an ad, so you don't get blasted. And I'm going to take a quick BRB, come back. I want to sim a few more games and see if we can... I want to make some progress because I want next stream to be the All-Star break and the amateur draft. So I'm trying to get a little deeper into the season here. I'm happy with that. I wish they would score a little earlier in the game so we didn't have to have a heart attack, but that's still good. All right, chat. While I'm AFK, those of you still awake, I know it's 1 a.m. Tell me what your last meal that you ate was, and when I come back, I'm going to tell you which of you I am the most jealous of, because I'm actually getting pretty hungry because I've been here for 10 hours. All right, I'll BRB while the ad's rolling. Yo. A Wendy's cheeseburger and fries. That sounds good, actually. What kind of cheeseburger was it? Which one did you get? Chicken spaghetti. I don't know if I want chicken spaghetti, so... Why chicken, though? Chicken tikka masala. I don't really like paneer, but I do like basic tikka with naan, so I'll take that, I guess. My local Indian food place has degraded, unfortunately. They changed a couple recipes for some reason, and I used to get some shrimp that they had that was delicious, like best shrimp I've ever eaten, and we got it recently, and the shrimp was like a different kind of shrimp, like completely different, and it was very chewy, and normally they don't have tails on them. This time they had tails, which is fine. I'm not like a picky boy, but we were like rip the tails off, and it was really hard to separate them, and it was like frozen shrimp or something. So they kind of strike three'd me because we tried them a few months ago, and it was not so good then either. So entropy comes for us all. Had some chicken mac, mashed potatoes, and corn. That sounds like a nice hearty southern meal. Mashed potatoes and corn? Tell me you live in the South without telling me you live in the South. And macaroni. No green vegetables. Chicken and roasted zucchini with brown sauce. I assume that's gravy. But I don't know. A Burger King Whooper. A Whooper? Mashed potatoes and pulled pork. Those were separate dinners. Wait, you had mashed potatoes by itself for dinner? (1890s) time traveler in chat. Is this the streamer who asks his chat to comment on what they've eaten and then roasts all of them for what they have chosen to eat? The 11 hits. I kind of want to see the game log for the 9th, since that's where it all went down. So Brian Abreu came into pitch, and then Marchand works the walk. Ronnie Mauricio in at third, strikes out looking. Poor guy. He needs to get traded. Juan Brito, singles, classic Brito, clutch as hell. Runner from second tries for third, safe, and the Brito goes to second, heads up base running. Jazz Chisholm Jr., fielder's choice, attempt at home, runner safe? Nice. Luis Robert Jr. single to score Brito, and then Kerry Carpenter a 3-run homer. What a god. His 10th homer of the season. He's on pace for a 38 homer season right now, and 7.2 WAR at this rate. Biggest trade of the year by far. Then they bring in new pitcher Sam Mull. Fly out, and Gavin Conticello hits a solo shot. And then Alexis Diaz comes in to shut it down. Out, out, out. 3 up, 3 down. I had a rotisserie chicken from Walmart. A classic. Grab a rotisserie chicken. Like just a chicken, or did you gotta have like something to go with it. Like rotisserie chicken and anything, just need one other thing. You never had a bowl of mashed potatoes for dinner? No. The only potato you eat for dinner is like a baked potato, in my opinion. You don't eat mashed potatoes by itself. Okay, listen. That is some desperate college life to get like a bag of instant potatoes and that's your whole dinner. You know what I mean? Like that's some pretty desperate college life. Like not even some like cheese or sour cream or something to go with it. Just the potatoes. Bam. That's it. I didn't realize chat was struggling for food that bad. Well, I said pulled pork. Yeah, but you said they were 2 separate dinners. So you made mashed potatoes for 1 dinner and pulled pork for 2 dinners, but if you combine them, that's 1 dinner. So see, you had something else. Who got the hits here? So Luis Robert Jr. 2 for 4, Carpenter 3 for 5. What a gamer. Hottest hitter on the team, easy. Matos and Conticello. The rest of you are dead to me. I'd like to make this deal, but I have to turn this one down. If you add any of these guys, you've got a deal. Brother, you're only asking for the best players on my team. Every single time. I don't think we're gonna make this trade. I bet you if I took Luis Torrens out of it, we make this trade, but then I can't afford the trade. Our available money would drop to $60,000. That's so funny to me. Let's try just Mauricio for the closer, and they hold 50% of the contract. Try a little different offer. See what happens. All right, so we had Hamilton and Diaz pitch. Hamilton gave up 2 runs in the 7th. Ian Hamilton, ground out, walk, fly out, single, single. 2 runners score, called strike. Our bullpen is always trying to find new, interesting ways to lose the game. All right, Matos day off. Versus a right-hander. Is that allowed? A right-hander? Okay. I like the default lineup, to be honest. Like it's supposed to be. Brito, Jazz, Luis Robert, Kerry Carpenter, Arenamo, Conticello, Will Brennan, Rafael Marchand, Tyler Freeman. Like it's like Cade Horton intended. Cade Horton gave up 2 runs last time out, 4 the time before that. All right, Houston, we got Blanco. He's actually worse, or at least giving up more runs, more homers against righties, even though he is a righty. Higher strikeout against righties. He's been better against lefties, which is kind of like our team's thing. Loss at Houston, 3-5. Classic. Chat, it's happening. We're losing games. We didn't think it was possible, but it is. Ronel Blanco pitched a strong game against the Invaders at Dyken Park, leading the Astros to victory. They have a 21-23 record. Yainer Diaz helped out in the bottom of the 3rd with a run-scoring walk. He was 1 for 4, adding 2 RBI. We scored 2 in the 9th again. Why are we struggling against starters? Arenamo double, a Luis Robert Jr. homer in the 1st inning, and Conticello a homer with 1 on in the 9th. Horton, 6 innings, 4 runs. Mantiply gave up a run out of the pen, and Weaver 1 scoreless. So Blanco had a good game. Shelby Miller pitching for them has the hold. And then Pierce Johnson gave up 2 runs in the 9th, but we couldn't quite bring it back. It was too late. They had 15 hits in the game, 10 of them against Cade Horton, so he was struggling. I don't know how he got through as 10 hits, 6 innings with only 4 runs. I'm surprised there weren't more. "11 strikeouts, 3 for Luis Robert Jr." All right, we won the first one, lost the second one. Last one's against Christian Javier. We got this. He's got an 8.68 ERA. Look at this. 5 earned, 7 earned, 6 earned, 6 earned, 4 earned. Music, please. Uh-oh. We gotta have a couple people take a day off. Jazz and Luis Matos. Oh, we haven't... It's not an off day, but... A deal is almost within reach. Oh, he likes this better. Yeah, I'll give you any of these guys. I don't care. Add Clint Bukovac and discuss. Well, we're getting a new reliever. We're getting rid of Ronnie Mauricio. I want to shop him around one more time just to see. Bro. They're just offering it straight up, but when I ask them, they're like, no, give me this small minor league player instead, and then we'll have a deal. And it's like, dude, just do the deal. You say right there you want to do it. Max Meyer is up as well, but I think the guy we got is better than Max Meyer. I think he's just been a little lucky this season. What happens if I pair that catcher that I'm trying to get rid of? In the shop. Nothing. All right. Yep, just give me the deal that I was just looking at. So Ronnie Mauricio, who we don't have anywhere to put, and he's out of options. He's like a third baseman, and we have Jazz Chisholm Jr. at third, so we just don't have anywhere for him to go. Add cash, you're rolling in it. Brother, I have $1.7 million out of a $200 million budget. We are broke as hell. What are you talking about? They're covering $2 million. Like, they're the ones paying me cash. They're covering half of Anthony Bender's contract. But I really wanted to keep Mauricio because he looked pretty sweet. But we are having some bullpen troubles, so let's make a trade for a closer. Some players aren't happy that Ronnie Mauricio left the team, but the overall feeling in the room is that there are still more than a few capable captains to step into. He did not have any leadership role. Give me a break. Las Vegas Invaders and the Padres have put the finishing touches on a deal that was weeks in the making. Vegas will part with Ronnie Mauricio and 19-year-old minor leaguer Clint Bukovac. Padres have dealt 32-year-old righty Anthony Bender. But yeah, my other option was basically put him through waivers, and someone would have claimed him for sure because he doesn't have anywhere to start right now. Ronnie could probably learn second. I don't need a second baseman either at the moment, so it's just very awkward. Like, I have to cut someone no matter what I do. Then I'm cutting Arenamo, or Tyler Freeman. And those are guys that are already producing at a higher than this level. So this is definitely an I can fix him that I don't have time to find out if I can fix him. Because right now he's perfectly in line with his last very substandard year. While we're also trying to put together a winning season. MLB Draft League about to pop off. All right, let me see. Let me see in the pitching side of things. Snyder, just gonna have to work it out. I can't put him through waivers. Where is... Oof. Poor Abner, man. Poor Abner. 10.12 ERA. Yikes. That's... Oh, wait, that's against righties. That's still bad. Okay, with no split, Snyder's the worst. It's hard to tell who to do what with here, because Luke Weaver's not gonna go down. To be honest, I should probably just send down Cade Horton for a bit. Give Quinn Matthews some starts. Or I just send Quinn Matthews back down. I think Cade's been pitching pretty well, all things considered. But he's still got 3 option years left. So, like, I also don't think it would hurt him to go down. But we've already used Quinn Matthews' option year. But it is nice to have somebody in long relief as well. Man, there's too many decisions. Oh, too many decisions to make. I think you have to send either Cade or Quinn Matthews here, because nobody else will even go down, except Abner Uribe, who had a stellar season last season. I think I just need to move him out of that closer role. It's just not working for him. He was great as a setup man, not great as a closer. So if we go or not closer, but set up 8th or later. And then move Diaz back to maybe like middle relief, but like high leverage. How do you make a guy high leverage? Stopper? I guess I could just do use more often. Oh, there we go. High leverage. I figured it out. Aiken has been extremely solid as well. And then let me check Mantiply's pitching splits. He's goated against lefties, so I'm gonna make him like specialist. Okay. I guess I'll just send Quinn Matthews back down. Woodruff still dealing? Yeah, he's still dealing. My whole starting rotation's dealing. All right, so now we have space for Bender in the bullpen. So I'm going to move Weaver down. Wait, no. Bender comes in. He's going to try and take over as the closer. He's got 7 saves. He had 20 saves last season. He's got a 1.93 ERA, 2.03 ERA before that, 5.16 before that. We don't talk about that. And then whip is decent enough, but the home run rate is the big one. No homers. Ground baller as well. We got pretty good defense on the infield. All right, speaking of, the lineups just got changed. I think we get to bring our shortstop guy back now. Cooper Pratt. All right, Pratt's back in the lineup, or in the roster at least. So Arenamo is going to move back. I like Freeman, though. Freeman's been hitting the ball well for the most part this year. But I can move Arenamo back to second. Pratt back to short. Arenamo back up short. Jace Young back up third. Okay. Freeman back up second base. Back up center field. Pinch hitter. Probably want Freeman pinch hitting first, Brennan pinch hitting last. Yeah, a lot of these guys have regressed. We had an insanely hot start, and they've all started to take a little dip back to reality. Yeah, correct. Cooper Pratt was actually mashing left-handed pitching. That was another thing before we set him down. Freeman, not so much. Where did Arenamo go? Start Brennan as DH. Try that out a little bit. All right, who's got really high OBP? Jace. I'm gonna move Jace to the 2 spot. And then slugging is actually Cooper Pratt. Kerry Carpenter. I'm waiting for Luis Robert Jr. to pick things up. Classic, though. Spend a bunch of money, wait for the power to show up. I think he'll figure it out. I might need to shift him around a little, though. Conticello pinch hit. Freeman pinch hit. Why not Marchand? He's been... Actually, he's terrible. Okay. All right, so Jazz needs a day off. Which means Jace is in at third. I think just leave it as is and try to win the series against Houston with Steven Matz on the mound. A real baseball game is so long IRL. It's like 2 hours. It's like 2.5 hours tops. That's like it. Okay, chat. I'm not leaving the house for anything other than going to dinner unless the thing I'm doing is at least 2 to 2.5 hours. Like, for me to get ready and get mentally prepared to drive somewhere and leave the house, it better be at least 2 to 2.5 hours. Because why go through all that work just to go out and then come back after like an hour and a half? Like, it takes longer to go to a movie because then you gotta get the popcorn, and then you gotta watch the previews, and you gotta stay for the after credits scene. All right, let's try out the new game. Let's watch this one. I'm gonna let chat bet on this. Late night yup time chat. Let's see if you got any channel points. We've split the series with the Astros 1-1. And we've been on a bit of a losing sort of, I don't want to say streak, but we've been losing more than we've been winning of late, like the last 10 games or so. For what that's worth. We got one super hot hitter on the team, Kerry Carpenter, but Brito is still hitting .303. He's been coming down, but he's got a hit in each of his last 4 games. Jazz Chisholm Jr. sitting out today. So Young taking over third. Luis Robert Jr. at center. Kerry Carpenter in the cleanup. We got Arenamo, who's cooled off to 269. Yeah, he's really cooled off. Like, maybe there's a hindsight where I should have sent Arenamo back down to AAA and then kept that one dude at second base and taught him second base. And I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, maybe. We got a lot more people around 700 OPS though, which is way higher than last season. Way higher than last season. Matos 806. Should probably have moved him up. And then Pratt back in the lineup, guarding short. With actual defense at the shortstop position. He's got low adaptability though, so he might take a minute before he figures it out again. Are we done with the Marchand experiment? Well, there's no one else. It's him and the other guy that also kind of stinks. So, chat, you got 3 seconds to put your channel points in. There's not even 1 million channel points to win this late, this ungodly hour. Everyone's broke from all the betting, and those who aren't broke are asleep right now. But you can still win some good channel points. It's almost even. But there's not really an alternative to Marchand. Marchand was doing really good last year. Maybe he just needs a little more time, or maybe he's someone that we need to target to replace in the offseason. You know what I mean? Maybe we need to start looking for an actual, like, better catcher. That's definitely one of the weaker spots in the lineup, if not the weakest. All right, we're here at Dyken Park, formerly known as Minute Maid. Christian Javier on the mound. He's got a big 8.68 ERA, so he has not been doing good in the last 4 starts at all. So if you're a doubter, good luck. However, if you're a doubter, also know that for some reason, because we're the ones playing, now he's suddenly going to remember how to pitch, and he's going to remember that he has a good fastball, slider, curveball, and no-hit us through 9 innings, right? Because that's how it works. He's only going to be bad for the other teams. Why would he be bad when it's our turn? Wow, they actually have their real first baseman playing first base? Christian Walker actually at first? who, by the way, is much better defensively than he's being given credit for here. But okay. He's driven to succeed. I love its low financial ambition, $20 million salary, by the way. I think he's going to fall very short of those 26 home runs that he had with Arizona in real life, because he's off to a torrid start in real life. That's funny. Bryce Matthews was a gamer for them last year, had 32 homers, but has slowed down. He's still hitting the ball really well. He was had an amazing rookie year for the Astros in the simulation. But this year he's still hitting extremely well. High OPS, just not so much with the homers. Pena at short. Cam Smith actually playing third. I don't know where Paredes is. Kyle Tucker re-signed by the Astros to a 9-year deal. And he's off to a blistering start, on pace for 33 home runs on the season and 8.2 WAR, if he keeps up his current rate. So, don't even know who Brett Bateman is, but he is playing center. Got some good range, but not so much the aptitude. And then in left is Jake Myers. Okay, this is how I know that this game is made up. Myers is one of the better center fielders in the league in terms of just defense. And he's got a 35 aptitude here for some reason. So maybe those are a little out of date. 35 is pretty damn low. Maybe he fell off. All right, up first, Juan Brito, breakout sensation coming off of waivers from Cleveland, has been tearing it up and currently has the second highest batting average on the team in the leadoff spot here. He is a first baseman utility guy that's got actually great speed considering that, doesn't strike out too often, and doesn't mind taking some walks. Here we go. Welcome to Dyken Park. Vegas 29-15, the Astros 21-23 in the same division rivalry game here. This will determine the series win in this 3-game set. And on a full count, Burrito grounds it up the middle toward the second baseman for out number 1, 4-3. That is a 4-3 put out. All right, Jace Young up with a 3-ball count. And that one's high. 4 straight balls. That's a walk. So first base runner of the night for the Invaders, and that'll bring up Luis Robert Jr. with a 2-strike count. He'll put that in play toward the gap. The center fielder leaps, can't make the play, so with his back against the wall, 0-2, he hits a pretty deep double all the way back, just over the center fielder's head. Cotton candy faintly heard in the background. I thought that was going to be an out for sure. So that'll move Young over to third. Robert Jr. stands at second. Only 1 out for Kerry Carpenter, hottest hitter on the team. He's got double-digit homers on the season after hitting 2 in the first game against Houston to push Las Vegas to an 11-6 win in the 9th. So he's already done damage with the long ball here in this set, and he runs the count full here. He takes the walk. Javier working around him. Bases juiced now after 4 balls do not catch the bottom of the zone there. But yes, the ballpark is now named Dyken Park, Leafy Pugh. It's got a new sponsor and a new name. Bases loaded for Yadier Arenamo. I assume it's I don't know how to pronounce his name still, but if that sounds better to me. 2 balls, no strikes. And Arenamo scoops this one to left. Should be deep enough for the runner tagging up from third. Safe at the plate is Young, and that is go down as a sacrifice fly. Robert Jr. advances to third, tagging up on that one as well. So Las Vegas strikes first. Nice AB by Arenamo, and runners at the corners, 2 outs for Gavin Conticello. Conticello deep to the gap and right. That one's going to hit the wall. That'll be down for extra bases. Cameraman, please show me the run scoring. No, stop zooming in on the crowd, Mr. Cameraman. I want to see what's happening. A bases clearing double that goes all the way back to the jackfruit sign. I don't know what jackfruit is. He holds up at second as both runners come in. So Kerry Carpenter goes first to home, turns on the Jets, and that's going to be a 3-run lead in the first against Christian Javier. So some clutch hitting throughout the lineup here, and Conticello stands at second. That'll be hit pretty deep to center and hang up there for out number 3, but 3 runs across already early in the game. Offense is awake, and the walk comes back to bite Christian Javier because we have 3 runs on just 2 hits. So now up is the lefty Steven Matz, acquired in free agency during the offseason. He's had 7 starts already. Last time out, he gave up 3 runs in 5 1/3 innings. He's good for a 2.37 ERA and a 1.12 whip, so he's got some good numbers and keeping base runners off the bases and keeping the runs down.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. First batter he sees, he strikes out. Out number 1. Now Cam Smith works a full count. He'll put that in play to left center field. And Robert Jr. angles after it for the catch. Out number 2. Now the dangerous Kyle Tucker. Team leading 25 runs batted in. Might be leading the team in OPS. That's toward the gap and right, but it hangs up there for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down. Go the Astros in the first. So the catcher Rafael Marchand up against Javier now. He swings. Good swing on this one. It's still going back. That one's out of here. Cameraman can't believe it, and he thinks that if he doesn't look at it, it might not be real. That is a 380-foot bomb to deep right field pulled into the first or second row. Nice little souvenir for a fan there. Vegas takes a 4-run lead now. Marchand out of nowhere. Yeah, he heard somebody in chat talking shit a second ago. They were like, are we done with the Marchand experiment? And he's like, yeah, take that. Solo shot. And now Cooper Pratt back in the lineup.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. The ump calls Pratt out. Just got called back up from AAA after the trade that was just made to send Mauricio Juan Brito back up. Full count, and that'll hang up there in left for lazy fly ball. Out number 2. Nice 7-pitch battle for him there. They were working him down and in. Now Jace Young.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Young can't believe it and says so to the man in blue. He complains to the ump, but it was in there. All right, well, there's Isaac Paredes. He's up in the DH to face Steven Matz. And he hits this one hard, but, ooh, bobbled by Pratt. Pratt comes back from AAA to play short and shore up the defense, but in his first play back in the majors, he commits an error and allows Paredes to reach on that error. And now Christian Walker slaps that one hard to left. Short porch out there in left, but not deep enough to hit it. That was wrapped 100.6 miles per hour off the bat. Kerry Carpenter was there waiting for it, though. That one, however, is not coming back. 2-run homer for Jeremy Pena. So the error comes back to bite him, and instead of a solo homer, it's a 2-run shot 390 feet into the Crawford boxes. So the Astros strike back and put a 2 on the board. Only 1 out now. Bases clear for Jake Myers playing left today. So Matz gives up the 2-run homer and then walks the next batter he sees. And the tying run comes to the plate in Mitch Garver. Over from Seattle. Went from Texas to Seattle to Houston. He is all over the AL West, isn't he? Trying to find a spot to settle in, but apparently Houston in need of a catcher.
Strike 3.
And he'll get caught up on the corner for strike 3. Now the lefty Brett Bateman playing center. In play. Ooh, bobbled at second. Arenamo mishandles it, and that is another error. His 4th miscue at second base, and the defense is floundering out there. 2nd error in the inning, and Matt's looking for not his 3rd, not his 4th, but his 5th out this inning, because he should already have 4. Having to pick up his infield defense, and he walks the bases loaded. He issues his 2nd walk. And now the bases are juiced for Cam Smith batting in the 2 spot today. 178 the average so far in the season. 2-1 the count. That one's hit hard. Third baseman has it. Over. Young gets the throw across to first to get out of the cotton candy. Spicy. Cotton candy. You heard him. He had to say it twice to make sure that you heard him. So they strand the bases loaded as Young makes the play. That one, 2 errors in the inning is spicy on the defense there. All right, Luis Robert Jr. back out to face Javier. He had a double last time out. This time he hit it pretty deep to left, but Myers backs up and snags it for out number 1. Kerry Carpenter walked last time up, and it seems like they still fear him. Nope, he'll put it in play. Oh, and they bobbled it at first. That'll be an error. Walker with his 2nd miscue at first base, so problems with the infield for both teams. So it should have been out number 2. Instead, Carpenter stands as 2nd for Arenamo, trying to make amends. He chips that one over the infield, and that'll be down for a single. So in an 0-2 count, Arenamo has himself a nice little single. Carpenter in scoring position for Conicello, who's already got 2 runs batted in today with a 2-run double. But he'll strike out this time. Got him with the high fastball. Now Luis Matos. In play softly to the third base side. Out number 3. 2 runners left stranded. New pitcher. What? Matz is day to day with a sore back. The danger of fragile pitchers. The danger of fragile pitchers. And today looks like a bullpen day, unexpectedly, for the Invaders, as Matz has been lifted after 2 innings, giving up 1 earned run. And all we've got is Diaz, Snyder, Uribe, with a couple people who are also tired. That's not good, boys. Not good for tomorrow. Not good for tomorrow at all. We're only through 2 innings and he's taken out. Oh my God. All right, well, left-handed pitcher Keegan Aiken gonna have to stretch through some work here. Sees Kyle Tucker up first after getting the warm-up in the pen due to the injury. And he gets Kyle Tucker to loft this one into center. Robert Jr. has it after an 8-pitch AB. Aiken, you got to be more efficient than that, brother, or you're not going to get through this. Now Paredes into right on 2 pitches. That's more like it. Out number 2. Christian Walker, he had an error at first on defense, and he works the walk here. 2-out walk for him. And now Pena, who hit the 2-run homer earlier. That one is gone as well. Pena with his second 2-run homer in as many at-bats. And that ties the game. Pena may be the first MLB player in history to start the game and hit a 2-run homer against the starter and then come out against a reliever in the third and do it again with a different pitcher in the third inning. That may be like the first time in history that weirdly specific scenario has happened. So now it's a new ball game. Took the high heater on the corner deep into the Crawford boxes. And now a full count to Myers. And that one's gone off the bat. Back-to-back jacks for the Astros. 385 feet into the Crawford box. Cotton Candy, Astros up 5-4 in the third after Aiken gives up 2 back-to-back homers, ballooning his ERA from 2.13 to 3.12 now. And he's still trying to get the third out. All this happened with 2 outs, another full count. Another deep fly into straightaway center field, but this one stays in the park, thank goodness. So the Astros drill 2 homers and take the lead. That's not good for the bullpen day, chat. That's very bad for the bullpen day. So down by 1 in the top of the 4th, Marchand up. He homered off of Javier in the first. This time he'll ground it to short for out number 1. And now Cooper Pratt, full count. That'll be in the shallow center for a nice little single. Invaders having to pitch bullpen for 7 innings is a guaranteed loss. Let's hope not. I believe in this offense. I believe in Juan Brito. They lay down a bunt and he misses. Oh, okay. I don't know why you showed me that then.
Strike 3.
And then he strikes out. Well, 4th strikeout of the game for Javier, out number 2.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out Jace Young. That retires the side. Aiken back out in the 4th because they don't have that many options.
Strike 3.
But he gets the lefty Brett Bateman to go around. That's it for him, and in comes Colin Snyder to try and get Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith out in the bottom of the 4th. 3-1 is the count. That one in play. Third baseman handles it. Hot shot. Clean. Matthews thrown out at first after he put the 3-1 fastball in play. And now Cam Smith with a full count.
Strike 3.
He looks at strike 3. Astros still have the lead, but they put up a 0 there. So good job by Snyder out of the pen. Now it is time for Luis Robert Jr. to strike back. I believe in this offense. Popped up at the plate. Out number 1, Cotton Candy. How about Kerry Carpenter?
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called on the corner, making Astros pitching look like an ace out there as Javier goes 4 2/3 with only 4 runs given up, which, is bad, but not as bad as the Invaders pitching. So new pitcher, Jose Quintana, has a 3.97 ERA on the season, 1.35 the whip. Home runs are up this year. Maybe a time for Arenamo to punish this left-handed pitcher. He's 1 for 1, make him 2 for 2 as that one is punched through the hole in the infield on the left side. Keeps the inning alive with a base hit and gives Gavin Conticello the bat. Hits this one hard. That one's through the gap on the other side. And the throw comes in. Safe at third is Arenamo, and on the relay throw, Conticello advances to second with some heads-up base running. So that'll put runners at second and third with 2 outs for Luis Matos and a chance to score. That one hammered into deep center field over the head of the center fielder. That's going to plate 2, and Las Vegas, back in the driver's seat, takes the lead in the 5th. All of that damage done with 2 outs. An Arenamo single, a Conticello single that stretched an extra 90 feet, and that is a Matos double. He had 2 hits in the game last night, one of them a double, so he's been seeing the ball well. Vegas out in front now, 6-5 with Marchand up to bat. He smacks this one into center field, but a little too high off the bat. Got a little excited there for a second. Out number 3, but the Invaders give their pitchers a chance to maintain the lead. Snyder back in the bottom of the 5th against Kyle Tucker.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called on the corner. Marchand tugged that pitch back into the strike zone. So some good framing. Gets the out. Now 1-2 on Paredes. In play, softly to third. Big throw. And Young makes a nice play charging in on that grounder for out number 2. And now Christian Walker up. In play. Playable for Robert Jr. Out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down. And time for some insurance runs for the Invaders offense. Pratt up first. He had a single earlier. That'll be a grounder over to short for out number 1. Now Brito. He struck out last time up. And now he'll loft up a fly ball into right. Flared on the first pitch for out number 2. And now Jace Young. Back to the pitcher's mound. Pitcher throws. Out number 3. So 3 quick outs for Quintana. And Snyder back out for another inning in the bottom of the 6th, facing Jeremy Pena, who is 2 for 2 with two RBI home runs. That's fun to say. Oh, that is fun to say. 2. 1-1 on Pena. And Pena takes this one deep to right field. He's done it. A 3rd home run in as many at-bats to tie the game here at home. A 385-foot bomb to right field. 3 home runs in the game for him. Just intentionally walk him. That is his 6th home run of the season in 150 at-bats. Half of his home runs have come together in this game. Pena has hit a 3rd home run in a row, each off of a different pitcher in the first 6 innings. And the game is tied. Myers scoops this one over to 3rd. That should be out number 1. And now Mitch Garver. Snyder stays out to face him because there's not many options in that bullpen. That one laced to left over the left fielder's head. He gets to it, holds it, thinks about it, contemplates it, and gets it in, allowing the runner to get to second base. And now a new pitcher. Go-ahead run now stands at second after the Mitch Garver double for Brett Bateman. He's got a tired arm. In comes Alexis Diaz. Little tired today, but trying to make it work after the starter was pulled early. Full count on him. And Brett Bateman pops it up on the infield. For out number 2, Arenamo's got it. And now the dangerous Bryce Matthews. Alexis Diaz using just the fastball slider, 2-pitch combination, but they're 2 good pitches. This one, not good enough, though, as Bryce Matthews slams this one. Wait! Luis Robert Jr. Supermans into the sky to rob a hit and a run on a 4-star catch. Showing off the wheels and his insane dominance over center field. He's got it for out number 3. And now he has a chance to take the lead in the top of the 7th for Las Vegas. Instead, he will ground it softly to 3rd. Smith hauls it in for out number 1. Quintana cruising here in relief. And now Kerry Carpenter up. Carpenter, deep left field, looking up. This one's into the Crawford boxes. Carpenter hammered that curveball 392 feet, and the Invaders are back out in front 7-6. The offense has answered the bullpen's call for aid. Kerry Carpenter with his team leading 11th home run of the season. He has hit 2 homers in the first game of the series against Houston and another homer here, so not quite as impressive as Pena's 3 consecutive, but we'll take it. And 1 out for Arenamo, who pops it up on the infield. For out number 2. And now Conticello, who's 2 for 3 with a run scored and 2 RBI. Over to second, making the infield work. Out number 3. So Las Vegas takes a 1-run lead. Diaz back out after the 7th inning stretch to face Cam Smith, Kyle Tucker, and Isaac Paredes. 2-2 for Smith. In play. Wow, good play by the shortstop. Pratt makes a 110-mile-an-hour off-the-bat grounder look easy over there with his coverage at short. And now Kyle Tucker with a full count. In play to the third baseman, playing the shift is Young on him, expecting Tucker to pull the ball, which he does. Well, it still went to the opposite field, but they weren't guarding the lines, let's put it like that. 8-pitch battle there for Diaz. He finally wins over Tucker. And now Paredes is up. 0 for 3. Back to Young, the hot corner. Strong throw. First pitch out, number 3. All right, we're through 7. Well done by Diaz, I think, all things considered. And now some insurance runs, hopefully from Matos, Marchand, and Pratt. Marchand already has a home run today. Matos grounds this one softly to second. And he'll be out number 1. Marchand, he's 1 for 3 with the dinger. And this one deep to right field. That one's all the way back, and that's 8 rows deep. He's got his 2nd home run of the game, 3rd of the season, 357 feet to right, and the Invaders add 1 to their lead. It is 8-6. 10th hit of the game for the Invaders. This is an offensive showcase from both teams. He heard that one dude talking shit about him earlier and now has 2 home runs in the game. Who was that guy? 93.8 miles per hour off the bat. Perfect launch angle to get out of here. Deep to the opposite field. And now Cooper Pratt.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Rung up on the breaking ball on the corner. Brito in play. He's been hitless up till now. Works a nice full count. And finds one that he can handle. And that is going to bring Quintana out of the game. And Houston is bringing in Josh Hader to try and close this game out. It appears that Out of the Park does not have a super favorable opinion of Josh Hader. Given the movement and control. But he's got good stuff. He's got good stuff. He had an ERA plus of 346 in the simulation last year. Okay, just casual 346. And he's up to face the lefty, Jace Young, who actually likes hitting against lefties. So 2 out, Brito on first for Young. And a steal attempt in the close game. Brito grabs the extra bag, 4 for 5 in stolen bases this season. Scoring position now for Young. 2-2 the count, and he gets the strikeout. So, Jace Young has struck out for the 3rd time today. Diaz back out to try to get the heart of the order out for Houston. In the bottom of the 8th.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out Christian Walker after working the count full. 7 pitches, new pitcher in, Uribe. Out in the bottom of the 8th to get the last 2 outs, facing Pena, who has a chance to do the funniest thing. It's in play. Playable. Shortstop Pratt covers. And they finally figure out how to get Jeremy Pena out after he's had 3 home runs today, trying to carry Houston on his back. And Uribe's got a grounder. Pratt has it. And that's out number 3. So we go to the 9th inning. Hader back out to keep the game close and give his team a chance to come back. But he's got to get out the hottest hitters on the team. Starting with Luis Robert Jr. That's hit really hard, but the second baseman's there. Matthews ranges and has it for a nice play. Out number 1. Now Kerry Carpenter. He strikes out against Hader. That pitch had some zip on it. 96 miles an hour. And now Yadier Arenamo. He has a run and an RBI. And he hits this one pretty deep to center. But a nice jumping grab by Bateman tracks it down to rob the hit. Big play in center, and now it's all up to Abner Uribe to close this out and get the save against Mitch Garver, Bateman, Bryce Matthews. So let's see what he's got.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. That pitch was way off the plate, but the slider gets him to chase. His first strikeout. And now 2-1 to Bateman. Grounded sharply to third, handled by Young. Out number 2. Last hope for Houston in this crazy game. Back and forth the entire time is Bryce Matthews. Most homers on the team for Houston last year. 2-2 the count. And he strikes out. Uribe has done it. The Invaders have won this roller coaster of a game, 8-6 with 11 hits to 5. 2 errors committed in the game by Las Vegas, 1 by Houston, and Vegas wins the series. What a game. That was a crazy one, actually. The Astros got a sterling performance from shortstop Pena, but the Invaders still prevailed 8-6. Pena slugged 3 homers, driving in 5 and scoring 3 times. The Invaders move up to a record of 30-15. A well-timed hit by Luis Matos got the win. A 2-run double in the top of the 5th to put the Invaders ahead 6-5. We were able to get some things going offensively. Hell yeah, we were. Vegas pitching had to really cobble that one together out of the bullpen. Aiken got blown up. The Luis Robert Jr. double, the Conicello double, the Matos double, the Marchand homer, the Kelly Carpenter homer. Honestly, just a good game up and down the lineup. Not you, Young. Not you. Everyone else, but not you. Pena Parks 3 for Houston. Yeah, I don't need to read that. I was there. I was there. Who did it just say had a day-to-day for 2 weeks? That's not day-to-day, brother. Oh, he's on the list. That's fine. Weekly team power rankings. That's not us. We're about to begin a series on the Aztecs. GG's. All right, I'm going to pay you out. I'm going to pay you guys out, okay? The Invaders will win this one. The Invaders win this one. He was an important third baseman, though. He did do the job at third. All right, you guys are getting the points. Good win. Good series win. Looking a little sharper out there. Won the series against Houston after getting swept by Cleveland. And I think that's it for tonight, chat. I'm trying to get you guys out of here before the ad, which is in like 1 minute. So I'm going to scoot you out the door. I'm going to scoot you out the door. All right, gamers. Thanks to the Vaders, I can finally afford Channel Point House. I'll be back again tomorrow in like 12-ish hours, 12, 13 hours, probably 13 hours. And we'll do it again. because I want to get to the amateur draft tomorrow and see, we get first pick overall, so that'll be fun. And we'll see how far we get, because we're winning. We're actually winning. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. I don't want you to be subjected to an ad if you don't need to be. But good night. Enjoy your channel points. Enjoy the rest of your morning, day, night, wherever you are. And I'll see you again for the Friday stream, and we'll try to get to the halfway point in this season. I want to see if we get to the playoffs. It's going to be crazy. GG. Good night. Come back later. Bye-bye.